for Hillary.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion.
Like how a single word can make a heart open.
I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is our fight song.
Take back our life song.
Prove we're alright
Song.
My power's turned on.
Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes.
'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep. Said I'm in too deep. Well, it's been 2 years and I miss my home, but there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe.
Yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight.
Can't you hear my voice this time?
This is our fight song. Take back my life song. Prove we're alright song.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song.
And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left.
It take a village to raise a child, prepare him to run a nation. We got some hard choices, but together we gonna make it. We living in history. America, take a bow. We about to show the world, yeah, women are equal now.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion.
Well,
Like how a single word
If it isn't the blowjob
make a
brothers.
heart open.
I may only have one match.
Napkin 12 just subscribed.
But I can make an explosion.
This is our fight song.
Hey.
Take back my life
Take back
song.
my life
Prove we're alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I still got a lot of fight left in me.
Go, Hillary.
It was a creed written into the founding documents that declared the destiny of a nation. Yes, we can. It was whispered by slaves and abolitionists as they blazed the trail toward freedom. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
It was sung.
It was sung by immigrants as they struck out the distant shores, pioneers who pushed westward against an unforgiving wilderness. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
It was the call of workers organized, women who reached for the ballots, a president who chose the moon as our new frontier,
And a king who took us to the mountaintop and pointed the way to the promised land.
Yes, we can to justice and equality.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can to opportunity and prosperity. Yes, we can to opportunity and prosperity. Yes, we can heal this nation.
Heal this nation.
Yes, we can repair this world.
Repair this world.
Yes, we can.
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 אנו יכולים.
Yes, we can.
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 Yes, well, yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. We know the battle ahead will be long. But always remember that no matter what obstacles stand in our way, nothing can stand in the way of the power of millions of voices calling for change.
We won't change. We won't change. We won't change.
We have been told we cannot do this by a chorus of cynics. They
They
will only grow louder.
and
more disciplined. We've been asked to pause for a reality check. We've been warned against offering the people of this nation false hope.
But in the
But in the
unlikely
unlikely
story that is America,
there's never been anything false about hope.
Won't change. It's all gonna
I
change.
want change. I want change.
The hopes of the little girl who goes to the public school in Dillon
Are the same as the dreams of boy who learns on the streets of LA.
We will remember that there's something happening in America.
That we are not as divided as our politics suggest. That we are one people. We are one nation. And together we will begin the next great chapter in the American story with three words that will ring from coast to coast, from sea to shining sea. Yes, we can. 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 Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try.
No hell below us.
Above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for the world. Imagine there's no countries, yeah. It isn't hard to do.
Nothing to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living for
today.
He may say that I'm a dreamer.
The Sriracha Ace
But
50 the
I'm
tier 1
not the
subscription.
Thank you,
only
Sriracha. I hope someday you will join us. And the world will live as one.
Imagine no possessions.
I wonder if you can. No need for greed and hunger. Brotherhood of man.
Sharing all the world. They say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
I hope someday you'll join us.
And the
world will live as one. That's a banger.
I have never been more hopeful about America. Not because I think I have all the
Alright, we're skipping. We have something important to do first. Dick's out, everybody. Dick's dead. I'll say it. Good. Do you condemn Hassan Piker? Nah, dude. He had my back today. he defended me today, bro. He said put some respect on his name. He called you a crusty? That just means... That's just what they say when you're more left on something. Yo, Chuck, thank you for the 9 months.
No more Oreos.
Wait, we need the disco light going. Hold on. Oh, it's muted. I muted at the drop. Silent disco. Yeah. Hell yeah. It'll make such a funny clip. Let's go. Acid, thank you for the gifted. I hope y'all are having a good day. I think it's going to be a good night. I'm very confident Zoran's going to win. And good. Good. We should be glad. I'm happy Zoran is going to win. Of course. Hello. You can hear the music now, you fucking liar. You can hear the music now. I pledge to the Zoran States of America? Yeah. But that's not why we're crab gaming, chat. We're crab gaming. Or crab dancing. We're crab dancing. Because Dick Cheney is dead, baby. Dick Cheney is fucking dead. Dick Cheney is in the dirt. Dick Cheney, the hard-charging conservative who became one of the most powerful and polarizing vice presidents in U.S. history and a leading advocate for the invasion of Iraq, has died.
Dick Cheney, one of the most...
He's dead. Too late and not painful enough. Okay? That's my opinion. I'm tired of these motherfuckers living a full life and dying these like old deaths, rich, surrounded by their families. Nah, that's not justice. That's not justice. But hey, I'm breathing and you're not, you fucking cretin. Eat shit.
Powerful and polarizing vice presidents in American history has died. He was known for being the leading advocate for the war in Iraq following the terror attacks of September 11th, 2001.
Joe, thanks, Zen.
Consistently defended the extraordinary...
I'm chilling. I don't know what they keep talking about me, but I ain't got nothing to do with that shit, actually. Like, it should be obvious to anybody if you ask them, like, how is he involved in this? Like, I've never mentioned VO ever. Like, ever. Never said a negative word about VO in my life. Not off stream, not on stream. I'm actually kind of a fan of VO. I think she's a very good friend and very friendly. It's a bummer that she's, like, so upset at me. I you know.
Tools of surveillance, detention, and inquisition.
That's all I'll say about it.
Employed in response to the attacks, his vice presidency was defined by the age of terrorism. For admirers, he kept the faith in a shaky time, resolute even as the nation turned against the war in Iraq. Born in Nebraska and raised in Wyoming, Cheney maintained a political career in Washington that spanned decades. He served under several administrations from Gerald Ford to Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody not know how evil this motherfucker was? Like, millions of deaths. Legit Salvage, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Most Luciferian chatter with the bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 500 bits. I appreciate that too.
Subscription to username.
Cheney served father and son presidents, leading the armed forces under President George H.W. Bush and as vice president under George W. Bush.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
He faced several health issues throughout his career, and having survived 5 heart attacks, had long thought he was
chilling.
Borrowed time.
Okay, yeah, honestly, we're not going to talk much about Dick Cheney because, like, fuck this guy, and I don't really need to spend, like, my night going over the mistakes and the horrors of American foreign policy. This man had 5 heart attacks, yes. If you needed more proof that God is not, in fact, real, and hell, unfortunately, especially on a day like today, unfortunately is not real either. There's no magic. There's no... You know what I mean? It's just here, right? So, yeah, he died in old age. The justice was never enacted that he deserved. But he's dead now, and we're not. So fuck that guy. And we can say it, and I hope people piss on his grave and maybe take a poop on it too. And I hope that poop soaks into the ground and then it goes into his mouth, his little fucking skeleton mouth. That's what I hope for him. Ooh, I know it's past Halloween. We're gonna get a little spooky today too, though. All right. Well, we're still anybody's still crab dancing. Are we crab dancing? Let's crab dance the American economy. This just in: $730 billion wiped out from the U.S. stock market today. I'm sure you guys were all feeling this very deeply, right? I'm sure I'm sure you're feeling that really hard. Super good and normal. Yeah, panic. Yeah, it's just, fuck. No, you're chilling. I mean, it's going to be fine. That's not even that much money, if you really think about it. Okay, but yeah, tonight, the main thing. Oh, wait, sorry. One more thing about Dick Cheney is this statement from Kamala Harris. I am saddened to learn of the passing of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Vice President Cheney was a devoted public servant. From the halls of Congress to many positions of leadership in multiple presidential administrations. His passing marks the loss of a figure who, with a strong sense of dedication, gave so much of his life to the country he loved. Doug and I are keeping Lynn, their daughters, Liz and Mary, and the entire Cheney family in our thoughts during this difficult time.
Just subscribed for 10 months.
Yo, Toxon, thank you for the 10 months. Did you see this? It's related. Oh, David Serrata killing it, as always. I am saddened to learn of the passing of former Emperor Sheev Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine was a devoted public servant. From the halls of the Imperial Senate to many positions of leadership in multiple imperial administrations, his passing marks the loss of a figure who, with a strong sense of dedication, gave so much of his life to the empire he loved. Yeah, that is like, it's literally word for word. I don't even know what to say about it. It's just exactly what she said. It's exactly what she said. I can't wait for Zoran to win. I've been missing brunch with the girlies. Well, you better fucking stay tuned in, dude, because tonight, oh man, we're going to brunch. We're going to brunch tonight, I promise. No, I'll just get a Trey Squirrel. You better, everybody stay tuned, because brunch is back on the fucking menu. Brunch is back on the menu. Midnight brunch, yeah. Okay, we are gonna cover Zoran and talk about it, and I'm honestly not gonna. I'm like memeing so hard right now. I'm memeing a little too hard. I'm kind of like leaning into the haters. They're feeding me. The haters are feeding me. I didn't realize I would have this. Does Hassan annoy you? No, I already know this is Hassan's take. It's not surprising at all. Of course, like, yeah, this is the electoral left. It's like I'm very comfortable in my position as the guy who asks you to please do more than fucking vote for 15 minutes of one day. Like, I understand voting is important. I'm not here shitting on voting. I'm not even here shitting on running for mayor or whatever. Like, I hope Zoran wins. We sat here on the stream and celebrated when he won the primary. Like, I have a complex analysis of, the strategy of electoralism and its path towards actually defeating capitalism. But of course, I would love for New York to have $30 minimum wage. I would love for New York to have free public buses. I would love for New York to what else is he? Have grocery stores that are affordable. Freeze their rent. Like, these are all good policies I support. Of course. Word on the street is you're telling people not to vote for Zoran because you're an anarchist who hates progress. No, this is true. I've been telling people to vote for Curtis Sliwa because he wears he wears the red what's that hat? He wears the red hat, and I haven't read Marx, but I think that's what Marx says is you should vote for the guy with the red hat. I haven't read it, but that's what I heard. That's how I is that correct? Or I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, wearing a cat tie and holding proverbs, Curtis Sliwa joins his wife to vote for him on the Protect Animals ballot line. The most powerful people in the world who sided against me, i.e. Trump, have made fun of the work that my wife Nancy and I and other animal lovers do. Yeah, this is how this dude showed up to vote. I'm sorry, that's awesome. He has a cat tie. That's so cool. Okay, also, I found this A24 documentary from 10 years ago about Curtis Sliwa.
What I remember about...
And I actually am kind of sad that we probably will never hear about him ever again after today. So let's just soak it in while we have it, okay? While we have it, let's just soak in a little Curtis Sliwa.
1981 was epitomized by the film with Kurt Russell, Escape from New York. Because if you had the wherewithal, you were getting the hell out of here as quick as you can.
What happens to a dreams deferred?
That's a custom tie. Each one of those cats is a real cat in Sliwa's apartment. Don't you worry, Fayin, because I have exclusive apartment tour with candidate Sliwa introducing all 17 of his cats. Okay, we're gonna get there.
Like a raisin in the sun? Or does it explode?
I just washed up on the Lower East Side, which is what people used to do. People didn't even know why they were here. Most of us didn't fit into our families, didn't fit into schools, didn't fit into our towns, and we just had to go. Most of the jobs that people like me would get were either working in massage places or working in whorehouses. I basically did that to make money to fund my artwork.
Before I came to New York
Okay, this is cool. This is like an actual little short documentary.
City, I was one of them church-going girls. My sister, she was healthy looking like me, and all of a sudden my sister started losing weight. I found out she was in the bathroom doing some crack. Oh, that's how you losing weight? So I was like, go get me some. And there was a lot of crime, a lot of violence that I wanted to get away from, so I said, I'm gonna open up a store and just sell fur coats. The typical middle-class people in the neighborhood didn't accept me because they knew about my street life, so I catered to all the underworld.
Organized crime and corruption, that was a big thing back then. Like I said, you mind your business, you did what you had to do, and nobody stood in your way.
People always trying to sell you stolen merchandise. Every day they come over, you know, you want to buy a radio, tires, a bumper. This was all day long, and they never stopped.
Back then, I had no dreams.
Yo, this is just like a New York in the 80s was basically just like Escape from New York, right? Like that's what this is.
Nightmares. Yeah, I was a night manager of Mickey D's in the Bronx. I had crime problems in the...
He was a night manager at McDonald's? That's sick. GTA 0.5. Wait, actually, that would be an awesome GTA. GTA 4 DLC 15 years later, or however long it's been.
The restaurant. I had to go over the counter and deal with them individually. I was getting rheumatism, arthritis from dialing 911. It was a joke. And instead I had...
He got arthritis from dialing 911 too often? That's awesome.
It's coming in trying to scam me for free food.
I'm stealing that line. I got rheumatoid arthritis from calling 911.
I liked the bleakness, because you could dream in that, you know? You could dream new things. The Lower East Side was like a marketplace. All the sidewalks were covered with blankets and people were selling things like broken light bulbs. You'd like stand there and going, America as a third world country.
The city of New York, the economic engine of the world, was on the cusp of going Chapter 11 bankrupt. All the services that we take for granted now were nil. They weren't there because they had to be cut back. It was lawless.
Violence was an everyday affair. Violence was something that every day you had to be in the lookout.
I was about 16. I had a friend of mine. He was 18. He worked on a milk truck. He asked me if I wanted to go to work with him. So he picks me up. We get in the truck. And there's a gun there. I said, "What are you doing with that?" He says, "Protection. Broomsticks cut down, crowbars. People carry things."
When people came to New York, you were immediately schooled by other people. So you knew how to avoid violence. But sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I had the workers in the back of the store. We're all working, right? And a customer comes in, and he's a major drug dealer.
Damn, fucking destroyed Noam Chomsky. The parliamentarian has entered the chat.
He goes out the store, and these guys attempt to kidnap him. And he refuses to go, and they beat him with pistols all in front of the store, you know? So the challenge is, what do you do at that moment? Do you call the police, or do you mind your business? And I chose to mind my business.
Good.
A week later, they attempted to kidnap me. And I was resisted, and they shot me in the back, and the bullets in the base of my neck. It was at this moment I decided, you know, you can't be in it and not of it.
Anarchy prevailed in the streets of New York City because the cops were not doing their job.
The cops, if you was Latin or you was American Negro and they saw you, you had a problem.
Citizens were forced to fend for themselves. So
I like that they're just like, yeah, this was a racist gang doing... This is a racist gang doing hate crimes. Like, they're just very explicit about this. Sorry, I'm trying to change my... I forgot I was live on YouTube again. And I gotta change the title, so I'm doing
reality. It was the people who finally decided enough is enough.
You guys in the red berets and the red jackets, you know, patrolling the neighborhood, hearing that they were taking back the streets and community. And so I finally realized, you know, it was time to do something, make a difference.
Even though the atmosphere was very violent and chaotic and dark and grim and, you know, there was this just incredible falling apart element that was in everyday life, there was also an incredible kind of positivity. There's something very important about being in a culture of authenticity.
Times keep on changing. But, you know, for those that grew up in those years, they were the good old times.
Was it tough? Yeah, it was tough. I refuse to give up. It's the challenge. I can't live without a challenge. I need oh yeah moments. Oh yeah? You think you're gonna get away?
Did Brett film this? No.
That's the kind of moments that I fight. I fight hard against, you know?
People from all over the world.
Okay, this video needed way more Sliwa.
Attracted to New York City because it's got the best of the best and the worst of the worst.
My Uncle Herman used to say, New York, New York.
Got the
so
best.
bad, they had to name it twice.
Yeah. Yeah, that video was not enough about Curtis Sliwa. I'm not gonna lie. They baited me with the thumbnail. They baited me. Wait, this one's by him? No, we're not spending that much time on it. Okay, let's just do this apartment tour from freedomnews.tv and let's meet his 17 cats, okay? This video is more recent. Well, it's from 4 years ago. So I don't know how many cats he has now, but this is 4 years ago.
Welcome to the
same beret.
Sliwa household. It's not very big, but it's comfy.
Also, dude, I need to see everything in this house, bro. What?
My consultant said you don't want to let people know that you have 17 cats. Then they'll think you're crazy. And some people have told me that. And I say, great. You say crazy, I say eccentric. But in reality, it's taking care of furry little creatures that would have been executed at taxpayers' expense. Think about it.
Aw, furry little creatures, dude. Wait.
That we're executing our furry little.
This makes me almost forget that he wants to murder every migrant in the city of New York. Oh my God.
Friends and family members. Compassion is really the key. We've had a mayor, de Blasio, who claims he's compassionate and that he's a progressive. And as a result of his inactions, we see not only animals being slaughtered who could live a good life, but the emotionally disturbed who are everywhere. He had a program, Thrive, took $1.25 billion over 5 years. It was supposed to deal with the emotionally disturbed. He never does. And then the homeless, situation which is growing in leaps and bounds. People don't understand who they are and where they're from, and they get vilified.
Hi, everyone.
Who is this guy? I like him. I could have a beer with this guy. I don't know if you could. Yeah. I don't know if he drinks.
I was introduced into this lifestyle by my wife, Nancy.
Dude, his cats do not look like they're in good shape. And I can't tell if it's because he's very compassionate and so he keeps like adopting cats with health issues, or if he's like making them that way. Or if it's like something contagious that living in a small apartment with 17 other cats is exacerbating.
Nancy, who was living the life.
The majority of the cats we have indoors here,
Aww.
maybe 2 that are outdoor rescues, but everyone else is on the kill list. And those are the cats that are in the shelters, and they're considered unadoptable, but they won't even give the opportunity to adopt them out to the public. So you have to be an approved rescue group to do that, which is kind of crazy because they're limiting the opportunity to do that, and they're very quick to classify them as unadoptable when so many of them are adoptable.
Yeah, most of them do look fine.
I'd rather, even if they're older, that they live out their last days here rather than just like be sitting in a cage and then be, I don't know, just euthanized by some no-name.
And that's sweet. Rescue cats if you can, chat. I mean, yeah, it's rewarding. It's like, you know, it's sweet. You gotta have a little furry friend around for a little bit.
Vet or something. I don't know, just it's kind of freaky to me to think about that.
Over 1,000 people responded on social networking.
Oh, this guy's wobbly.
It's like the gremlin Gizmo. So that became her name. But again, she was in real bad shape when Nancy rescued her. She had a fungus all over her face and her butt.
You think he'd wear the beret in office? What, are you kidding me? What, are you kidding me? If he was in charge of the NYPD, he would have 6 officers defending the beret. Only the beret.
Body, She was not able to.
I adopted a 19-year-old cat. Wow. Holy Jay. That is a really old cat.
Really eat. So Nancy was able to nurse her back to the point now where she's pretty functional. There's a form of compassion that is devoid in our city, for the most part. Definitely in the politics of the city. It doesn't matter, Democrats or Republicans. They don't exude compassion in any way. So I've always believed that a society that does not take care of its animals will not take care of its people. Voila! Look at how we treat the emotionally disturbed and the homeless. We have to care for the animals, because animals are our equals. They're our furry little friends. They're our family members. And it's the one of the few things that I've seen that actually crosses the divisive line in politics. You'll see Trump lovers.
Half expected all his cats to be wearing berets too.
Biden lovers, independents. The moment you mention animal welfare, no-kill shelters, they let their guard down. And they actually are in harmony. There's one issue that brings them together. My opponent in the Republican primary spent $2 million telling everybody I was not a Republican, which is true. So didn't matter. 70% of the Republicans voted for me. So that defies political logic.
Wait, he's not a Republican? What is he? Dude, New York's politics are awesome. It's like Zoran's winning the Democratic primary. Andrew Cuomo's running as an independent. Curtis Lewa's running as a Republican, not a Republican.
And it's issues like this. You talk about compassion that unites people, whereas almost everything else divides people. This is a 328 square foot apartment. I know that the world's richest man recently, Elon Musk, said, oh, I've given up all my properties. I live in a 350 square foot apartment in Texas. I said, well, welcome to the club. You got to learn to do more with less, because there are too many people taking up too much space in the world. And then we wonder why there's no room for the homeless and those who are at least entitled to shelter. So we got to learn to do more with less. And you can't just say it. You have to be an example of it, because we have too many people who are fake, phony, fraudulent fugazis. I'm comfortable. My wife Nancy's comfortable. And the most important thing is the cats are comfortable. You know, they're living.
Dude, he is so.
A really good life, and they'll have a.
He is so interesting.
The rest of their life, as long as that is.
What's a fugazi? I think that's like fake, right?
Tuesday.
It's been so funny watching all the right-wingers interview him on Rise's stream, asking him, will you please drop out? Yeah, no, that is funny. Okay, wait, before we go, we're gonna obviously continue covering this all night long. I think polls did they just close like right now, or are they closing in an hour? Chat. I don't know. I made this meme of him earlier. In an hour. Okay. So polls close in an hour. We'll be checking, we'll be looking, we'll be checking them out. But I did just want to give you guys like so I forgot to do my updates because we jumped right into the Dick Cheney crab dance stuff. But I forgot to give you my updates on my life. And the last 3 days have been non-fucking stop, dude. They have been non-stop the last 3 days, which has been really cool, really good. So on Saturday, I did like a mass training for ICE defense with educators in Kansas City. We had like 200 teachers, principals from like so many different parts of Kansas City. Like I think we had like half of the entire district of Kansas City Public Schools and half of the district of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools represented. It was really, really, really amazing. Also, shout out Lefty J, who is also a part of that organizing team in the chat. That was, yeah, it was really cool to work with Jay on this as well. Chatters coming together, making fucking good shit happen. And then on Sunday, I spent the entire day working with Casey Tenants again. So the training on Saturday was with Casey Tenants, but on Sunday I worked with Casey Tenants on their We Feed Us free grocery program. And friend of the show, Elise Joshi wrote a really, really great Substack that I really enjoyed reading, and I think you should also, you would also enjoy to read it. So we're going to read it together. And I highly recommend you go and subscribe to Elise's Substack. Elise is a reporter with More Perfect Union, former executive director of Gen Z, friend of Sean also. So, yeah, Elise is a huge, big W. And I met her recently, and she's really cool, really cool. And she wrote this article about the Casey Tenants We Feed Us program. So I can give you a little bit more insight that I haven't talked about. These tenants are following the Black Panther playbook. More of this, please. It's not simply mutual aid. It's a strategy to build power and win. This is the part that I think people are missing. If you're not involved in an organization, if you don't understand, you might think that Casey, like these free grocery programs or the mutual aid that is like necessary to counter the SNAP programs right now, are just like mutual aid, and it's like it's not building towards something. And I can't tell you how wrong you are. I cannot explain to you how misguided and wrong you actually are. And Elise explains it really well here. 42 million Americans, including 80,000 households in Kansas City, lost their SNAP benefits on November 1st. While the Trump administration withholds $5 billion in SNAP funds, the Kansas City Tenant Union, Casey Tenants, is stepping up to fill the gap. Yesterday, Casey Tenants launched their free grocery program, handing out fresh and local food to 1,000 tenants in the city. I had the honor of reporting on this new program for More Perfect Union, video out soon. I was beaming watching the footage. Kids helping take boxes out of trucks, an elderly tenant organizer laughing as she shows the camera a gigantic sweet potato, and tenant organizers recruiting someone receiving groceries to a tenant union meeting in less than 2 minutes. This is the Black Panther playbook. From the words of Huey Newton, we must gain the support of the people through servicing their needs. Chris Smalls, who led the first successful unionization of an Amazon warehouse in 2022, organized through food as well, stating, "We had over 20-some barbecues, giving out food every single week, every single day, whether it was pizza, chicken, pasta." This is really well documented in the documentary film Union, by the way, which if you haven't seen, you should definitely find a way to see it.
I'm sorry.
Mark's Kami, thank you for the Prime. Check out Union. It's a really, really incredible film that went way too slept on last year. And it really, really should give you the respect that Chris Smalls deserves if you don't have that already. Casey Tenants is doing the same, feeding people and recruiting them into a larger political project. As one Casey Tenants organizer put it on Sunday, we have groceries in our boxes to not only feed your belly, but to feed your mind. While a weekly grocery program cannot replace SNAP, which provides 9 times as many meals as food banks, these survival programs do serve 2 crucial purposes. 1, remind the community that the state is not prioritizing the needs of working, marginalized people. And 2, embed the vanguard, in this case Casey Tenants, within the community, and, as Huey Newton states, when the police or any other agency of repression tries to destroy the program, the people will move to a higher level of consciousness and action. Sunday's grocery program exemplified both purposes. One of many ways Casey Tenants is building trust with the community. When I visited Kansas City last month for the Tenant Union Federation convention, a common phrase you'd hear the tenants say when people shared their experience living with unaddressed mold, skyrocketing rent, or abusive landlords was, "We got your back." And they do. One young tenant on rent strike in Raytown, Missouri, 15 minutes outside Kansas City, said in a speech, "I was always exhausted, but ever since I joined the tenant union, I feel like I belong somewhere, and I feel unstoppable." This is Elijah. I teared up in the back row of the convention, listening to him say this while his comrades cheered him on. "We got your back" isn't a slogan. It's a commitment. This is the power of the tenant union. empowering people from all walks of life through building community and engaging in collective, effective, proven tactics. Of course, Kansas City Tenants is not the only organization doing this work. Bozeman Tenant Union also launched a free grocery program. LA Tenant Union and mutual aid groups distributed free masks and supplies to residents after the Eaton and Palisades fires. The list goes on. This is what we need to scale, not just to win concessions from profit-driven, bought-out politicians, but also redirect power back in the hands of the many. To support KC Tenant's free grocery program, please Venmo at KC Tenant. We also have !donate in the chat, which has been permanently locked on KC Tenant's mutual aid fund because everything we talk about has been, has been plugging that. So, yeah, Mask Block is also really amazing. They're an LA branch, right? That's the LA. Or maybe there's just, oh no, it's like a national thing. But yeah, I've worked with Mask Block LA. She got the spirit of what you talk about. It's like literally, it's the action. It's the action. Like, this is what I was doing on Sunday, you know? Like, this is the thing. This is the thing I'm trying to get us all to invest in. Because as good as it may feel tonight with Zoran's W and like, you know, like that is one day. Like, I really actually agree with Zoran here. Like, Zoran put out this video today, and I really agree with this. Like, did Zoran win? Polls are open for another 52 minutes, but I'm very confident.
So my question for Get Out the Vote.
Here, let's watch this. This is I actually 100% agree with this. I have nothing to say about this.
Today is for my leftist friends who think that voting and participating in electoral politics, even on the local level, is a waste of time. Why is it important? And that have said, oh, we can't do anything because you got to work with the Albany. What do you say to those people that we're trying to convince today that it is worth it to them to go out and vote in this election?
So I think the key would be that we're not asking everyone to become an electoralist. We're not asking everyone to say that the only way to change the city that we love is through the ballot box. What we are saying is this is 5, 10, 15 minutes of your time. This is one way to bring that future forward. And this is one way to actually tangibly cast your vote in support of a vision of a city that belongs to all of us. And then you can do all of the other organizing that is so critical to winning that future, whether you're organizing tenants, whether you're on the front lines of immigration advocacy, whatever it may be. We need every single way to win the future that we deserve.
Right.
I agree. I have no notes. He's right. This is one fucking day. And that's like I agree with this. 100%. Veermeyer, thank you for the 19 months.
Oreos.
Why not the like both? I agree. I agree. It is. It's like, if you don't vote, you're dumb. Like, I never have ever advocated not voting. It takes so little time and takes so little energy compared to the work that we actually need to do. Of course you can fucking vote. And if you live in New York, obviously you should fucking vote for Zoran. If you live in New York and you're in this chat and you haven't voted for Zoran, get your ass out of your house right now and go vote for Zoran. Like, what the fuck are you doing? But my problem is, and I think a lot of the hesitation and the tension that I hold with the larger space is that this is the only fucking thing they talk about, bro. There is no other praxis. There is nothing else that is discussed on this platform by the leading leftist voices except for Democratic fucking policy. Except for voting for Democrats, and getting excited about a politician. Like, that's literally it. And I agree with Zoran. Go vote that one day, and it's important. And we have covered this election. We've covered this campaign from the very beginning till today, and we're gonna continue to cover it. But this is one thing. And also, most of us don't live in New York, so this is irrelevant to 95, at least 98 even % of any of our audiences. So if you don't live in New York, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Do you know what I mean? No, we have to actually build real power everywhere, no matter where you are. No matter where you are. you know? And yeah, support good candidates. Support good candidates. Zoran is obviously a good candidate and the only candidate worth voting for in this, but voting is this. And what we need is this. Like, that's the only thing I've ever tried to say about this, is that electoralism is like this much work. It's this much work. And we need constant power building. We need constant organizing. Like, it needs to be your part-time job. Period. You know? Like, period. We're living under fascism. We have no time to waste. You know? It's just like you can't just like count on somebody coming and saving you. You know? NP Sharky, thank you for the 10 gifted. Appreciate that.
NP
I appreciate that.
10 subscriptions to the community.
Yeah, we literally do not have the privilege to do anything anymore. Yeah, to do nothing anymore. A lot of people, that's true. A lot of other people are sitting very comfortably in that privilege. You know what I mean? A lot of people are sitting very comfortably in that privilege, and they're not using the privilege to do that thing. They're instead sitting very comfortably in that and not doing something about it, you know? I don't know. We're going to have this conversation 100 times tonight, I'm sure. But like, yeah, of course, we should support Zoran. We should also be critical of Zoran. Our goals are not, like, we need to keep in your mind, our goals as like socialists, our goals as like leftists are not to capture offices. Our goals are to improve the lives of the working class, point out contradictions in capitalism, and eventually build a vanguard party that can topple capitalism. Like, that's our goal. Okay? Our goal is not, like, Zoran getting elected is not anywhere in the end of, like, it's not anywhere close to the end of our project. Right? And there's many cases in which Zoran's, like, political development could actually end up hindering our project, but that's yet to be seen. I'm not anywhere near saying that yet. Although I have said it I've seen it happen in LA many, many times with DSA candidates. Right? And I do have much larger criticisms of DSA's inability to hold anyone that they get elected accountable. And it doesn't seem like Zoran's going to be different there. So really what we're kind of doing here is we're fucking flipping a coin into a pool and we're making a wish. Like, without the tools to be able to reel somebody in and hold them accountable, we're just throwing a good organizer who's got a good soul and a good heart into a pack of fucking tigers, into the lion's den, and hoping that it'll work out for us. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's just that's it. That's my take. Anyway, let me finish up. So Sunday I did that. I did the food program, and we're building power, distributing groceries, and just like, you know, demonstrating collective care with each other and presence and radical care. And then Monday, yesterday night, I had an incredible screening. We were at Stray Cat Cinema in Kansas City with Monir. I got to meet Monir for the first time. It was freaking awesome, dude. We had a really good turnout. There's a bunch of old people there, which was really cool. Partnered with PSL and the Kansas Green Party and Peaceworks, which is like an anti-nuclear, anti-war organization. And then, yeah, I was like mainly organized for me was with the ceasefire team. Which is a working group inside of KC Tenants, you know? So I organize for Palestine within my tenant union. And that's fucking sick. That's fucking sick, you know? Monir is the sweetest person confirmed. Why are you anti-nuclear power? Did I say that? I did not say that. I said anti-war and like nuclear bombs. These people, there's like a massive nuke company in Kansas City, I don't even remember the name of the company, but there's like a few big weapons manufacturers in Kansas City nearby. Yeah, Honeywell. Yeah, that that organization specifically organizes around. So, House of Dynamite review. Thank you, Becca. Okay, yeah, we can do that too. Let's do a House of Dynamite review before results start coming in. Okay, 1 in the chat if you know what House of Dynamite is, just so I know. And then 2 in the chat if you've seen the movie, just so I know. 2 in the chat if you've seen the movie. Okay. So, no. I'll give a good like spoiler-free review. Okay. What's the movie? It's called The House of Dynamite. A House of Dynamite. So, A House of Dynamite is on Netflix now. It's a new feature-length film by Catherine Bigelow. Do you know who Catherine Bigelow is? So she directed Zero Dark 30. She directed she's just basically been doing like military propaganda for the last decade. Like she had some interesting movies earlier in her career. For sure. But she's really just like, The Hurt Locker. Yeah, Point Break is a masterpiece. I love Point Break. So her last 3 films were the Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, Detroit, which did I even see this? I don't even know what that is. What is this? Oh, it's about a fucking race riot. I'm sure that's good. Anyway, A House of Dynamite. So damn, it's getting eaten up in the Google reviews. 11,000 ratings, and it's sitting at a 1.6. That's fucking wild. Okay, so this movie, the topic of this movie is essentially like a nuclear bomb it's basically like inside of a bunch of different parts of the United States government. When a nuclear bomb unannounced is fired towards the United States mainland. And so it's like people panicking and like trying to navigate this. And is it actually bad? Is it getting review bombed? It's actually bad. Yeah. No, it is actually bad. Especially because like, okay, long heads in the chat or old heads in the chat will know. If you've been here for a long time, we watched Peter Watkins' The War Games. So it's War Games, but not as good. Yeah. Oh, a little baby F. Should be back. It's War Games, but not as good. And Doctor Strangelove, but not as good. Like, not anywhere nearly as good. It tries to do both of those things, and it sucks. It sucks at it. And there's many reasons that it sucks at it. With Matthew Broderick? No. It's called The War Game. It's a 1966 pseudo-documentary by Peter Watkins. We watched it on stream before. So it's like it depicts the days, weeks, and months after a nuclear bomb hits London. And it came out in the 1960s. It was like paid for by BBC, but they like refused to show it because it would be so horrifying to the public that they were like, no, we can't show that. Who the fuck tries to outdo Doctor Strangelove? I mean, it's not trying to be Doctor Strangelove. Like, it has no sense of humor, really. It has, like, I don't know. Also, like, without doing spoilers, it has one of the worst structural editing choices I have ever seen in any movie. I'm not gonna lie, this could have been a kind of fun thriller. Like, the first third of this movie, I actually was, like, very into it. The first third of the movie, I was, like, genuinely super into it. And then something happens structurally, and I fucking hated it after that. It just like, so I don't know. I guess I'll give you a little bit of spoilers. Essentially, it shows you like 20 minutes, like the same 20 minutes, like from the launch of the missile to its impact, like 3 times from start to beginning, or from start to end. So like a third of the way through the movie, you're like very much watching this film and very interested in it. And then it like, there's like, you know, the impact of the nuke. And then it just cuts and to a different thing, like a different group of people. And you watch that same 20 minutes happen again. And so all of the suspense is gone. You already know what's going to happen. Like, it's just so bad. It's actually so bad. I hated that part of it. It also just like says nothing, and it's so cowardly. It's so cowardly in so many ways. Like, it's not even just like lazy. It actually is cowardly. It refuses to say anything at all. It's like, who shot the nuke? Don't know. They really point the finger hard at North Korea, but there's no, they're like, we're not saying. It's like, that's okay. So you've removed it from any kind of geopolitical relevance. And then, okay, another small spoiler. Idris Elba is the president. And so it's like, okay, so you've removed this from any kind of like political relevance to America. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay, but like, it just, it makes it so that I'm not watching a movie about the country we're living in. Do you know what I mean? Like, why am I watching a movie about a competent government, like, operating in the ideal way when I know that this is not the world I live in? Like, you're actually, by pulling that punch, you are doing a service to the current administration. This is my perspective on Civil War and Eddington, films with no statement, but interesting vibes. I agree with you about Eddington. I actually don't agree with you about Civil War. I kind of thought Civil War was like, I thought Civil War was a pretty political film. It was anti-war in a way that I kind of disagree with, because some wars are worth fighting. And it tried to do, I feel like my critique of Civil War was that it tried to be like, oh, well, like both sides are bad and like, you know, war is bad. But like, no, there are some things worth dying for. There are some things worth fighting for. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Didn't you just say the director has been doing U.S. military propaganda for over a decade? Yeah. Yeah. But I did like, in Civil War, like maybe, and I know a lot of people had criticisms of Civil War, but for me personally, like as like somebody who's had a camera, has been a protest documentarian for well over a decade, like, there were some scenes in that movie that like shook me to my core in a way that most movies do not. Like the scene of the protest being bombed by the suicide bomber, like that actually fucked me up for days. It was actually so shocking. And I mean, I don't know. I actually kind of did like what it's like, its focus on the media. People were upset that it like basically the movie hates the media and like treats them as vultures, but if the shoe fits, you know what I mean? If the fucking shoe fits, you know what I mean? Yeah, also it is kind of weird because like Civil War depicts war like we're living in fucking World War II. It's like tanks rolling into DC and like, I don't know. There was like not enough like air domination and drone striking and shit, which is exactly, I think that's how it would actually work. You didn't really learn anything about the underground networks of care or the underground like armies or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, it was Civil War was certainly not perfect. I didn't love it, but I did like it more than most people did. A crazy part of her work being still propaganda, but she's fought with the State Department over most of her scripts and has had to shoot a lot of her films without the support of the U.S. government and use other access to military gear. Bro, why would you ever ask the United States military for approval on your movie about the United States military? You know? I love the screenshot Twitch has for you right now. Title, Libbed up, pic, smile shrugging. True. Tons of people do. I know, but you are making propaganda at that point. You're making propaganda at that point, you know? Okay, I think we're ready. We can get back into Zoran talk. Let's start here. Let's start here with the better Cuomo. And not much better at that, okay? Not much better at that. Cuomo's calling us out. He's calling us out. The extreme left, all right? Protect yourselves, chat. You might get cut here.
You're killing.
I want to highlight that Hashmi, the newly elected lieutenant governor in Virginia, is the first Muslim woman to be elected to statewide office anywhere in the U.S. She's pro-Palestine and got a ton of shit for it, and has terrible, as CIA Spamberg. Wait, what? And as terrible as CIA Spamberg is, having Hashmi in office is a very good thing. W. Ghazala Hashmi. Nice. Cool.
Your party. You're killing your party. And
wait, he's talking about the Democrats? We're killing them? Nobody fucking told me?
You're killing your party. You're killing your party.
Wait, what? How come you guys didn't tell me this?
And look, I hope it works out for you. I hope you guys splinter off and become, you know, whatever you really are. Because you're not a capitalist and you're not a Democrat.
No notes. Yeah. I mean, he's not wrong.
And, you know, you could say, well, what do you know? I was raised by a real one. I was raised by a real one. Go ahead and criticize Mario Cuomo. What's going to be your biggest insult? That he spawned me and Andrew? Is that going to be the best you have? Because you ain't shit compared to him. Not in terms of intelligence, not in terms of success, not in terms of pedigree, not in...
Who? Mario Cuomo. Mario Cuomo. You never took in the Mario Cuomo bridge?
In terms of philosophy, not in terms of mission, not in terms of eloquence, not in terms of charisma, not in terms of anything. Certainly not electability. You are killing your party because you are not a real one. Because you're doing what's good for you in a vacuum with your little social media following. You're no different than a pod bro. And you're killing.
A pod bro? He says into his shirt SM7B, posting on his podcast onto the internet.
Your party. And Democrats better wake the fuck up and realize that you're better than this. Be with the 80, not the 20. Okay?
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? What is the 80-20 topic that you're talking about? Oh, of course. Even Cuomo's had enough of the far left takeover. Yeah, dude, we're the ones killing your party. That's right. We're the ones killing your party. Hey, if only there was a way. Fuck, if only there was like a way that we could like ask all of the people who live in an area to like come to a place and like maybe they would like fill in a bubble or something to like indicate how they want the politics to go. You know, oh, fuck, man. I feel like there's a word for this. Oh yeah, it's called a primary. Oh yeah, that's right. And your brother lost that primary. Huh. Wait, that's weird. Does he know that? Does he know that? Does he know that his brother's not running as a Democrat? Weird. That's so weird. I don't know. You're gonna love this. I'm fired up AF. I've been phone banking all fucking day. I don't have time for that loser. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Have you guys heard about this? Some thoughts on Dick Cheney and his legacy from the man who executed Dick Cheney's orders.
Hey everyone, Graham Plattner here. Usually when a former vice president passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple of days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy, but the only legacy that we have to remember is that he wasted thousands of young American lives, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take...
Bro, you're the one who did that, though. Wait, you're the guy who did that, though. You're the one. You were the, like. He was the hand pulling the trigger, but you were the gun.
Absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq, accountable and get them out of office.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't care. I'm just kidding. I'm libbed up tonight. I'm libbed the fuck up tonight. All right? I do care. I'm just kidding. I do care. I do care.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my vice song.
We can vote our way to socialism.
Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
That's right. That's right. I can cover up my Nazi tattoo. What have you done this week, okay? I sat and I got a painful tattoo over my Totenkopf. What have you done? What have you done? All right, moving on.
That's the OJ Brown day. Actually.
Dude, what in the fuck is this video? I'm gonna miss this campaign. When this is over, like, I think we're all gonna miss this.
That's the OJ Brown day. Actually, it's not the OJ Brown. And if you look closer, you will see the black and gold stripe on the side. That clearly distinguishes it from the OJ Brown.
Yeah, I see that.
You would also
yeah, I see that.
notice a different color interior. So
Important.
while not the
Two things you cannot change. If you didn't know this, you can't paint cars and you can't change the interior of cars. It's like just some magic stuff, car stuff. It's just car stuff.
OJ Brown. That's the OJ Brown.
Notice the license plate. Oh yeah, the KMS license plate. The KMS license plate. That's a custom, bro. That's a custom. He's giving us a threat or a promise. Depends on how you look at it. Depends on how you look at it. Who's gonna tell Exhibit? Who's that? Wait, are you saying that he pimped OJ's ride? Chat, we're gonna miss this, man. New York is freaking losing their minds. And then Zoran's gonna win and it's just gonna be boring again. And then it's just gonna be not fun anymore. We won't get any of these fun videos from these weirdos. Like Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa.
You want a sticker?
And this girl, Lizzie Savetsky.
Yeah, I have a question. Why do you guys like crime so much?
Because it's awesome. Next question.
You don't like
You don't? No? So
No.
how do you feel about the NYPD? Yeah, good. No? You like crime? You like radical Islam? You like terrorism? defund the NYPD? No. Oh, you don't? You know that Zoran has tweeted multiple times about defunding the police. You want to defund the NYPD? I do. Yeah?
Queen! Queen! We bow to her. We bow to her. Do you want to defund the NYPD? Yeah, I do. Simple fucking as, okay? Simple fucking as. And listen to how mad, listen to how angry it makes this lady, okay? She goes full Tim Robinson here. Check this out.
On the NYPD? I do. Yeah, you do? That's good. I'm so glad to hear that you hate this city.
I'm so glad to hear that you hate this city!
Are you saving New York City from socialism?
Oh.
Who's gonna bankrupt this city? Good luck.
Dude, I love that everybody's like, fuck off, lady.
You too. Have a fabulous day.
Fuck off. I'm so glad to hear that you hate this city!
I'm so glad to hear that you hate this city.
Dude, it's literally Tim Robinson delivery. It's actually Tim Robinson delivery. When Sliwa got shot in the 80s, whenever he lied and said it was cops, so I kind of liked him for that, and the cats. True. True. All right, here, we can actually live out to this. This is pretty cool.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election? How you guys doing? Do you guys want to talk about the election for a minute? How you doing, boss? How's it going, sir? Excuse me, ma'am. How you doing, boss? Why is it that you don't feel as confident today about Democratic candidates?
Honestly, I lost faith.
It felt like I was just choosing the greater of two evils, and whatever was going to happen was going to happen.
Okay. You're correct. You are correct.
How you doing, boss?
Walter.
Walter, nice to meet you. Walter, did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday?
I didn't vote. I call all my African people to vote for
Thank you, my brother.
Because I know with you, New York City will change.
Thank you, my brother.
I support you.
1 year ago, we were here talking to New Yorkers after Donald Trump won the presidential election. Did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday, Devin?
I did, yes.
And who did you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Trump.
The million-dollar question. Trump.
Honestly, I didn't vote.
Actually, I did not get a chance to vote.
But I didn't want to anyways.
What we're finding today.
I mean, it's also like New York. Kamala won New York, obviously. So what I said to my phone bankers earlier, thank you everyone who showed up today. It's important. No one wants to get hung up on by people who don't know who you are. People love to show up for the fun things. They don't want to show up for the hard things. Thank you for those who continue to put in the work with me. We'll continue to put pressure on whoever gets elected. See you all next Monday and Tuesday. W.
Exactly where we were doing, man. There are far more people excited about the possibility of politics in this city on the same street, where last year there were very few who were looking to have that conversation. How you going, boss?
How's it going, You got my vote.
How you doing?
Yes, let's go for him. Yes. Oh, vote for this guy. You are the best, bro.
Thank you, bro. How are you? It's time for a change. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, man. Oh, thank you, my brother.
Just got my citizenship.
Hey, congratulations!
For you.
Congratulations!
Thank you
That's
very much.
amazing.
You're a game changer.
Thank you, my
very
brother.
much.
This does make me feel liberals. It should. It should. There's power in this, like, in doing this, right? There's power in giving people hope. Okay? That doesn't mean that he's perfect. That doesn't mean that his strategy is going to lead us towards anywhere better than where we are now. You know, but there is power in this, and it's not something like the platform of elections is not something that should be ignored by the left. That's never been what I've advocated for. I've been saying here, my only note on this video is like, I want to hear him say to this woman who's like, yeah, like, you know, I'm just choosing between two evils and I have no impact on what's actually going to happen. Like, he should say, you're right. The capitalist class owns both parties. And it's almost impossible for us to imagine a situation in which we're doing, like, in which we as working people have power. Like, I you know what I mean? Like, where I stray from Zoran is not very many places, but it's in his where he aligns himself with the Democratic Party, and where he talks about wanting to revive the Democratic Party or welcome people back into the Democratic Party or being a future for the Democratic Party. I ain't on board with that. I want the Democratic Party to die. I want them to be in the dustbin of history. They need to be fucking thrown away and replaced, okay? And we as leftists need this as, like, we need this as a goal. And it needs to be very clear. We are not going to work within the capitalist political structure. We're going to build our own working class party. And you can use the Democratic primary. You can use the Democratic Party line to have that platform. But the entire time, you need to be building our platform. You need to be building our party, not their party. And I think a lot of times Zoran chooses to build the Democratic Party at the expense of the DSA or a socialist party. And so that's where I disagree a lot of the times. And I feel genuinely, I feel kind of the same way about NYPD. I feel kind of the same way about Zionism. I think on all three of these things, the Democratic Party, NYPD, and Zionism, Zoran has failed to identify them as enemies to his political project, failed to have any kind of attack towards those forces, and I think it's going to bite him in the ass. I think the kind of triangulation that he's trying to do between all of these forces and cozying up to all of them is not going to work. And his own words of apologies towards the NYPD for calling them racist, and his own words of capitulating towards the existence of Israel and all this shit, like it's all going to come back to bite him because these are his political enemies, and that's never going to change. That's never going to change.
Amazing. You're a game changer.
Thank you, my brother.
Do you think he could or would shift after the election? I think you need to expect that he will, and it's not going to be towards us, Jasper. It's not going to be towards us. We lose almost all of our leverage in 16 minutes. The left loses almost all of their leverage in about 16 minutes from now. It's over. We have no leverage. Like, this is when we should have been holding his ass to the flame.
My Bishop first. I voted for him yesterday.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Yeah, this is the mayor, the next mayor.
What we heard from them then was that they were tired of a Democratic Party that thought too little of working class people across this country to offer them an affirmative vision. Why did you not vote?
Because I don't believe in the system anymore.
How you doing, brother? Good to see.
I won't even say that. I'm not doomer. We are libbed up tonight. We are rooting for Zoran. I hope he wins. I'm not saying he's AOC 2.0, but I think not enough was learned from the political project that is AOC, and not enough infrastructure exists to be able to hold somebody who's the mayor of New York City accountable in any meaningful way. Nor does it really seem like NYC DSA is going to be even interested in doing that. Like, to be honest, they've put out a lot of statements that are like, we're gonna, like, no matter what, we got his back. And that's the exact wrong way to look at any of this. That's the exact wrong way. Like, no.
Did you believe in it at one point?
Yes.
And what caused you to lose faith?
Just the way things been going now. It's hard on people now.
Yo, let's go.
How you doing, man?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We are praying God, make it people expect to you. I hope you help us.
I've been watching you.
Can I ask what institutions would be able to hold him accountable post-election? Great question. Labor unions, like building actual worker power that could go on strike. And this is the other thing, is that by building institutions that can hold politicians accountable, you don't actually need to elect. Like, we can do that. We could hold anyone accountable. Like, you understand that if we had tenant unions in every apartment building in this country, and we had the capacity to be able to go on strike and take down Blackwater or like Blackstone, or what are those yeah, you know what I mean? Those big investment companies, BlackRock, thank you. BlackRock. Blackstone is the property one. Well, yeah, maybe that's the one I'm talking about then. Like, if you can take down these big companies with, like, by going on rent strike and shit like that, like, we could bring Trump to our needs, or to his knees. Do you understand? Like, building working class power and getting people organized in a way to wield that power, the power that we already hold, because we are the value, we are the thing that creates the value in society, right? So if we realize that, and we organized and we used it, like, it doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter. We could bring Trump to his knees, like a general strike, or like even just like concentrated like political action in very, very like strategic and pointed ways, by using our money and using our labor and the withholding of both. Like, you can actually build that, and it can actually like win, you know? And it doesn't matter who's in office. They'll all fall. They'll all be begging you for your demands, you know? Shoot, yeah, I got you. It just takes a pretty intricate network to keep them all in line with each other on the big decisions. Who's they? Keep them. What do you mean? The unions. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, we need organization. Like, that's what I'm saying, is that we have to build this, we have to build organization. We need to build socialist parties that have significant membership and rank and file of a lot of the big unions, and we can leverage this to push a party line inside of the unions. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it requires a lot of organizing, and that's why we can't be wasting our time like dreaming about mayoral races in cities we don't live in. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm so frustrated with this being the center of anti-fascism right now. Or I guess on the online left, right? On the online left, Zoran has been mentioned 1,000 times more than rapid response. You know? And I think that's a flaw. I think that's a flaw, and I think that's a strategic error, and I think we're paying the price. We're paying the price for it. And that doesn't mean I don't support Zoran. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to keep giving these fucking, you know, disclaimers. Vote for Zoran if you live in New York City, obviously. But, like, this is not the thing that's going to free us. Nobody's coming to save you. Until we actually build working class power and wield it, like, it doesn't really, like, this stuff is kind of just, we're not really addressing the core of the issue, right? And it is like, listen, right? It's like, what do we want? And I genuinely think that this is a really important question to ask and for people to answer. Like, what do you want? Do you want to do incremental reforms to capitalism forever and ever until we die? Or do we want revolution? Do we want to actually build the working class up to the point where we can claim our futures for ourselves and end capitalism in America, end global imperialism? Like, they're not the same path. You know what I mean? They're not. And I'm always more on the revolution side. And I don't think that in a lot of ways the strategy that is being employed here is building towards a revolution. I think it's building towards reform. And in many ways, reform strengthens capitalism. A lot of the time, right? It strengthens the political structures that allow this system to exist, like the Democratic Party. You know? Yeah, exactly, Lou Wave. Exactly. Incrementalism is what got us here. 100% right.
God bless you, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Both of you, me and my wife.
Thank you.
Both of you heard?
Thank you.
Really nice. I'm excited for you to be mayor, and I hope. No, actually, no. I know you're gonna become mayor.
Thank you. So I actually want to introduce myself. My name is Zoran Mamdani. I'm going to be running for mayor next year. Wow. Yes, yes, sir. Wow. And I'm going to be running on that platform of making sure we keep the rent where it's at for rent-stabilized tenants, of making the buses free, making childcare reality. And it's a pleasure to meet you. You still gonna
You know
see
you're
it.
already gonna win, so why you walking around for?
Come on, come on. You gotta work every day for it. It's New York. Ain't nothing done.
Yeah, that's a good video. We're libbed up, baby. We're libbed up. You need to have the people on your side. I mean, I agree. Do you think that this strategy is getting the people on our sides? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
You wanted me to reconcile myself to. I was born here almost 60 years ago. I'm not going to live another 60 years. You always told me it takes time. It has taken my father's time, my mother's time, my uncle's time, my brothers and my sister's time, my nieces and my nephews' time. How much time do you want for your progress?
Yeah. Fucking spitting. Fucking spitting. And we had this conversation like last week, right? Around, we were doing some reflecting on John Fetterman, right? Was anybody here for that? We were talking about how a lot of people think of John Fetterman and they're like, oh, we got him elected and then he changed. He had a stroke. He changed. It's like, actually, if you go back and like read any kind of like leftist media about John Fetterman's opinions on Israel before he got elected, it was always something the left was looking past. He was always a Zionist. He was always a Zionist. This is who he has always been. Okay? It's who he's always been. Y'all didn't care. Y'all didn't care. At that point, when that election happened, you were able to look past that because y'all didn't care. And y'all didn't have a hard enough line on imperialism and internationalism to give a fuck about it. Right? And now we're living in that world. We're living in the world where you have changed because the reality of Palestine has become a lot more apparent to a lot of people. And it's different. And so you've changed, and now you see like John Fetterman in a different way. And I want you to think about the ways that we're doing that with every candidate. We're doing that with every candidate. Like, I'm not going to lie. The thing with like Hassan's stream earlier today, like Zoran saying that he's not going to reduce the NYPD's budget by $1 and he's not going to reduce their head count by a single person. That's throwing people under the bus. And at some point, I would bet in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to be at a place where we're all actively and meaningfully grappling with what the reality of the police are in this country again. And I'll be sitting here telling you about what I already said. He's throwing people under the bus by apologizing to the NYPD for calling them racist. He's throwing people under the bus by not having an honest conversation about the budget of the NYPD, their headcount, and the effects that has on marginalized populations in the city of New York. By avoiding that conversation, he is allowing a lot of horrible shit to continue. And we're looking past it because we don't care about that right now. This is just the facts. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to like, oh, he's actually going to defund them, even though he's keeping the head count exactly the same. And he said explicitly that the budget is not going to go down. Like, can you justify to me why the NYPD needs $5 billion a year? I don't think you can. I really don't. But anyway, there is some movement building and some organizing that are happening. I think we're forgetting how uneducated people are about police reform. Yeah, I mean, silly me. I thought that we all had this conversation in 2020. I thought everybody on the left like had that conversation, but I guess I forgot that a lot of leftists don't really give a fuck about black people.
is Election Day all over the country. Early voting just ended in New York's mayoral race this weekend, with 735,000 ballots cast. It's the highest early voter turnout in New York's history for a non-presidential race, something like 4 times the number of people who usually vote in early voting. As the 3 candidates for mayor, Democratic nominee Zoran Mamdani, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, and Republican nominee Curtis Sliwa closed out their campaigns, President Trump told 60 Minutes he's not a fan of Cuomo, but would pick him over Mamdani, who he called a communist. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports former President Obama told Mamdani in a private phone conversation Saturday his campaign had been impressive and offered to be a sounding board. Zoran Mamdani's mayoral campaign has energized communities across New York City in unprecedented ways, mobilizing nearly 100,000 volunteers for his campaign. Democracy Now!'s Anjali Kamat has been following a crucial, often overlooked portion of Mamdani's base, working-class South Asians.
চলে যান কোন গ্রুপ 2 গ্রুপের কে আপনারা আচ্ছা ফার্স্ট গ্রুপ আছে ওয়ালি আপা
It's Friday afternoon in a quiet neighborhood in Kensington, Brooklyn. These women are members of Drumbeats, an advocacy group for low-income South Asian and Indo-Caribbean communities here in New York. And they're getting ready to canvass for Zoran Mamdani.
So
I love it. I love it when Democracy Now! Does more like on-the-ground documentary work like this.
the list you're going to cover with them, then they will
Hassan giving a press conference at Zoran's election watch? Wait, what? Should we watch that? Is he even live right now?
That the pro-Palestinian position was a third rail, an untouchable part of American politics for far too long. And I think that's another reason why a lot of people feel threatened, even though Zoran Mamdani...
Oh shit, polls close in 40 seconds.
At the time, boldly, for the majority position. This was already, the position that he advances is the majority position that many Americans and the overwhelming majority of Democrats also agree with. And yet, for some weird reason, we don't see that in Washington, D.C. And I always ask myself, why? I talk to politicians all the time. I say, what's going on? I mean, the overwhelming majority of your base of support.
Dude, what do you mean, why? Like, does he actually not know why? I don't know. It feels like sometimes when I watch this on that he like turns off part. I know he has an analysis of this. So why is he saying that? Why doesn't he tell the media why?
Ends up interfering in our domestic affairs as well in terms of anti-BDS legislation that they advance in 38 different states in the United States of America right now. I mean, this is a direct violation of the First Amendment, and for some...
Nah, we're fans of Hassan here.
It's like not ever discussed.
We're not haters, but we have critiques.
Did actually realize that this was a significant problem for them, so much so that I think they rewarded a politician that came out and said, I want to be a mayor of New York. I don't need to go to Israel to be the mayor of New York. And I saw so many apolitical people, so many people that are completely checked out of the political process, turn around and say, yeah, actually, that is very cool that he said that. Why are we asking the New York mayor whether or not he'll go to Tel Aviv or visit?
Yeah, 100%.
Ridiculous question.
King Henry.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is he drinking straight whiskey?
I mean, what I want is probably very different than what I think a New York mayor can accomplish, but I'm an advocate for boycott, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel. It was a very successful movement against apartheid South Africa. I think Israel is also an apartheid, and I think making sure that Israel has to follow international human rights is a pretty standard demand to make.
Dude, also, I'm pretty sure that somewhere in this room, there's a Zoran staffer watching this and pissing their pants. They're like, what the fuck is he doing talking to the media?
I mean,
the fuck is he doing? What? He's fucking throwing, man.
Even remotely accomplish BDS, or if any American politician were to even start entertaining the conversation, I think we would be moving the needle in a pretty progressive direction. I don't want anyone to suffer. I don't want people living in Israel to suffer. But even my anti-Zionist Jewish allies in Israel tell me, look, it's getting to a point where outside
polls closed, guys. This is you're doing the thing, and I want to hear what he's saying. Here, I'll pause actually, but you're actually doing the thing. Like, this isn't over. You understand that, like, if Zoran wins, the fight starts today now. Like, we have to. He's not going to be able to do any of his policies, and like, the shit matters. Like, what is said here and the narratives that are continued after when he wins, you know what I mean? When he wins, like, the narratives will continue after, and he's gonna have to continue fighting. DSA is gonna have to continue fighting. Like, it's not over just because you fucking voted. This is the thing I've been trying to get in everybody's heads. Like, it's not just the election day. Like, you have to get involved in an actual organization. You have to build power. You know, like, it's bigger than just today. It's bigger than any election. It's bigger than any candidate. Like, there's no one coming to save you. There's no one coming to save you.
It's not happening the way things are going currently.
What do you think this means for the Democratic Party? Are you excited by it?
Yes, I am, but we shall see. I don't know. We're about to find out what happens in a little bit.
Polls just closed.
The election, okay, polls are just now closed, so we're about to find out very shortly on whether
first drop, Mamdani's up 11 points. Yeah.
Glimmer of hope.
I'm not calling it yet, but GG.
We're entirely cooked. I think a lot of people, yourselves included in the media, because you're also of working class background, probably realize that things are not going too great for the average person.
News media in New York City.
In spite of the fact that Donald Trump ran on solving the affordability crisis and seemingly has done nothing, as a matter of fact, has made things worse with the tariff strategies that are indecipherable. So when you see a lack of pushback from institutional Democrats, from establishment Democrats, and you demand more from your politicians,
wait, chat.
You see a dynamic.
Somebody send me a tweet of the election results you're seeing.
At the center of his campaigning, I mean, it's impossible not to feel a sense of hope.
No, a tweet. I have a fire quote retweet.
I mean, he's a racist. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he was. Not only is he incredibly racist for trying to associate his historically significant Muslim mayoral competition as somehow being affiliated with 9/11 in the most, like, sinister way, which he basically gave the game away on the Sid Rosenberg show when he straight up agreed with Sid Rosenberg that Zoran would cheer on another 9/11. Like, this is an unacceptable form of bigotry. It's the type of bigotry that you sometimes hear from the likes of Donald Trump, but surprisingly enough, perhaps because of all the Gulf royals that Donald Trump deals with on a financial basis, you don't even hear that level of Islamophobia from Donald Trump.
Oh my God, wait, they're already calling it. Decision Desk is already calling it.
Flanking the
sheesh
reactionary president on Islamophobia in an effort to potentially.
They're already calling it 3 minutes after polls closing.
For 1 in 8 New Yorkers that happen to be of Muslim.
Polymarkets is calling it.
Morally repugnant.
Polls are dead.
That kind of
Tomorrow's news today.
Absolutely unacceptable.
Holy.
Of course, expect it from the likes of Andrew Cuomo.
Holy. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, it seems like it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Zoran ran a great campaign. He, made some capitulations that we wish he didn't, but I think overall it was a very, very solid campaign. He generated a lot of energy from the base, and also, let's be real, he was running against some, like, historically, like, terrible opponents. He was, like, genuinely the only normal guy in the race, you know what I mean? And that actually can't be overstated. Crab dance again? I got you right here. You ready?
He's worried about me. I'm in too deep. Said I'm in too deep. Well,
It's been 2 years and I miss my home, but there's screaming loud tonight. Can't you hear my voice this time? This is our fight song. Take back my life song.
This is what socialism sounds like.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong.
Oh, why does streamer hate us? I don't hate you. Okay, let's check out. Let's see when I do want to watch when CNN calls it, or like Fox News.
It ends this way. Mamdani's going to make history.
So I will just say, first of all, Mamdani's the story of the night, absolutely 100%. But just to touch on the Staten Island issue of this, it will be interesting to find out how many of these voters voted today versus voted early, because with the head of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, the president, saying, don't vote for the Republican who won, you know, he became the Republican candidate in a primary process, vote for the independent who lost in the Democratic primary process, lost in the Democratic primary, became an independent. I want
to watch Deborah Messing's head explode. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, if you see any big meltdowns, like I genuinely think there are going to be Zionists in New York City, like reenacting the lib meme, where that girl falls to her knees and is like, no.
When he was governor,
you know,
Attorney General in New York, they didn't vote for Cuomo when he was Attorney General.
If you see that, let me know.
They're Republicans. Some of them said they'd never voted for a Democrat, but they didn't think Sliwa could win, and they didn't want Mamdani, and so they were tormented by their choices. Kevin Marshall's a retired corrections officer. He said, no way. I met with an engineer, Matthew Dreesh. He said he was probably going to vote for Cuomo, even though he voted for Trump, but he wanted to vote for Sliwa. He just said he didn't think he could win. So a couple of them were not sure, and I think you raised a key question. I'll follow up with them. When Trump said it, did you say, okay, what do you do? But again, Donald Trump's the head of the Republican Party, and he's telling voters don't vote for the Republicans. So we'll see how it plays out. But this is always the outlier. And it's an interesting story, a fascinating wrinkle. A Republican's going to... Yeah. This is the story. Yes.
9/11 cheer reenactment tribute.
Various businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of...
No, I have never seen this.
The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief.
Wait, also, this is historical revisionism. The planes... Why are the planes falling? Shouldn't the towers be falling?
Terrible sadness.
Oh, there they go.
And a quiet, unyielding anger.
Is this the Pentagon? Is that the Pentagon?
These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But
wait, was this one Flight 97? This was Flight 97, huh?
Frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong.
This is art.
Has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings.
Also, I feel uncomfortable watching this because I know that at least 50% of people in the chat, y'all motherfuckers don't even remember 9/11. Okay, I remembered that. I was there. Okay?
They're old, young immigrant.
I was there. I remember that shit.
The first Muslim mayor of America's largest and most diverse city, a global financial capital, just a melting pot of voters. And again, a lot of Democrats cringe at the socialist label. They think Trump and Republicans will apply it nationally. I will tell you from being there and seeing the organization and watching what he does on social media, a lot like Trump. He's very different from Trump in most ways, but he's polarizing like Trump, and he motivates, organizes, and keeps his supporters engaged on social media in a way that Democrats can learn a lot of lessons from.
Yeah.
I was 9. I was probably 9 or 10.
On affordability, which is the #1 issue in New York, he was laser focused on that.
No, I was 8.
No, he is a charismatic, on-message candidate. Very, very disciplined. Let's go to Anderson Cooper in New York.
Wait, do we have any
the team, Mayor de Blasio?
Do we have results from Omar?
Well, I love what I'm
Omar Fateh?
I think what our colleagues were just saying is really...
Any Minneapolis results yet?
Take in. Perfect message, discipline, total focus on the kitchen table issues, amazing organization, the enthusiasm that was created, particularly with supporters and volunteers.
Is it not?
When you look at all the pieces that make up a great campaign, there's basically nothing missing here. And the fact that it was...
No results yet.
You could never accuse Mamdani of elitism. He never rested on laurels. Even when he was doing well, he kept going out into neighborhoods. People said he would go to any small gathering.
Right? Sliwa can still win, true.
Do well in the primary. You're seeing these amazing numbers with black voters, for example. He didn't do as well with black voters in the primary. He went out to those neighborhoods over and over again in the general election with humility, something Democrats bluntly didn't always show, for example, in the 2024 election. So there are amazing lessons here. The trend line, the last thing I'd say, that trend line we're seeing, looking around the boroughs, there's no way Andrew Cuomo's going to catch up tonight. The Bronx, for example, the Bronx is the most Democratic borough. And this is a general election. This is not a primary. This is a general election. Democrats are going to...
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. Starting the night, the first drop of ballots, 100,000 votes over. It's over, guys.
Tonight is a repudiation of the president.
It's over.
You're winning 2 of the public commission votes statewide in Georgia. You're winning the 3 Supreme Court races in Pennsylvania. You're winning the redistricting in California after they did the reforms there. You're winning both gubernatorial races, as I said. In Virginia, it's following history. In New Jersey, you're making history because of the keeping of it you haven't done in 60. Everywhere you're going, Democrats are outperforming in that area. So do I get what the White House wants to do in the sense of making Mamdani the face of the party? But this is a repudiation, because when they look in the mirror, it's a repudiation of the president. That's what they're trying to avoid the story to be.
Chad, did anyone understand what the fuck he just said? Okay, I need you to look at me. Did anyone understand what the fuck he just said? That was gibberish, right? I hate Rahm Emanuel. I hate Rahm Emanuel so much, bro.
Alive. So
he's such a fraud, man.
They should have fought for their party. They never fought for their party. They catered to the radical left. And now we're going to see, by the way, for people who think that they're voting for affordability here with Mamdani, a guy who believes in socialism, we're going to learn the hard way in New York City what socialism.
Yeah, I was paying attention too.
Taxes will go up. And if you pay property taxes, you won't be able to afford to live in your home. And if you guess what, you rent, it's going to be passed on to you in the form of your rent. Yeah. Mandates, fees, regulations, surcharges. We've seen it in this state, in this city, under one-party rule for the last decade. It costs money. It gets passed on to you. So if you think you're going to get a free ride with Mamdani, you're going to learn the hard way.
That's why the answer to the affordability, the answers out of New Jersey and Virginia will not follow New York City. And when it comes to the elections in 2026,
they will.
Virginia and New Jersey are going to be more important.
I mean, the truth is that, like,
how to be a progressive.
Yes, Mamdani's policy is what's best for the working class. Like, this actually isn't controversial. Mamdani's, like, giving people more access to food should not be a fucking controversial topic. Like, food deserts exist. The private capital has failed to deliver the most basic necessities to the people. And the government, yes, the government needs to step in to save people's fucking lives.
Is going to be working with, and we'll see what comes out of there. I don't think it's going to be what you hear Rahm describing. It's going to be the radical left.
These younger candidates are talking about the kitchen table issues. It is an economic populism. Let's be clear. It's the kind of populism that actually is reaching voters who are profoundly upset with the status quo. So I hear Nicole trying to shape it as some left-right ideological struggle. I think it's something simpler. I think it's a generational struggle. And I'll tell you something. Are you going to bet on the voters under 40 who are going to be the future of this country? Yeah. I sure would. And it's about going back to our roots, going back to the kitchen table.
It's not what I agree on the affordability of what was said. No space for the cultural left-wing stuff. So it's also what wasn't said. Everybody from the Mamdani to all the 2 gubernatorial candidates, nobody touched the cultural issues that left Democrats out on an island by themselves.
I want to bring an audience, then I got to go.
He's talking about trans people. He's talking about trans people, but he like cultural issues. What, like, I would say, like, Palestine is, like, almost become a cultural issue, especially with its association with anti-Semitism. Like,
extreme. Can they win a general? Some of this sounds
yeah, of course Zoran won.
familiar. And I think that maybe people need to see some of the warning signs from a younger electorate that is making different decisions about what they think is pragmatic, what they think is practical.
I want to bring it.
Also, shout out to the 2,000 cops who voted for Eric Adams.
The president is reacting to the mayoral race in New York.
Yeah, Anderson, as we've been watching all this play out, watching the returns come in to what's going to happen in New York City, I should note President Trump has been hosting a private dinner upstairs at the residence this evening as these results are coming in that could prove to be a test of how his first 9 months in office have gone and what voters think of it. Obviously, they weren't surprised by what happened in Virginia with Abigail Spanberger. The White House was...
I also do think, and this is not an argument against electoralism by any means, like we should do it regardless. Fuck what the fascists do. But I do think that there is something to worry about a little bit in that this victory will put socialism in the spotlight in national politics in a way that it hasn't ever been before. And I do think that there is a likelihood that results in a new revival that's already being cooked of Red Scare. In a really big way, right? There's a ton of pressure on Zoran's back. And in many ways, we should, that's why you need to get involved and hold him accountable, you know? That's why you need to organize. And New York needs to build working class power that is separate from the mayoral's office, you know, that can hold him accountable and defend him. Do you know what I mean? It should be able to do both. In spaces where he works against working class interests, he should be held accountable. In spaces where fascism is coming after him for supporting working class interests, he should be defended. And these don't have to exist separately from each other. We know our enemies, but at the same time, we have our goals, and we need to be relentless and uncompromising about what we deserve and what the American what the American workers deserve. Don't let him back off on $30 an hour minimum wage. Don't let him back off on, on keeping the police budget where it is. This is going to be a site of struggle. If he doesn't have abolitionist orgs and leftist orgs in New York City holding him accountable to even that, he's going to increase that shit. He's going to go into a meeting with the New York Police Department unions, the most powerful institutions in the city, and they're gonna convince him to raise it, even if it's just a little bit. We have to hold him to that and push him to be further. You know? Yeah, Andy Ogles. I mean, this is not surprising. If Zoran wins tonight, we must fully reclassify the threat of communism in our country to Cold War levels. I do think they will go on the offensive.
In a city where everyone forgot what happened
Enjoy the victory, because now the battle really starts. Exactly. System of a Down.
to the two identical.
I feel like that Red Scare is inevitable. I agree. And I want to make very clear, this is not an argument against running as a socialist. We need to advocate regardless and be ready for the fight. You know what I mean? It can't be something that we ever compromise on. But it also needs to be done in it right, because the stakes are very high. You know, the stakes are incredibly high. So if it's not done in a way that actually builds working class power, if Zoran gets into office and builds up the Democratic Party, and we allow the DSA and democratic socialism to be completely consumed by the Democratic Party, we are weaker now. The capitalist or political organization has captured our biggest representation. That's bad for us. That's really, really not good for us.
In a city where everyone forgot what happened to the two identical towers long ago.
I'm gonna run for mayor.
Mayor, you?
We'll turn this place into Uganda, our true home.
This sucks. This tweet sucks, dude. That's why it's 8 hours later. You got 500 likes. Yeah, that shit's ass. That shit is dookie. Also, Trump was also showing his political ineptitude in a big way today. And AI saying those identical towers instead of the twin towers. Yeah. Yeah.
Boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo.
Like Trump fucked Cuomo here. By the way. Like it's really obvious that Trump thought he was helping Cuomo because he of course overestimates the support that he has in New York City. But he fucked him hard.
Saying that you're his guy.
No. First of
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a communist. Or a communist, he's picking you.
Hello? I think that
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't just Trump. Cuomo danced with him too. Like Cuomo also made a really terrible political assessment, thinking that like doing this kind of shit and refusing to like condemn Trump, like that was a bad political calculation too. Even if Trump endorses you, you have to know what his like. How disconnected are you? You have to understand that everybody in New York City fucking hates this guy. Like, what are you doing?
they cut him off. I think he had to rap. You just get. Oh. I really wanted to hear that answer. That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah, he's not going to answer. And we know we're not going to hear from him at all because you know why? Because he fucking lost. He's a fucking two-time loser. Two-time loser. Are you also keeping an eye on the mayoral elections in Minneapolis and Seattle? Minneapolis, yes, but Seattle, I'm super ignorant about. Also, check this out from Pops to Knox.
Who the hell is that? What is happening right now? You're from California.
You're from California. Austinox with the voice reveal. That's bold, bro. All right, let's see what CNN's up to. They're still running ads, bro. Holy shit. You mean Popsinox? Oh, wait, that was Austinox? No, I'm just joking. Although he did, I mean, it seems like maybe that's like a thing that he's at. It wasn't like a repost of another video. It was a video that is implied that he took it. Hell yeah, this is kind of going off. Wait, boost this. Boost this. Boost this. I need to take 52%. He is going down in the polls, by the way. He's at 49.6 now. All right, let's see this.
5% of the vote. Republican Curtis Sliwa is next with 8.1% of the vote. Incumbent Eric Adams
Yo.
is no longer running with 0.3% of the vote. So
3,000 cops all voting for Eric Adams.
1,000 votes ahead of Andrew Cuomo. That's with 52% of the estimated vote in. Still a lot of votes to count out of New York, but a healthy lead for Zohran Mamdani in New Jersey.
It looks like Democrats are winning like every governor race that
Congresswoman
they're covering also,
has 56.6%.
which shouldn't be surprising.
Republican Jack Ciattarelli with 42.9% of the vote. Cheryl right now with a significant lead of more than 265,000.
3,000 cops can eat my ass. Dude, they ate their own ass. They voted for Eric Adams. He dropped out weeks ago. He dropped out like a month and a half ago.
CNN's John King at the Magic Wall. And John, you are tracking where these votes are coming.
No. Cuomo's way above Sliwa.
City mayor's race.
Right. Last time you were here,
Sliwa's at 8%.
Donnie was above 50%. He's fallen a little bit below. Still has a lead. one of the key questions, right? Jumped out to that big lead. Again, he had the better organization. They put an emphasis on early voting. And so that the first votes we got were early voting. Now the question is, as we get more and more, how much tighter does it get? So we're at
60% in.
One of the fascinating.
CNN's late. They only got 52.
Staten Island, that's the conservative outpost. It's voting for Cuomo, not the Republican, but that's the purple.
It's interesting.
There. Yeah, and you see all the blue here. I just want to go through.
Is it though?
Show, why everyone
is it, Jake?
Not from New York, and you haven't been to New York.
Is it interesting that Staten Island voted for Cuomo? I don't find that interesting.
Complicated as you go borough to borough. So, Jake, I'm going to ask you to just step back a little bit. I want to show something for the first time here and just bring it up on the side here. So this is...
Ooh, we're getting demographics.
This is the United States, right? That's the state. But let's go into the boroughs. Let's just look right here. New York State is on your left. Brooklyn...
Wait, okay, this is not the kind of demographics I thought they were showing.
You see the diversity in Brooklyn. Right?
They're just like, listen.
Mamdani, he won it in the primary, tends to lean a little bit more liberal.
This is weird.
Here, it's absolutely key to him. But you look at the mix right there, the demographic mix there. Then you move over here next door to Queens. Look at the melting pot here.
I'm seeing a narrative developing already that is them desperately trying to assert that this strategy and these politics would not win worldwide or nationwide. That this is a fluke with New York City. That's what they're doing. They're saying this is a fluke with New York City because of all the immigrants. Basically, yeah, it's so diverse, and DEI has ruined New York City so much. Like, people are going to be screenshotting this and putting it on Twitter and using it to say incredibly racist things. And the thing that they're saying, the subtext of this package they're putting together here is hella racist. Like, objectively.
And then you come over to Manhattan, which is the part of New York most people, if you're not from New York, you probably know the best right there, Jake, and you see it right there, a larger white population.
Wait, does that mean LA gets their own mayor hottie?
A little different, Jake.
Yes, if you want it. If you want it, Kenneth Mejia is right there. Babe Ruthless, do you know who Kenneth Mejia is? This could be your fucking mayor. If you want it, this could be your mayor. Okay? If you want it. In the future, Kenneth Mejia will be your mayor. Unfortunately, he's running for city controller again, but I highly recommend you knock doors, you volunteer, get Kenneth back in office.
Will also become the state's first female Democratic governor. They previously had Republican governor who was a woman. Again, CNN projecting that Democrat Mike.
I worked on Kenneth's campaign in when he first ran. I shot I worked on like 3 videos for him.
Cheryl campaign headquarters in East Brunswick, New Jersey. John, are they watching CNN there? Do they know that we just awarded them the crown?
Jake, it's so loud in here, I can't even hear what you asked me, but I'm sure it was a very smart question. What I would tell you is they just saw the announcement that this race has been projected for Mikey Sherrill, and this crowd went simply nuts. They've been sort of standing on an edge for the last 20 or 30 minutes, waiting for it to all happen. Now
Didn't he call out Karen Bass for lying a whole bunch about the budget? Fuck yeah, he did. He's been the, like... I don't care about this. New Jersey governor, who fucking cares? But yeah, Kenneth Mejia has been, like, genuinely is the prime example of somebody who has not been corrupted by the office and has consistently pushed and used his platform for good, and has relentlessly gone after the inefficient spending of the LA city government, including the LAPD, former organizer with the LA Tenants Union, deeply involved in abolitionist struggle in LA. Like, I know a ton of people in the office. I love Kenneth Mejia. He is the bright spot in Los Angeles politics. Okay? Align yourself to this wagon as quickly as possible. He's running for re-election. Please, volunteer. Volunteer for Kenneth Mejia. He's amazing. And also, like, low-key, Kenneth Mejia made the Zoran, he made the Zoran formula before Zoran. He ran a campaign as a super young guy that was super online. His campaign was incredibly online, incredibly TikTok forward, making a bunch of videos, like very video content forward. And he got more votes in the city of Los Angeles in a citywide election than anybody in LA history. Kenneth Mejia was the blueprint that Zoran followed. And it should become the blueprint nationwide. Okay, we're getting results in Minneapolis now. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Wait, can you guys link results if you see them? Instead of just coming in here and being like, votes are coming in. I don't see it. Just 1% reporting? I don't see it. Where are you looking at that? Where are you looking at that? I guess DSA has like a vote tracker. We can check that out. Here, check this out. DSA put together an election night vote tracker. But they're like super late. Last updated right now. And they have Zoran at 0%. So that was useless. Oh, okay. I don't know if this is not enough to make any kind of conclusion, right? This is not enough results to determine how it's going to work at all. Right? We're talking about like 2,000 votes or something? 2% of votes? Yeah. We need more. We need more. This is only at 38%. People are saying that there are spaces with where New York is at 65% or something. 69%? Nice.
Down for the past year after President Trump won in the wake of January 6th, that you know, we sometimes joke about how Democrats can't necessarily get too excited. They're always concerned and anxious about things. But I think the night is turning out the way they really wanted it to. And I'm interestingly hearing from Republicans who see this as perhaps the first example of President Trump really experiencing.
Okay, I will also predict another result of the narrative that I'm seeing develop here. And like the Red Scare attack that I anticipate the Republicans going on after this is liberals joining. The Democratic Party is going to join in that. They are going to also attack the left and also urge in a new era of Red Scare.
Support him. But he was doing it in New Jersey. And I was just texting with a Republican who knows New Jersey very well, who said there just aren't enough of those voters. And to do that at a time when, yes, Donald Trump is president and he's riding high still among the Republican base, people are hurting, as we've been talking about all night. And Mikey Sherrill, jumped on that, the fact that Chitterelli had no daylight between himself and
I wish you guys, hey, can you guys cry more? Dana Fash, super big Zionist. Jake Tapper, massive Zionist. Have you guys not realized that tonight is a condemnation of your entire political ideology? Can you guys cry and bitch about that a little bit? I think that'd be better content than this. I would love to see that.
But more about, well, what is he actually doing for you?
Right. As you go deeper into these results, this is definitely a warning shot across the bow of the White House, and I would say the Republican Party. You know, Donald Trump won big just a year ago, 2024. This is America saying, we're still not happy, and you're in charge now, and we're not happy. Look at the scope of this victory.
New York Times calling it for Mamdani. Ow!
Vote tends to be more Republican.
Why is CNN so quiet?
Is likely.
NBC calling it. Everybody's calling it.
We go through this.
Mamdani wins.
Virginia. Just what message?
CNN.
Democrats are
Come on.
Now.
Is a New York City mayor's race that has an incredible amount of attention from
MSNBC's calling it as well.
From the national media and the national
AP called it.
California, and what a positive impact it's having on states like Florida, Texas, the Carolinas.
CNN called it. They haven't called it live.
In most of these rural counties,
They're talking about New Jersey, bro.
Don't want to.
Why did you guys put the fucking biggest Zionists on your platform right here, right now?
That's West Virginia.
It's so funny.
This has been the death of the Democrats in rural America in the Trump age. Abigail Spanberger is running a little bit better than Harris in many of these rural counties. Again, I don't.
No, I mean, I believe you.
But the Democrats, at some
I want to hear them say it. This is too good of a pairing.
As you start moving into
Jake Tapper and Dana Fash. These people are awful. They're like very, very, very ugly, hardcore Zionists. So I need to hear them announce it. I think that's really funny.
Let's go back to the presidential race and look at Kamala Harris. It's 25%. You come over here. Harris got 32%. And Jake, I'll come back here. She's getting a little bit higher there. But the small progress in the rural counties would be a huge step for Democrats if they can apply those lessons elsewhere, Jake.
All right, John, and we can now make a major
Here it comes.
In the New York City mayor's race. CNN projects that Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate, will be elected the next mayor of New York.
That's pretty huge.
Defeating former New York governor turned independent Andrew Cuomo.
Oh, come on.
In New York City.
I need these tears.
First Muslim mayor. Again, CNN projects that Zoran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York, New York. And CNN's Abby Phillip is at Mamdani headquarters in Brooklyn, New York. Abby, a huge
Abby's there
for Zoran Mamdani.
It is a major win from Zoran Mamdani, a candidate that was basically unknown to the city about a year ago and now is now elected mayor. We just heard the crowd behind me yelling, screaming, clapping at the news that you just announced on CNN. This room is really filling up with supporters now. They
brunch tomorrow, baby. Let's fucking go.
And it's been a long journey.
Brunch is back.
To have stuck with Mamdani despite the unlikeliness of his candidacy from the very beginning. In these final days of the campaign, this race has turned sharply negative. A lot of his supporters believe these attacks against him were Islamophobic. They were
incredibly racist.
You hear it there. They are screaming one more time as the race is called and the news is spreading. But these supporters,
incredibly racist.
You can hear them. By the news, by the opportunity for this city to be elected by someone that, frankly, it's never been elected by, never been run by before.
Can you wait for Chuck Schumer meltdown? The entire Democratic Party is going to melt down.
And he is someone who.
And the question will be: does Zoran support DSA and tell people to join DSA and to build a party outside of them, or does he try to build the pieces back together? Does he try to put the pieces back together and to revive this dead party? Like, this should be a moment of defeat for the Democrats, right? I think a lot of people are celebrating because we've defeated the Democratic establishment. And I hope that's the case. I want that to be the case. It's up to Zoran whether or not that's the case. That's just the facts. And that distinction is incredibly, incredibly important. It's not small. It's very, very important.
Like an underdog victory in the making for Mamdani's supporters.
Yeah, look, this is a candidate who started running out in the primary and was literally polling at 1%.
Zoran's talking to Mehdi Hassan and Jamal Bowman. Wow.
How hard it was to get press coverage.
I kind of want to listen to that. Hold on.
Every fucking Democrat about. Can I curse on the video? I'm sorry. It's something that I've fucking talked about. Every Democrat that's like, oh, why do we keep losing? I'm like, this is why. And now I can just point to Zoran and say, hey, he did it and he won. That's against all odds.
You know what they called it during the Cold War? The threat of a good example.
Yes.
Like, they don't want him to succeed.
Yes.
Right. Jamal, how worried are you that they're going to throw the kitchen sink at him now?
I'm always worried about Zoran because they've been throwing everything at him already. That's why we got
They will.
For him, surround him, uplift him, pray for him.
You're going to be in the administration?
Oh, I have no idea.
he's gonna start cracking skulls.
Bro, this audio.
Jamal, you are so big. You are so strong. It's crazy.
We have the big boy stream right now.
Yeah.
Just a scene right now.
Is there a Zateo stream?
It's crazy.
Right now, Bill Ackman is writing a very long speech. On Miami headquarters.
Hey, I'll start smoking on the Bill Ackman pack tonight. Smoking on the Bill Crackman.
We're taking on big MAGA tough guys. Hassan and Jamal. Hassan and Jamal coming to your town. Let's get on the bench press. He's not even Let's get it popping. It don't matter. We're gonna make it
I
work.
illegally voted for Zoran Mamdani 65 times. Get at me.
Okay, this is funny as fuck. Hassan's just drunk as hell. He's just been slamming. I need to get on his level, bro.
It's not a dirty word anymore. Well, that's why they jumped to communists, right? You gotta be communist. Yeah, socialists. Yeah, they immediately jumped to communists. Socialists not a dirty word anymore. Democrats, listen up. Take some lessons. Don't get on your Ezra Klein nonsense. Don't let Ezra Klein analyze what happened here. They won't. What are you going to do tomorrow when people say, but Mikey Sherrill won in New Jersey and Abigail Spanberger won in Virginia? What are you going to say? Well, this is the other pushback, right? This is all a referendum on Trump and fascism in America as well. Because Democrats across the Big Ten have won in different places all over the country. So that's something to celebrate as well. Oh, yeah. But let's not, we cannot undermine or play down what Zoran and his team have accomplished here. I mean, this is...
No, I heard it outside. Becca's listening.
No one thought he had a chance. Not me. Okay? And he...
Okay, here's what I think we can do. Okay, Hassan's image is better.
You believed in him, Jamal.
Their audio is better. This is how you get the superior stream.
Primary, yeah. Listen, hopefully this is now about a vision of a new democracy, new possibilities, hope and joy and humanity in our politics. That's what we need. On the subject of humanity, Hassan, I've got to ask the question. You and I and others have been facing an explosion of Islamophobia in recent weeks. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, no idea. Nobody wants to deport us. Seriously though, a Muslim is the mayor of New York City. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel pretty good. I've never 34-year-old Muslim socialist run for office, and I was like, damn, that feels pretty fucking good. And then, very quickly, I realized, oh my God, it feels pretty bad. Because when they're attacking him, it feels like they're attacking me. Yeah. And then they started attacking me. They literally did. You were involved in multiple debates. How did you react when they said to you? Oh, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen because guess what? All these fucking dumbass billionaires are extremely online. This is the most Twitter fucking focused presidency of all time. Get the fuck off Twitter and start doing good governance is what I say to these dipshits, but they are so slammed into their fucking phone.
This kind of feels like old Hassani should really leave LA. What if I disagree with you? I think he should get involved in LA. He should build this in LA. Oh my God, the Mahmoud Khalil!
Oh, that's it. We got
the Mahmoud Khalil!
It's over.
The cameo! What a moment!
It's too much. It's too controversial. How do you feel tonight? How do you feel tonight?
What a moment!
How do you feel today? Like this campaign,
Hassan Piker for Socialist LA Mayor? No. Kenneth Mejia. Kenneth Mejia is the next Zoran. Just trust me on this one, chat. Trust me on this one, chat.
I saw what absolutely has to be the future of the Democratic Party, giving people something to vote for, not something to vote against.
That's the comptroller, right? Yes. Trust me. Bro, you can't have a selfie right now. No, you can't have a selfie right now. I'm hanging out with the coolest kids ever. Let him have his moment, bro. He should say no.
What do you have to do to protect your man now? Well, one, my job is to make sure we're moving the city in the right way. If we're not, I may have to give him a little nudge now and then. That's part of my job. But, to be fair,
the mic is peaking. Maybe it's too loud in here.
for everything you do, man. Appreciate it. Of course. Thank you for being here. Yeah, you too. Bye.
You're a big part of this early on. Very few people saw the vision. You saw the vision.
What are you gonna do? I just look. This is people like yourself played a big role in this. A lot more than me. I'm just one fucking dude. I'm just one dumbass.
We don't have enough solidly left-wing platforms that can actually speak to regular young men. You're doing that shit.
I try my best. But thank you for being here. Nice to meet you. Let's go walk around.
Is Amir Hassan Slosh? Yeah, I clocked that earlier.
Yeah,
also, when he was doing a press conference, it looked like he just had.
Hi, I'm a big fan.
He just had like just on, you know, straight whiskey.
Hey, what's good?
Straight to the dome.
Hey, what's up? Good to see you. I've been trying to interview you for 3 years.
Who is Kamed Mejia? No. Kenneth.
You're so tall. Can you fit under this? Or
Kenneth Mejia. I'm telling you, chat. This is the easiest clock I've ever made in my life. Kenneth Mejia is the next mayor of LA. Well, maybe not the next mayor, but he is going to be mayor of LA very soon.
Breakthrough News again. You've been a famous fixture in this election campaign.
I know.
How many new followers have you gotten because of Andrew Cuomo?
Bro, Reina?
No, but all the grandparents that are furiously Googling Assault Biker 9/11, I hope you saw all my meat pics. I posted it for you, Grandma. All the grandmas out there.
Okay, we're moving on from this. Let's check out what CNN's saying. Van Jones is talking with Scott Jennings.
Prices. He's done everything, but he's putting in gold toilets in the White House. He's tearing up. He's gallivanting around the world, and you're seeing buyer's remorse in places where Republicans have some hope. This thing is starting to settle out now. This is about basic needs that people have and basic rights people expect. That's what seems to be under fire from this administration. And if they think they can spin and talk and spin and talk and nobody's going to notice that, they just got proven wrong tonight.
Are we doing micro voting?
Needs.
I mean, we're not. New York did.
I think people are seeing not just from
Are you going to be covering Omar Fateh? Yeah, if you guys have links, I've been trying to keep up with all that. They got Mayor of Somerville going in. Oh, Jacob Frey's pulling ahead, but not by much. Okay, how many? We're still only at 5%. Yeah, we looked at this earlier. It was at 2%. I don't think you can. We can't tell yet. We can't tell yet. We can't tell yet. We don't know yet.
Getting in now from other people is a big problem for Republicans.
I think two big takeaways. So listen, I think there's this divide within the Democratic Party. Is the future of the party Mamdani? Is it democratic socialism? Is it more in the likes of AOC and Bernie Sanders? He no doubt ran a good campaign. I interviewed him. He is a very formidable force in American politics. We had two female governors who were just elected, Democrats, who ran as consummate centrists. Both of them were talking.
Willie Burnley? Grimlow interviewed him? Wait, that's sick.
Both with very credible resumes. So what direction are you going to go? Because you guys need to focus on winning a national election again. It's been a minute since that's happened. And I think you're going to get a lot farther with the Mikey Sherrill and with the Abigail Spanberger approach. But let me...
Hold on. I got to go to... No, as soon as you're done.
We'll get to the Mamdani a bit later.
Caitlin Collins said the White House has got some new reaction to all these wins. Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Trump reaction.
Well, Anderson, actually, it's been pretty quiet here at the White House, which is telling in and of itself. The president himself has not posted on Truth Social in about 4 hours since earlier tonight when he was announcing a staffing decision.
Lol.
That's obviously something that you likely wouldn't hear had there been any
They're crying.
victories tonight. But this is a key question of how the White House and how the president will be interpreting these big Democratic wins tonight in New Jersey and in Virginia and in the New York City mayor's race, all three of which the president was involved to some.
They're on victory video? Oh, yeah.
The next and last stop is City Hall.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Chat, hold on. Let me get on my soapbox real quick. Okay? If you feel hope, as you should, this is a big moment for socialism in America. No, undoubtedly, this is a big moment for socialism in America. It proves that our politics are viable It proves that we can win. We can win if we try. All right? You need to make this happen in your city. If you live in LA, if you live in Chicago, if you live in Kansas City, if you live in Louisiana, wherever you are, you need to organize working class power. And it's not like sometimes organization can amount in these kind of like electoral campaigns where you try to capture actual like governmental electoral power. Sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it's just building a real like working class power inside of an apartment building that deserves better, and teaching and helping them to realize the power that they already have, right? And through that, you're radicalizing a lot of people. You're teaching them how to organize, and then you can send them out to organize other places. You know, like we take this moment of victory and let it inspire you. It's okay. Let it inspire you. That's a good thing. Be inspired, but be inspired towards organizing and like building your own power. Don't just sit and hope for this to come to your town without your input. It requires you. You can't just be a spectator of this shit. You know? You have to be a participant. And the only reason that this happened in New York was because a lot of other people in New York City decided to become participants in their political future. And I hope that all of those people that were mobilized by this campaign to knock doors, I hope they get involved in a deeper way in the political structure of DSA. I hope they get involved in a deeper way of other organizations and political, leftist organizations in New York City. Like, we need to build genuine working class power. However we do it, whether it be through the ballot box or a tenant strike or a labor strike or anti-ICE and immigration activism, whatever it is, we need to be doing that work. It's critically important. You know? Yo, hello from New York City. Socialist utopia coming in.
Is whether or not they saw
the People's Republic of New York City.
Its first 9 months in office. Anderson, basically what they were saying is that they were in wait and see mode. They wanted to see how these results turned out tonight before they tied any of them closely to the president. We've seen some.
Yeah, for sure, Timmy. Undeniably.
Former Trump campaign advisors saying that they believe this is a candidate quality issue and that Republicans need to run better candidates who are more in line with the president in order to secure.
I mean, truthfully, this was a candidate quality issue too. Like the New York City mayoral's race, while we should take credit for the policy and the socialism aspects of it, like some of the worst some of the worst opponents of all time, like genuinely. Some of the worst politicians, like Andrew Cuomo, could not have run a worse race. He's just so bad. And Eric Adams, same thing. Like, they're just so bad.
Embrace the candidate.
Okay, I don't care about David Axelrod. Let's see if Fox News is crying about it.
And that their values are reflected. And then he went and voted against all of that today in the form of these governors. Look, Jack Ciattarelli, we were all very hopeful, but guess
also, I'm really happy that Republicans can't blame Sliwa. Like, honestly, even if you add up Sliwa and Cuomo and Adams, Zoran still wins as of right now.
So to the extent that tonight is a referendum on President Trump at all, guess what? It means that he's one of one. You can get his endorsement, and this is a clarion call for 2026, folks. You can have President Trump's endorsement. It doesn't mean you're going to win. You have to do what he did. You have to go and dip into these unfamiliar to Republican constituencies. You've got to be very specific and granular and show up every single moment. One quick point about Virginia. Spanberger's margin of victory is so large.
God, they're so boring, dude. Holy shit.
There is also that the Democratic nominee, Ghazala Hashmi, has defeated the Republican nominee for Lieutenant Governor John Reed. And this is new. NBC News can project that in the Attorney General's race in Virginia, the last of the statewide races in Virginia, Democrat Jay Jones has defeated the incumbent Republican Attorney General of Virginia, Jason
Mikey.
Again, that is new. Attorney General.
Chat, shout out to Mikey. Mikey brought Monir into the region and like was a big part of allowing us to have the screening in Kansas City last night. So shout out Mikey for listening to the stream and doing the fucking work and being out there and putting on good shit for his community and building power in Wichita, fucking Kansas of all places, okay? If Mikey can do it in Wichita, you can do it wherever the fuck you are.
About already. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court has had a Democratic majority in effect for the past decade, since 2015. In that time, the court has struck down a Republican gerrymander that had given Republicans several additional congressional seats from Pennsylvania. That court also blocked several...
Do you think something like this can be done in Illinois, Chicago mayoral race maybe? Yes, of course. Of course it can. Unfortunately, what if I told you it already did? What if I told you that Brandon Johnson was like a very heavily supported candidate in the left in Chicago? Yes, when Brandon Johnson's mayoral campaign was happening, he was the left's choice in Chicago, and it was viewed as a victory for the left when Brandon Johnson won in Chicago. Objectively, yes. He was the left's choice in that race. I don't know if he actually sought DSA endorsement, but yeah, no doubt he was like the choice. 7% reporting, 38% fray. Jesus. I don't know too much about Brandon Johnson, TBH. I mean, yeah, that is his story, and he hasn't delivered in the way that was hoped by the left. So unfortunately, yeah, we're fast forwarding a little bit, okay? He is DSA, I think. I think I've looked it up, and I don't think he actually got an endorsement. I thought he didn't actually get an endorsement. DSA is about to be the largest socialist organ in American history after these wins. Is it not already? Is it not already? What was like the Socialist Party bigger at its height in like the 20s? Yeah, I think it already is, just based on like population growth. Even if they don't have the same impact that the Socialist Party may have had back then. I already got it. Yeah, I got that text too. I got that text too. This is Ashik and Megan, DSA National Co-Chairs. DSA member Zohran Mamdani was just elected mayor of New York City, the biggest socialist electoral victory in a century. Despite the millions spent to stop us, working people prove that our ideas are popular and that organized people can defeat the power of big money. We're having a call Thursday, 11/13 at 5 p.m. to talk with DSA electeds, union members, and immigration activists about what comes next. This is just the beginning. From here, we will win a rent freeze, free and fast buses, and universal childcare. We will continue to fight for a free Palestine and get ICE out of our cities and to stand up to the right to tax on our social services. We're building a mass movement and a mass organization to make it happen. Whether you're new to DSA or have been around for years, we want to celebrate this moment in history with you. Will we see you there? And then an RSVP link. Honestly, good messaging, and I do appreciate that they're taking this opportunity to organize. Yeah, organize. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good job. Do that. I'm a DSA member. I'm going to predict we don't get a Minnesota mayor winner tonight. It will have to go to ranked choice votes before majority winner is selected. Oh, I didn't even know they did ranked choice. Do you pay your dues? Yeah, of course.
2025 on CNN. I'm Anderson Cooper in New York.
And I'm Jake Tapper in Washington, D.C. 3 key victories for Democrats. In New York City, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani makes history as the city's youngest mayor in generations. In Virginia, Abigail Spanberger is elected the Commonwealth's very first woman governor.
Could I please have a link to the red page with an overview of the mayor? You mean this one? The DSA? This one?
More congressional seats in next year's midterm election. But right now, we're going to go to CNN's Abby Phillip at Mamdani headquarters.
It seems like they're really behind on that.
In Brooklyn,
by the way.
New York. Abby, Mamdani has...
Oh, Willie lost.
He certainly has, and right now I was hearing some supporters starting a chant of run up the score. They really want to see that number go as high as it can be.
That's awesome. Wait, Willie lost. What does this check mean? What does that mean? I thought that meant that it was a win. It says in progress, and they still have the check. Yeah, they should explain that. Milwaukee won a council district. That's cool. Tacoma wept. You know what I mean? Cindy, what were you saying about a third Red Scare? I just anticipate that the Republicans will use this opportunity to, and the Democrats, Republicans and the Democrats, the capitalists in general will use this as an opportunity to, to enact a new Red Scare. And they've already been positioning towards that anyway. It would have happened regardless. It's not an argument against organizing or running for office or anything, but I think they will try. It won't be as effective, I believe. I agree. I don't think it'll be as effective. I also think there will be backlash. Repression breeds resistance, right? And so I think in political resistance, we're going to see that. We're going to see that kind of political repression breeding a renewed interest, and it will only make the ground that we organize on more fertile, in my opinion. But it will bring on new challenges at the same time, and we all need to prepare. But we've been saying this forever, right? We talk about security culture. We know what we talk about, how it's going to happen like that, Yeah, somebody posted this in the chat already, Diana. I think it was Mikey.
Is worth any tough fight I have to take on.
Also, I'm not raining on anybody's parade here. I'm not. I don't want to rain on any fucking parades. Okay? I'm celebrating with all of the left and the socialists in America right now. However, the pressure does need to be felt. If Zoran lets America down and does fuck shit and becomes becomes an establishment Democrat, he is doing a betrayal of such insane proportions, and it's going to it's going to make people turn away from organizing in a way that genuinely would be at on the same scale as anything Trump could do. And this is not doomering. This is just true. That's what Obama did. Exactly. If he doesn't stay true to his principles and doesn't keep people, if there's not a working class movement that keeps him accountable, it's genuinely, it's not even up to him. And we should never even think that it's up to him. It's up to us. It's up to us. Are we going to build a movement that allows Zoran to do what he wants to do or not? Are we going to build a movement that defends him against the attacks from the right wing or not? Or is he going to be in such a weak political position because he has no one backing him up that he capitulates on everything he is promising? That's what it is. It's on us. It's not on him even. He's an individual in a much larger system. We are the actors that decide his fate. All right, Fox News is talking about this.
The math will tell you it just doesn't.
I'm going to go pee.
Up in a three-way race, it makes it even more difficult. So we're starting to see that breakdown here in New York. I want to show you a few things. This is Brooklyn, okay? Brooklyn is really where Mamdani had most of his strength. And we're looking at these precincts, guys, right? Some of these precincts are half a block. Sometimes they're just a city street. That's all right? And some of these precincts are behind Mamdani at greater than 95%. All right, up here in Williamsburg, okay? heavy Mamdani territory, into Bushwick, the neighborhood of Bed-Stuy, Park Slope in Brooklyn, and then right here in Borough Park, all right, he hits a wall. In Borough Park, it's Hasidic Jews. And they went for Cuomo overwhelmingly, 88, 89, 90%. But it wasn't in the end enough to overtake Mamdani and the lead that he had spotted himself. I'll point out two more things here quickly, guys. In the governor's race in New Jersey, all the polling said this thing was going to be really close. I tell you right now, with more than 80% of the vote in, Mikey Sherrill, she got a 13-point lead. I can't recall off the top of my head how many polls were out there that had her with a 13-point lead. But that, again, is the number right now in New Jersey. Virginia, real quick before I kick it back to you, we called this some time ago, Abigail Spanberger. I think you can make the case, too, that, I mean, she outperformed a lot of the polls that we had seen for weeks leading up to this campaign. But right now, Democrats 3-0 on the night, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, big wins. We'll come back. Okay, this year Fox News is debuting a new way to understand tonight's election results. The Fox News voter poll. It's the data that covers really thousands of voters who cast ballots early on election day, by mail and in person. Sandra Smith has been crunching those numbers. Hey, Sandra.
And some of the key groups that we're seeing behind the vote really telling the story here in New York City. When you break it down by age of the voter, the youth vote overwhelmingly went for Mamdani in this race. 75% of their support went to him. And when you break this down into gender, that number gets even bigger. The female youth vote, women under the age of 30, you break that down, that number goes over 80% support for Mamdani in this race.
Mamdani, you better fucking learn how to say it. That's the mayor of New York City you're talking about. That's the mayor of New York City you're talking about. You better fucking learn how to say it.
And look at that. They supported Mamdani. 72% of their vote went to him.
Oh, this is Fox News. They're just being racist.
Here. Do you identify as a democratic socialist? Look at this number. This is 1 out of every 4 New Yorkers who cast their ballot identified as a Democrat socialist. Of course, you click on this and you'll see their support went to Mamdani in this race, 81% of their support there. A couple other things I want to highlight here, Mamdani versus Cuomo. This was basically a question that we put to voters when they cast their ballot, that if Sliwa was not in the race, and this was just a hypothetical two-way matchup, Mamdani versus Cuomo, Brett and Martha, it gets close, but Mamdani still got the edge in that hypothetical matchup. Just a couple of things that we're taking away from all of that tonight.
All right, Sandra, thank you.
So let's bring in our panel, Dana Perino, Shannon Bream, Harold Ford Jr., and Charlie Hurt. Great to have all of you with us as we look at these results and very significant wins for Democrats tonight, Dana.
So my partner in crime over there, Bill Hemmer, mentioned the polling, and I think that's going to be one of the threads that people are going to want to pull after this, because the polling did suggest much tighter races. That is not what happened. But you know what was undefeated, and I'm sure Britt Hume will talk about this, and that is the betting markets. And so I think that the whole polling industry has to take a look and say, with these phones, with the new ways to do it, what do we don't have a handle on? I do think that to the extent that there was any story at all is a little bit of a surprise.
Double audio.
States, there shouldn't have been much suspense, but I think that because the Democrats are in such strong.
Wait, why are you hearing double audio? Nothing should have changed. Hold on. Oh, there. Oh. My bad. Thank you. Yeah, for some reason that the camera's audio was very weird. Even my, yeah, it should be good now, right? It was literally like my my boom mic. I usually don't have my boom mic plugged in.
I wish him the best and hope that he can love it as much as we do.
But Harold, you know, a lot of people in New York thought Bill de Blasio was that, and that it didn't work.
Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the two reasons that the Republicans lost the elections tonight, according to pollsters. Okay, who did that? Who shut the government down? Why did you allow that to happen then? Like what do you mean? This is you. That's a Republican Party choice. Y'all decided to stomp your feet and dig your heels in and shut the government down so that you could cut social programs. Like, why? Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah.
I'm a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat socialist. Tonight will be interesting to hear his speech. Is it unifying? Does he reach out to Jessica Tisch? Does he try to allay some of the concerns?
The police commission.
Yes, Jessica
No.
Tisch is our police commission, who is shepherding.
I mean, he's right. This speech will be fascinating.
And made.
I hope he goes, it's my town. The Red Army rises tomorrow. All NYPD. I hope he does this. Hold on. Hold on. He needs to do this. Hold on. We're going back. We're going. Hold on, right here. No. I'll find it real quick. Hold on. He needs to do this. As soon as first words that come out of his mouth tonight need to unironically be this. Come on! My fucking clip. Thanks, X.
For the government.
What's wrong with you?
Go away! Defund!
Yeah, that's what he needs to do. That's what he needs to do. I declare New York City a socialist caliphate.
But to our police, I hope
9/11 for everybody.
President Trump is weighing in. He just posted on Truth Social, quote, Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the two reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight. Charlie Hurt.
That's a very Trumpian message. And it's true. I would say that it certainly was not a bad night for Democrats. But I would temper it a little bit. You know, if we sat back 6 months ago and sort of predicted the outcome of all of these races, we probably would have done a better job of getting it all right than you would by reading.
Yeah, Speed Razor, thank you for the 10 gifteds. Thank you, thank you.
Raises a great point though about the betting markets. It's like, who is it that's getting in late? I mean, they nail these things, and even if the betting markets are
boring.
For Democrats.
Should we check back in on Hassan's stream?
Addressing her supporters in the crowd, the president weighed in and he quoted some unnamed pollsters here, Jake, and said for the first time that Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down two reasons that Republicans.
He was talking to AOC. I just left there. Is he sobering up yet? I hope not. If not, somebody needs to go get him a drink, dude. This is a night of celebration for all of us, obviously.
What's up, man?
I'm a huge fan. My name is Zach. I worked in the campaign.
Oh, hell yeah.
Club going up on a Tuesday, true.
It's
For the left.
about socialism.
It was you guys. I didn't do shit.
No, I'll take the credit then. Fine.
Yeah, you take the credit.
Yeah, true.
Take it. But no, I mean, to have someone out there promoting socialism as well as you do, it means a lot.
Of course. It means a lot that you're actually putting the fucking pedal.
As a Dutch person, this made my night after another extremely far-right election. Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously the best outcome. It's good. I'm proud of everybody in New York who fought for this, who organized for it, who made this shit happen. You know? Oh, David Hogg in the background. March just spotted David Hogg in the background.
Thanks for the work that you do. I loved roasting Scott Jennings last night. Oh, yeah. That was hilarious.
He plugs his own content. Chat, here's the thing. Is just like, you know, like these moments, I just want to, I'm not trying to like make, you know, I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade, but I am trying to like make it clear that like, if we win, we organize. If we lose, we organize. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't like, it feels good to have a victory.
That guy, he did a. It's so bad. Oh my god.
What is this guy doing tonight? What is he doing tonight?
It's fucking Tangier, man. Tangier was a mistake. I'll fucking say it. Everybody's thinking it.
This crash out would be great. Taylor, my queen. Wait, you already? Oh, Ray. No, it wasn't you that said it. People have been sending that all night. Wait, is that Hakeem Jeffries?
Created, and the American people clearly have a problem with that. We want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, and Republicans refuse to spend a dime on that. And this is the same group of people that could find $40 billion to bail out some right-wing wannabe dictator in Argentina. It's too much for the American people. The Republicans have gone too far.
Mr. Leader, you guys are voting no on opening the government, not Republicans. I know you're asking for specific things.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Dana.
That in 1 second.
No,
but
hold on a second, Dana.
That is shut the. Do not make me defend.
Understand who's responsible for shutting down.
Yeah, but you said
and
they shut
Republicans
down the government.
They did shut down the government. They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And Donald Trump has spent the last few days saying to Republicans in the Senate, "You have the power to reopen the government." They refuse to do it.
I want to talk about tonight. New York City, your hometown, Mamdani.
Big moment here.
You endorsed him the last possible moment, right as early voting was starting.
He endorsed him?
Tell you his overwhelming win. What does this now tell you about what your party is about?
You're getting primaried, bitch.
Well, in New York City, of course, I congratulate Zoran, and he ran a campaign relentlessly focused on addressing the affordability crisis that the people in New York City are experiencing. He did that in the primary, and he stayed on message throughout the general election. And now it's incumbent upon everyone in New York City, those that supported the next mayor, the mayor-elect, and those that didn't, to make sure that he's as successful as he can possibly be on all the things, including, perhaps most importantly, affordability, and on the issue of public safety.
And you know the Republicans, I'm sorry, are already, it's basically like, remember the Giuliani noun verb 9/11, now it's noun verb. Mamdani is a communist, and that's where the Democrats are right now.
So these people got crushed all across the country, and this is the best that they can come up with. The American people are saying, you have failed us. You promised to lower the high cost of living. Affordability was on the ballot today, and Democrats have won all across the country. They promised the high cost of living on day one. Costs aren't going down, costs are going up. Inflation through the roof. Housing costs up.
Okay, Democrats have decided their message.
Costs up. Electricity.
We supported this the entire time.
Republicans refuse to extend.
I've always been a Mamdani supporter.
As a result of that, tens of millions of people are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. Republicans can bury their heads in the sand. They tried this effort in New Jersey already, across the Hudson River from New York City. It failed. Mikey Sherrill blew out all expectations, literally in the same media market. So, you know, I think we're going to stay the course, stay focused on the issues that matter for the American people.
For our donors.
We have more victories to come tonight because they're going to get blown out in California. And we're going to take back control of the House of Representatives next year.
Yeah. Mr. Leader, is Zoran Mamdani as mayor of New York going to make it easier or harder for you to become Speaker of the House?
No, I think that we have to all make sure that he's successful as mayor on the things that he's talked about which include affordability.
But if he does some of the things he talks about, is that going to make it harder for you to win congressional seats?
So no, we are going to win control of the House of Representatives. I've said that from the beginning. And if you actually want to assess the landscape, despite all the premature obituaries that were written about Democrats a year ago from today, and there were lessons to be learned, but what we're seeing is that the Latino community moving decisively in our direction. Working class Americans moving decisively in our direction.
In our direction.
To win the House?
In our direction. Zoran winning is a W for the Democrats, according to this guy. Ken, what the fuck is this, dude?
Fix our broken healthcare system, clean up corruption, and that the American people deserve better than what they're getting from the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. And in this country, you work hard, you play by the rules, you should be able to live the good life. So for far too many Americans, they're doing the first two things. They're working hard and they're playing by the rules, but they can't get to the third part, the American dream. It's been broken.
Why?
For far too long, and Donald Trump is making it worse, and Democrats are going to try to find that path forward so that everyone can experience that good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement.
President Trump threatened.
I'm telling you, chat, this is actually a big moment. If we don't, if we allow this moment to be captured by the Democrats, we as the left we are worse off, not better off. Do you know what I mean?
Donald Trump has been unpresidential, unconventional, and un-American, and he's certainly unhinged and out of control. And we've seen that over the last few days, and it's gotten worse since he's got back into the country. And, you know, he's not helping his case by engaging in these punitive actions. How about doing what you said you were going to do? This is a guy who promised to love and cherish Medicaid. One of the reasons why Republicans are in trouble right now is because instead of
control the narrative better by not even viewing center-right media. Yeah, you're right.
Medicaid in American history.
If we bury our heads in the sand and we just don't listen to them, that will solve it.
That's part of the healthcare crisis that Democrats are talking about.
No.
Right now.
The answer is to go out in your community,
so they can provide,
go into your city and pair yourself with an organization that is building working class power and help them however you can. Use all your skills, all your labor, all your time that you can afford to build power.
Mike Johnson, you know, who basically works for Donald Trump, talks about all the time, that's gone. Red wave, gone. You know, the ability to
Twitch is not activism, guys.
Jam extremism down the throats of the American people, all of that is gone. Now, as Democrats, our view is we want to find bipartisan common ground. We are elected to solve problems on behalf of the American people. And hopefully, Republicans will now realize that it's something that they need to do to find the common ground necessary. Let's reopen the government. Let's pass a spending agreement that makes life better for the American people. And let's address the health care crisis and the cost of living crisis that Republicans are making worse.
Leader Jeffries, thank you so much.
Real question time. How do we keep this from being captured by the Dems here in mid-America like Kansas? As in not physically, as in how do I talk about this? Kansas is a great example, Mikey, and I would love to talk about this because the policies that Zoran is proposing for city-owned grocery stores, for example, that exists in Kansas, in rural communities across Kansas. Like, this is actually something that is very, very well supported in actual practice across all of Kansas, right? But like genuinely, you know, like I think what you do is you always differentiate. And in any conversation that Zoran is a part of, differentiate him from the Democratic Party. Fight to build up a DSA. Fight to build up a socialist, like, alternative party in the way that we talk about Zoran. Zoran is not a Democrat. Don't refer to him as such. And some of this is up to him and how he aligns himself, right? Like, some of it is up to him. And if he decides to go out tonight on his speech and talk about the Democratic Party and how this is a new beginning for the Democratic Party, then our hands are kind of tied and the you know, the dice are already cast. But I think the DSA, I think like every leftist in America needs to be recognizing that the Democrats are our enemies. And I've been saying this forever, but like we cannot lose sight that the Democratic Party, these like capitalist parties, are exactly that. These are not where the working class goes to organize. This is where the capitalist class goes to organize. We will not and cannot co-opt this structure to serve our needs. We need to build our own structure. We need to build our own structure. Is DSA capitalist? No, I wouldn't say that. No. I think they're genuinely anti-capitalist and they're like a socialist democratic organization. I think they okay, I can't pause this, dude. Twitter video is breaking tonight. But I do think DSA needs to develop like they passed a resolution at their new convention, at their recent convention, that was like towards building a new party separate from the Democrats. So I would like to see that develop. I would like to see that become like the #1 place that people are investing in inside of the Democratic Party or inside of DSA. Like, and we need to really differentiate and make sure people understand that like this is separate from that. And also it's like it's actually like good for you as like an elected to do that, because the Democrats are fucking hated. Like most people, like that video we watched that Zoran posted today, most people feel that they are not represented by either party. And they're right. And we need to exploit that contradiction and point it out wherever we can and organize around that. You know? I think Zoran proves that it can work, especially in American urban areas, but like it needs to be bigger. And like there should be a socialist candidate for mayor in LA and Chicago. And they should be uncompromising and they should be organizers. Like not just, you know, like I don't know. Like yeah, I would love to see it. And it should happen now. It should happen now. There's more appetite than ever. Like, I'm sorry, in places like LA and Chicago that are actively under military occupation, you don't think that the fucking, like, normie family who's been breathing tear gas inside of their home for the last 3 months, you don't think that they're thinking about politics in a different way? You know? Like, yeah, this should be a blueprint. And it already is. Like I talked about earlier, Kenneth Mejia laid this blueprint already when he ran for city controller in LA. Got more votes in the city of LA in a citywide election than any candidate in history, including Karen Bass, including Rick Caruso. He got more votes than the mayoral race as a controller, as the city controller. That doesn't happen on accident. Yeah, some places call it comptroller, some places call it controller. One of the straws that radicalized me to the left is the Democrats' lack of action against the first Trump term. You can't even call it lack of action because there was a very, very like dedicated and concerted action into stopping Bernie from being a person who could defeat Trump. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't a lack of action. They took explicit action on behalf of capital, and they've done it every time, and they will continue to do it over and over again. Like, we need to have some level of pattern recognition here. You know? This is only examples that the Democrats do not serve our interests, and they will never serve our interests. The Democrats and the Democratic Party is the place that capitalists go to politically organize. So is Zoran going to be organized, or is he going to organize with the mayoral race and organize working people into our own party? This is there's a fork in the road here, right? And we'll see where he ends up. But I think we have seen with a lot of our socialist leaders who have engaged with the Democratic Party that they become organized towards the Democratic Party's ends, rather than organizing with the platform they have to build working class power and defeat the Democrats. You guys understand the distinction I'm talking about, right? We really can't save this spiel until Thursday. What's happening Thursday?
Have you ever purchased anything in a cannabis shop? And if so, what did you buy, Mr. Mamdani?
I have. I have purchased marijuana at a legal cannabis shop.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo?
No.
Mr. Sleep?
When I was shot 5 times and I've had Crohn's disease, I did use medical marijuana. Yes.
I am black. I am gay. I am disabled. I am a woman.
Andrew Cuomo is a creep, slapping fannies and killing grannies. Everybody likes Curtis Lee.
That's fucking awesome. That's awesome. Dick Cheney died on the day that Zohran Mamdani was elected mayor of New York City, November 4th, 2025. What the fuck is this hat, dude? True. Okay, can I just be honest? Kyle Kalinski's kind of cringe, right? He's kind of cringe, right?
Yeah. I said I feel invisible. It's 100 niggas in the spot. I won't keep boom. It's 85.
Rest in piss, MAGA bozos. Woke is back. Thank you. Kinda. Yeah. No. He's very. I don't know, man. I don't like what you got going on. I don't like what you got going on. Is the facial hair. I don't know. I've never been a fan. I've never been a huge fan. Oh, AOC.
Not so bad to lean into a diverse working class electorate and to make sure that we send our strongest messengers and lean in to the promise of our party, and that we don't have to be afraid of the future and we don't have to be afraid of our young.
What do you think?
Tyler's the man.
That the Democrats
I mean, I do know that he's like
the board tonight, and
he actually has like bigger political goals and organizes towards them. I think I listened to a lot of his Josh Citronella video interview. It was pretty interesting, actually.
Spanberger and also Zohran Mamdani.
Well, I think it's not just a message about Democrats, it's a message about our entire country. I think that Americans are appalled by what they are seeing coming out of this administration. They are appalled by the cowardice of Congress, by these Republican majorities in the House and in the Senate. I think that they are, they see Donald Trump now for who he is, which is a handmaiden to billionaires and a handmaiden to corporate interests that are making working class life impossible.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Cat Corraller.
That they want to send fighters in every single pocket of this country to fight for working people, to make life affordable and safe for all.
When Trump promised, as he has in recent days, that he will give only the bare minimum to New York as a result of this election, what do you say to that?
I think he should be careful about the threats that he issues and what cities he threatens, because New York City is not a city, as we see from this electorate. These are not people, and our people are not people who easily back down, who take well to threats, and I just don't think that Americans take well to leaders who try to coerce them through hostile messaging. I think they want public servants who work for them and not against them. And I think that the results that we've seen
Really?
in Georgia, in Virginia,
Have you been on X.com?
city demonstrate that.
What should Democrats do going
Really?
forward?
You don't think hostile messaging works right now? Really?
A deep dissatisfaction with the Trump administration.
Like, I think the left could be a little bit more hostile. I do. I think Zohran, I think AOC could be a little bit more. I think everyone could be a little bit more hostile.
The House of Representatives back into session. It's been about a month now, and we have federal workers that have been laid off. We have federal workers that are not taking paychecks. We have SNAP recipients that this administration has essentially indicated, and this president has indicated, that he is willing to starve them in order to coerce them into supporting him. And this is a very grave and dangerous...
We just watched that, VCC.
...that the party should continue to hold out. No negotiations.
I mean, I think this Republican leadership refuses to even seriously engage in any sort of negotiation or attempt to reopen the government. I think that Democrats stand at the ready to do so, but the Republican majority simply isn't even calling on Hakeem Jeffries or in any of the Democratic Party for a serious negotiation to make this happen.
So the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, did not endorse in this race. He did not endorse Mamdani.
Bro, it looks like a fucking party in the front here.
Well, what I think is so impressive...
Can we just say these people are having the best night of their damn lives, and I love them for that.
...that came out to vote for him is that he had to not just defeat a Republican, he had to defeat a Republican and the old guard of the Democratic Party at the same time. He was fighting a war on two fronts and not just one. And he still won resoundingly. And I think the message that that sends is that the Democratic Party cannot last much longer by denying the future, by trying to undercut our young, by trying to undercut a next generation of diverse and upcoming Democrats that have the parties, the actual party, our actual electorate and voters support.
All right, we have to go, but I have to ask you, because Republicans are saying that Chuck Schumer is afraid of you. Is he?
I don't think so. I think that, Senator Schumer and I have worked together. I think Republicans are afraid of me. I'll tell you that much. And I think that they project their fear of me onto him. So I think that they're just telling on themselves when they say that.
All right, Congresswoman, thank you very much for joining us. Back to you, Jake.
Okay, that was a very Democratic Party friendly interview, if I'm being honest. That's like that's literally what I heard. And once again, this could be a moment. This is an inflection point. This could be a moment where you point the finger at Chuck Schumer and you point the finger at Hakeem Jeffries and you say they resisted this until the very last moment. You know, like it's just like, I don't know, man. I just don't. When I see shit like this, it makes me think like we are not on the same path. Personally, I don't want to revive. I don't want to ever work within the Democratic Party. It's never, ever going to be a place that I feel comfortable in. And I'm not going to fucking pretend like I will be. Like, I want them to fail and burn and, like, stop existing. And then we replace them. And then, yeah, well, there's always going to be a right. And we'll fight the right. But, like, the Democrats are the right. And right now, we just have two right-wing parties. And we have some people who say they're leftists and have leftist opinions on a lot of things, but they organize within a right-wing party. We should want the right-wing party to die, and we should try to build what we can out of its grave. And I'm so worried that this is just going to be a moment that that the Democratic Party captures and uses to revive itself once again. That's anarchist to BH? It's not. It's Marxist. It's Leninist. It's like we should build a vanguard party. We should build our own working class party. Who's this guy? What are we doing? He's from California. I don't know, bro. No, they're saying I've never read Marx, which is awesome. I'm gonna have to leak my fucking college transcript. Show them the Marxism classes that I took. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I'm still waiting. Where the frick is this guy at? Why isn't he giving a speech? There's so much to be gleaned from the words that he chooses. Where's the speech? his wife is still writing it. People have been really weird about his wife, and I feel like that's only going to get worse too. By the way, this is what I was referencing. This is what I was referencing.
Who the hell is that? What is happening right now? You're from California.
You're from California. True. Guys, I'm telling you, I never tell you ever to talk in another person's stream, but chat, I'm like, I know this is the truth. Get Hassan to convince, get Hassan to get on Kenneth Mejia right now. He's going to seem like a fucking genius. It's the best move he could possibly make is to support Kenneth Mejia for mayor now, before he even announces. Mejia has announced he's rerunning for controller, which I of course support, but this guy needs to be in the mayor's office. I'm sorry. Kenneth Mejia, learn the name. You're going to come back when Hassan's at his victory mayor party. You know, who is he? He's currently the controller of Los Angeles, and he is a young, hot, abolitionist, honest, from the people, for the people politician. Cuomo is live? Oh, hell yeah.
Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage, and I am proud of what we did and what we did together.
And you lost twice.
This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that
we all have a lot of fucking money.
Of New York City.
We're either easily duped by money or we're capitalist pigs.
2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line.
You lost. Why are you cheering?
The highest
That's not enough.
percentage in modern history.
That doesn't matter, dude. None of this means anything.
Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977.
Yeah, but unlike him,
it's also important
you're disgraced.
That almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met.
Oh my God, dude.
We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain.
Boo! Fuck you!
Nation of laws. And we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe.
Boo! We hate the cops.
Not make the NYPD the enemy.
Yeah, they are our enemy. Fuck you.
We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation.
You're a racist!
And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism
Oh my God, you Islamophobic piece of shit. Shut up.
Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us.
Yeah. Who's attacking? Yeah.
Was necessary to make that point. A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road.
By not supporting Israel.
We made that point, and they heard us.
No, they didn't.
We'll hold them to it.
No, they did not hear you at all. You're a loser. You're going home tomorrow jobless. Get a job. Get a job, you loser. Nepo baby loser.
We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field.
Pathetic. It wasn't enough. You still lost.
Congratulations to Zoran Mandami.
Oh, you racist piece of shit. You racist piece of fucking shit.
No, that is not right.
You racist piece of shit.
That is not right.
Fuck you.
It's not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night.
They're mad.
And as
they're big mad.
To transition to government, we will all have.
He can't control his crowd.
We can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul.
They're booing him.
Showed, and the
I heard boos.
New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Loser. Twice. Two-time loser. Yeah. Fitting. He plays the billionaire after. That's very fitting. Gotta play the billionaire. Okay, we're still waiting on Mamdani's speech.
These are some hardworking folks. Many of them have gone to college.
It's almost midnight in New York.
1, 2, or 3 gig jobs, and they cannot get anywhere, and nobody's listening to their pain. And so I think what you're seeing is when you say, well, socialism doesn't work anywhere, these kids say, well, capitalism's not working for me.
Oh, it's 11?
Somebody's got to do something to help me. And so I think that what's happening is the Trump phenomenon went in this direction. There's another phenomenon going in this other direction, but it's all about the economic pain that's not being addressed by the establishment. As long as the establishment doesn't have an answer for these young people and these working class people, they're going to be going other places.
But the question is going to be...
Okay, he's tapping into his Maoist background here.
Just did not hit this hard enough. I asked him about it on The View, and he just simply couldn't articulate the message of why his policies may in fact not work. But I'm hearing from Republicans who feel like this is a...
How's Minnesota looking?
The one bright spot is that they think Mamdani is what they need going into the midterms to tie every vulnerable Democrat House member to him, to tie him to the most offensive remarks that he's made. I asked him recently about his comments where he described the NYPD as racist.
Jacob, Frey's pulling ahead. 98% of votes counted.
He's met with the commissioner. But these are things that are...
It's not looking good, chat. Omar Fateh, 10 points behind on Jacob Frey. Bummer. actually really sad. And this is also frustrating because like everybody, like of course there's like a lot of promising candidates all over the United States. And like New York City is important in its own way. It's the capitalist like hub of the world basically. So having a socialist victory there does matter a lot, but yeah, we'll see. Ooh, need to wait for ranked choice voting. I mean, there are 25% on the field. What are the politics of these two people? Or I guess I don't even know. Or there's really 4 candidates. Hampton and Dwayne Davis. Was there a coalition or anything there? I don't know anything about this race really. Hampton, Davis, and Fateh all did a coalition. Oh, it's actually very possible then. They all cross-endorse each other? Oh, wait, then yeah. Oh, yeah, this could happen for sure. Don't count him out yet. Don't count him out yet at all. It's a toss-up? I think it's... Yeah, I mean, maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, you have to imagine a bunch of people... Like, I mean, there is the cross-endorsement from the candidates, which is really good, but... There's going to be some people who don't want to vote for Omar Fateh for whatever reason and maybe didn't rank him on both of these. There's going to be people that are going to go to Frey. Yeah. There's a don't rank Frey campaign. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible then. That's good. I don't even think it's just hopium. I actually think that's very possible. That's cool. We'll see. I don't think we'll have an answer tonight on that one.
Implement some of the programming that he has talked about, and things will get even more bleak. Things do not get better under socialism. They do not.
Populists always point to the right problem. Sometimes they don't have the right solution. And so that's the question. But I'm going to tell you, if the establishment in both parties does not deal with the economic pain of this generation, you're going to see more of these type of candidates, for better or for worse.
Any minute now, Democrat New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani is about to speak, and we're
Scott Jennings just
closing in California.
Scott Jennings just saying, well, socialism just doesn't work.
We'll be right back.
Very convincing, brother. You're really hitting us in the brain here.
And another. Leaf filter stops needles, acorns.
Damn, MSNBC. Wait, this is so funny.
Like that, it's only natural to have
MSNBC and Fox News are literally running the same ad at the same time.
damage. Call your local leaf filter trusted pros for .com. Call us today for
It's the same ad.
an estimate. Call 833 leaf filter.
Take that as you will. Take that as you want. Big Leaf is taking over. True. Gosh dang it. Where the heck are you, Zohran? Guess we can check on what Hassan's up to.
Like 2017, 18.
Oh, hell yeah.
When we were still playing
Long majority report.
And then
Emma's
2020 came back
supposed to be here, but I don't know where they're at.
Bro, this is a who's who. This is literally just like a who's who of the left on the internet.
Think about that sometimes as well. My parents want me to.
Coming to show. Who's up to me? Luther is so good. Yeah, great song. Hassan Piker taunts Andrew Cuomo at Zohran Mamdani party. What happened? I thought the Hassan loves 9/11. Oh, okay. Yeah, this will be cathartic.
Yo, what happened? Hey, what happened? I thought that 9/11. Hassan loves 9/11. What happened? What happened? I thought that was a successful campaign strategy. What happened? Bitch. Andrew Cuomo, fuck you.
It's true.
My dick, Andrew Cuomo. Bill, hey, Pac-Man, Bill Smokes Crackman, fuck you.
I mean, it has to be vindicating, bro.
He got a little...
Good for him. That's awesome.
He got a little worried, I think, with the stuff that was going on, because I had a bunch of friends reach out and say, oh, man, wants to come on the stream for advice. You know? Yeah, no, I know. I know. I would love to have listen, big up. Thank you. He did the exact opposite of like the Elizabeth Warren. I gave him.
Somebody just, this white guy just said you gotta have Bad Bunny on the stream. True. Fucking true. Hassan, what are you doing? Where is Bad Bunny on your stream? He's Brad Lander's rep? Oh. He was talking about Brad Lander.
I truly had no intent.
Dude, I have so much conflicting ideas with Brad Lander. I like him because he does defense at the immigration courts in New York City, which are a site of like, he's on the front lines. Guys, stop being weird with this shit too. I don't like that. I don't like that stuff. Don't do that with people. You're watching people on, these are people. Come on. I forget what we were even talking about. Yeah, it is weird to say. Don't say that stuff. Don't do that, guys. It's very weird. Oni, I'm so fucking lived up right now. You have no idea. I've consumed so much wine. I've been posting for hours. I hope y'all are doing fantastic. Hell yeah. We're celebrating. It's a big moment. There's a lot going on. I hope you're having a good day, Oni. Chat, go follow Oni. Can we get a shout out for Oni? Praying Zoran keeps over 50% just to squash a bunch of narratives. Yeah, so we have seen some narratives develop already. Like the Democrats are trying to take control. They're trying to take ownership over this. And this is like a big inflection point in his speech, is whether or not he gives credit to DSA or presents this as like a revival of the Democratic Party. I think these are big differences. And that distinction is going to be something I'm listening very closely to in his speech. And I hope you guys do too. And even I was listening for it in like AOC's interview and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, this is a big moment. Like DSA just won the New York City mayoral race. Are we going to give this credit for this victory to DSA or to the Democratic Party? That is actually really important for how our movement progresses. That's a really critical distinction for me, personally. Yeah, like how much does he talk about socialism? How much does he talk about class? How much does he fuck all the police stuff, whatever. We had those conversations and they are what they are. We'll see what he does whenever the budget is up and he's sitting across from the police unions. You know what I mean? Like we'll see. That's when it really matters, and that's when we need to be active and pressuring him. But I think tonight is really what does he say about class? What does he say about movement building? Right? Of you need to stay organized like that. I want to hear that. I want to hear him say, it's not me, it's us. We won this. And the only way we achieve the things you asked and you expect me to do is if you stay involved and if you organize and you build your power. And I think there's a really good chance he does say that stuff. But will he point to the DSA? You know what I mean? Yeah, also, I would love to see him talk about it in a national context as well, Oni. I agree. I was saying that earlier too, and I agree. Yeah, stay involved and hold me accountable. I would love to hear that. Actually. Yeah, no, I would actually love to hear that. Like that, or discussion of I don't know, co-governance, you know what I mean? Something that's this is us. This is, we are doing this together. It's not just me going and gaining my power, you know? And I think he will. I genuinely do think that's probably the direction that the speech is going to go. If Zoran says join DSA, I just might rejoin. Yeah, I don't know why you left or what city you live in. I left DSA and then rejoined when I moved because not every branch is worth being in, if I'm being honest. But Kansas City is, so I rejoined. Also, California polls are closing in 30 seconds. I expect my prediction for California, Prop 50 will win. I think it's obvious. People fucking hate Trump. It's like the most clear anti-Trump bill. It is Trump on the ballot.
The 3 Pennsylvania State Supreme Court justices stay. This is an anti-Trump thumping across the country.
We're about to close in California in just seconds. We're going to get our very first look at whether Californians will accept Governor Gavin Newsom's new U.S. House maps, and we can make a projection in California. The polls are closed as of now, and CNN projects that Californians have indeed voted yes on the state's newly drawn congressional district map, aiming to help Democrats win an additional up to 5 U.S. House seats.
It wouldn't be close. This is obvious.
1 year, this victory marking a huge win for California Governor Gavin Newsom, a Democrat who framed this vote as a chance for his state to rebuke President Trump and to make it easier to deny him a Republican-controlled House for his final 2 years in office. Again, CNN projecting that Californians have voted yes on Prop 50 to implement the state's newly drawn U.S. House map. And CNN's anchor, Alex Michelson, is at the headquarters for California Democrats in Sacramento. Alex, this is a pretty quick call. The polls closed, and we said Prop 50 is going to win.
Wait, did Gavin Newsom delete his...
Very quick call. Doesn't get any quicker than this, Jake. And what a
his
big
Dick Cheney tweet
for the history of Governor Gavin Newsom. He bet big.
Did he delete it?
Imagine if he lost this race.
Wait.
How problematic that would be for him and for his future. He took a big bet, and he's winning big on this, sending a message not only here in California.
Oh, he did it on the CA governor account.
He has thought for years that the Democratic Party is too weak and that the party is looking for somebody who will be.
Okay, before they give any credit to Gavin Newsom, I need to remind you who the fuck this guy is, okay? Jennifer and I send our condolences to the Cheney family on the passing of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Our thoughts are with his loved ones. Fuck you, dude. You don't have to do this. This is the Democratic Party's future, by the way. By the way. Praising a fucking war criminal. Millions of deaths.
It's increased his social media following.
Oh yeah, Pelosi got the tweet about it too.
And it also may change and may inspire other.
Ew, this one's so much worse.
Move on the issue of redistricting, but this.
Ew. Dick Cheney was a patriotic American who loved his country. While we strongly disagreed on most policy issues, his patriotism was clear when he returned to the House floor to commemorate the first anniversary of January 6th. We all saw then how proud Vice President Cheney was to see his daughter Liz follow in her father's footsteps to serve in the House with courage and integrity. May it be a comfort to Lynn, Liz, and Mary, and that so many are praying for them at this time. No, I don't need to pray for you. I know this is the best day of their lives. Why would I pray for them? This is the best day they've ever had in their entire lives. You don't pray for people who are doing well. I saw Kamala made one of these posts. Yeah, we read it earlier. We read it earlier. Yeah,
and it's just not even close.
So technically, we called it 1 second after the hour.
Oh, okay.
So you know.
Okay, so maybe it was closer than we thought. No, I'm kidding. Look, this whole, as Ellis just said, this was a gamble by Gavin Newsom. I mean, he saw what was happening in Texas. He felt the outrage among Democrats, and he seized on it. And it wasn't even close.
And people opposed him at the beginning. Democrats opposed him at the beginning.
Big time, because if you look at what the recent history in California has been, is that an independent commission to decide the districts has been increasingly popular. And he said, no, this is not about that. He says it's going to be temporary. We'll see. And that's.
Okay, while we're waiting, here's a clip from, here's AOC Immediate reaction on Hassan's stream.
We will mobilize.
Zoran going live. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Where's the live?
But before he does, I want
That's not Zoran.
a few quick words of reflection and thanks and
That ain't Zoran.
a special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement.
First, let's hear a round of applause for Jessica Tish. Okay, I'm joking. That's my last one. I'm done. W Working Families Party, WJVP.
Now, do we have labor in the house?
I heard it. I heard the DSA chant. I know. She shouted out DSA when I muted. My bad.
With our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night in every corner of the city, and we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life.
What is happening to the camera operator? It's on a very unstable platform and people are walking and
I want to thank
the energy is very high.
campaign staff.
It's literally the ground moving.
Sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement. And then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause.
W. Gotta give him credit. Gotta give him credit.
Please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zoran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight.
Incredible campaign. Very good campaign. Would have liked to see some choices different, but it's my freaking job, guys. Is to analyze.
We have all been
and critique.
Inspired by Zoran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zoran, our friend, a round of applause.
Woo!
And there are too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event, creating art. And if you are one of the tens of this is beautiful. And if
Put your hand up in the chat.
Tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be with us tonight, this is for you as well.
Let's go Toe Jam.
You have made history. You set
Let's go Oni. Let's go Chili.
and then exceeded them. You believed in this city and
Congrats, y'all.
each other. And you achieved something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion. And most importantly,
Let's go Cheesy Bread.
time of despair and
Let's go Toxon.
you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you. Friends, the scope of this campaign was truly unprecedented. we had hundreds of thousands
Comrade,
of conversations with our neighbors and trained leaders who
We're still on the hopium ranked choice voting for Omar Fateh. I don't think you should be doomer about that race yet at all. I don't think you should.
years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movement partners.
It ain't over yet.
And we were so fortunate to be led on this campaign by someone who has been a part of this work from the beginning. She led Julia Salazar's groundbreaking campaign in 2018. And since then has been behind the scenes in so many of our victories. If this campaign made you feel powerful, or taught you something, or showed you discipline, or brought you joy, you have this person to thank. She is caring, wise, and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause, our organizing director, Tasha.
W. Tasha. W. Tasha. I have to click on that. No, he did not. No, he did not post that. Okay, I love that.
Thank you. This is very exciting.
Let's go, Tasha.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign.
Hell yeah. NYC messed
I
up.
first crossed paths with Zoran in 2017.
Say
On
more.
the city council campaign for Qatar
Say more, chatter.
in Bay Ridge.
Are you malding over this?
Zoran was the paid canvas manager, and I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America.
No, on 50. What does that mean?
Ever have imagined that 8 years later, we would be here on election night for a mayoral campaign, 104,000 volunteers.
No on Prop 50? Can you focus?
104,000 volunteers. We love numbers, we love metrics, but I want to talk first about what's behind those numbers. Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing.
No, it's not.
For many, including myself,
It's actually a beautiful way, though. I love door knocking.
beginning, asking a stranger something about their lives and sharing something about yours, sharing what you want to see in the world, it can be daunting. Thousands of people did it. And every time every volunteer went to a door and talked to a stranger, they offered their vision to that stranger and invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision. We love
Yep, Zoran won.
Every door knock and every phone call is a statement of belief that politics is for all of us. This campaign and this city is all of ours to shape. I also want to say something about field leads.
Yeah, no, for real. The organizers behind this, incredibly competent, incredibly well organized.
Canvases have been led
Campaign.
by volunteers we call field leads. Many of them are here. Most led a shift every week, and some led a shift every week since December. And every time they led a canvass, and they were the ones welcoming new volunteers into our movement. They were
Fake promises all the time.
inspire folks coming out to canvass for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership in an uncertain moment and try something new and scary.
This chatter's not even wrong. Like they're correct. What evidence does anyone have that can counter that? Like this chatter's correct. We see and we hope for a different future.
Willingness to step into
but
unknown and
this chatter's not wrong.
others to imagine something better.
And they're not right. They're not wrong for feeling that way either.
So here are the numbers. Over 104,000 volunteers made over 4.4 million calls. At around noon today, a volunteer knocked our 3 millionth door.
Wow. That's wild.
Over 700 field leads have led over 5,700 canvases in 243 neighborhoods.
Wow. That won the race.
668 voters.
This is the power of organizing in DSA, right?
They were canvassed by somebody.
Is we have the numbers. They have the money, we got the people.
To volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker. These are unprecedented numbers. The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all 5 boroughs, is going to transform our city. 100,400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass democratic action. And it doesn't stop tonight.
Did anybody, was that a capital D or a lowercase d?
At electing Zoran, we will continue to fight to bring the affordable of New York City to life.
That's right.
I am so excited to do that with all of you. And now I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear.
Yeah, they called Prop 50 like instantly.
We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City that it so urgently needs. He's been a friend, and he is the next mayor of the greatest city on earth,
Zoran, Zoran, Zoran. Yeah, this is live. There he is. W mustache. Let's go, Toe Jam. All right, pay attention. Listen up. This is a big moment.
Thank you, my friends.
Woo! We're his friends? He's talking to me?
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said,
Okay. Okay.
see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Okay.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
That's fucking right. This is great. So far, so good.
All odds, we have grasped it.
That's fucking right.
The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
That's right.
invest in private life.
He said, get a job. He said, get a job, you bum.
Time I utter his name.
That's right. You bum.
We turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change.
Okay.
A mandate for a new kind of politics.
Okay.
A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
Oh, shit. Damn.
And that is because of you.
34.
So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership.
Yes, Zoran won, chat.
We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Hey! He said, fuck you, racists. That translates to fuck you, racists.
By the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker,
That's a good joke.
Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night.
Let's go.
A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more
This is
than
great.
100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
Okay.
Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son.
Aww.
And to my incredible wife, Rama.
W.
Hayati. There is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
Aww. He's in love.
To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before.
Okay.
There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears.
What?
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us.
Nah, hope is powerful. Hope should be talked about.
Museums, in community centers, as we filled in
I'm about that.
the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love that.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
Yeah, he hasn't mentioned them at all,
Central
Acid.
to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia.
That's right. Do something. We're going to do shit. Socialism is when the government does things.
Raise the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants.
That's right. Yeah, fuck the Democrats.
Fast and free. and deliver universal child care across our city.
Let's do it.
Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers.
Let's go.
We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy.
The cops. I hear the cops.
Tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light.
I haven't said anything.
Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community,
W.
one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a
W.
mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power.
That's right. That's right.
No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
That's fucking right. That's right.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them.
Yeah.
But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour.
Yep. A little class consciousness.
To fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system.
Remaking?
Refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
I need to hear the C word.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, It is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power.
Oh, capitalism. Nobody said it.
Not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump,
That's a good line, too.
I know you're watching.
Eat shit and choke on it.
Words for you.
Eat shit, choke on it.
Volume up.
Turn the volume up. Let's go. Cook him. There's the clip. This will be played all day tomorrow. Turn this TV off.
We will hold bad landlords to account.
That's right.
The Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants.
That's right. W. Tenant mentioned.
To the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
Coming for you.
We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does,
Yeah, he's killing it.
when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed.
That's right.
New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Hey! Damn, this is moving as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. This is great.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Hey! Yo, we love it. We love it.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days,
Nah, that's a good message.
will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme and let us build a shining city for all.
Damn. Damn.
And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist.
Hey!
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
Hey! Let's fucking go. Okay.
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price.
Yeah.
Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party.
Okay.
And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind.
Okay, wait, this is actually great.
Leave mediocrity in our past.
I'm gonna turn off the alerts. This is really important. Thank you, Acid.
History book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month.
No, don't apologize. Thank you so much, Acid.
Knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time.
Okay.
And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all,
Assuming the media likes you.
each New Yorker, when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together,
Thank you, W, comrade.
dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together.
Good. Good.
This power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Wow. 10 out of 10 speech. Banger speech. Wait, I actually do kind of want to go back to the comment about the Democrats. Incredible speech. Yeah, wait, let's let him walk off. But I want to go listen to that part again. Because I feel like it was a critique of the Democratic Party in total. And I kind of missed the end part of it. Bigfoot Dry Stick, thank you for the 5 gifted so much. W Comrade, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. This is Bollywood music. Let's go. Wow. Yo, W Mom. Yeah, take care, Oni. Drink some water, bro. Have some toast and water. They're gonna try to throw everything. They're gonna throw everything at Mamdani to try to take him down. He's smart enough to know this, but the full force of wealthy folks and their money are gonna be used to make him fail. Of course, yeah. Then they'll use that as an excuse for any future opportunities that are even similar to Mamdani's. Hope his policies make a positive impact, but a lot of work ahead. You're 100% correct. Your analysis is correct. The thing I think you're missing is that it's not up to him. You're still giving him too much power in this situation. It's up to us. If we organize, if New York City organizes, it doesn't matter who the fuck is in the mayor's office. It doesn't matter. If we wanted to, the working class in this country right now could bring Trump to his knees and force whatever policy we wanted. Okay? This is an important thing. It's not up to Zoran whether or not this policy gets enacted. It's up to us, and it always has been, and we've always had this power. We have always had this power. And it's like, I think, like, platforms like this can be a great place to tell people that story and to create people as organizers, you know? But I think, you know, yeah, I think this is a great speech, honestly, in that direction. You know, I really do. Like, I think in general, this speech was exactly what I was hoping for. You know? Okay, I think this is the part.
A great New Yorker once said,
I want to rewatch this real quick.
in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all.
That was a fire line.
And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
Yeah, like this is great. This is amazing.
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution and we have paid a mighty price.
Like this is good. This is good. But like, okay, here's the thing though. Is this analysis, you're correct. This is the correct analysis, right? But is this analysis like is it meant to improve the Democratic Party, or is it meant to expose the true material motivations behind the Democratic Party? Right? Because like we are not here to reform this. The prescription or the diagnosis is true, right? That what you're saying is correct. But like, is it an endemic problem to the Democratic Party that we can fix and reform, or is it something that the Democratic Party that's core to its identity? I believe that this is core to its identity, that the Democratic Party is a capitalist institution, right? And this dynamic is, in my opinion, the deciding factor behind whether or not he's successful and whether or not we are able to build working class power legitimately.
Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great.
Yeah. See, like I'm not a huge fan of that. And so it begins. Ominous. What a fucking loser. Oh my god, what a fucking loser, dude. Oh my god. Okay, what? Sammy, what? Oh, he was watching. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. He loves the drama. Anime villain ass energy. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But no, I'm really nitpicking. I did want to listen to this again, and while I still think this is like the core distinction, isn't DSA a part of the Democratic Party? No, they're not. Although I understand why you would ask. But no, they're not. They just use the ballot line a lot, you know. He means the Democratic voters, not the politicians. I think he means the party. He's saying like the Democratic Party can do something great. You know? And like I said, I'm not here to shit on it. I'm nitpicking. I think this was like a 10 out of 10 speech that for the 99% of it focused on the like working class and giving workers power that they've never had before, which is the most important thing. Brett, that N-word is a slur, essentially. Best not to say. Wait, what word did I say? What word did I say? Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay, I got it. Okay, I was like, wait, what? I said a slur? Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't know that. Yeah, anyway, I don't know.
These elections, it was 100%.
We'll see.
A little bit off.
Yeah.
But the substance of your dreams matter. I think that matters.
You know, for all you said, Alyssa, everyone here is going to go home to great comfort tonight. Everyone at this table is going to go home to great comfort tonight. There are a lot of people in this city, there are a lot of people in this country who have to worry every single day about how they're going to meet their bills. And that is a crisis.
Lord Eastwood, thank you for the 2 months.
And a crisis for the country. So the fact that he is addressing those things is an important thing. Did he address it in the
It's racial. Yeah, I didn't know. Thanks for letting me know,
To
chat.
be honest with you, it felt Trumpian. He started by saying he dare not say the name of Cuomo.
But that's not the point. You know, I think the speech was really good. I liked how confrontational he was with Trump. Obviously, like, was not crazy about his comments about the police. You know what I mean? But I do think, like, he needs, like, he's really like, this is a fight that we're going to be fighting, and I'm here for it, and I want to fight it. Zoran's best moment of the entire campaign was yelling at Tom Homan, bumping chests with a fucking cop to yell at Tom Homan. That was his best moment in the whole campaign. And, like, he needs to embody that energy, you know? Also, guys, move on from that conversation. I apologize. I didn't know. It's fine. We just move on from that conversation. We have better shit to talk about. It's okay. It's okay. I know I'm in the minority in this channel, but I do think it's good for DSA candidates to win primaries and get elected as Democrats. Until we have enough support to win against both Democrats and Republican candidates in generals, we aren't there yet. I agree with you, Forlorn. You're not in the minority here. I think that's where most of us are. But the distinctions are still there, right? There's still strategy. It's not just, oh yeah, run as a Democrat and then win, and then question mark, and then socialism. Like, this is all a process that we need to be evaluating it and, like, learning from it, and, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually really important. It's really important that we are dealing with this, you know what I mean? And viewing it critically, and not just, like, getting into, like, team sports head and just being like, okay, this is what it is, right? Because, like, I don't know. And maybe you don't share my analysis of the Democratic Party. I don't think my analysis of the Democratic Party is shared amongst a lot of streamers on this platform. You know, I think a lot of the other streamers on this platform that cover electoral politics think that the Democratic Party can be convinced, and they still do think of it as a potential home for anti-capitalism. I disagree. I disagree, you know? Personally, I disagree. And I think, and also, like, this needs to be also brought back to the idea that, like, this is our coverage tonight. And this is probably the most that I'll really talk about it, outside of, like, maybe, like, watching some reflection videos or you know what I mean? But, like, voting is what you do for 15 minutes. And maybe you get involved in a campaign, maybe you knock doors, maybe that becomes part of your organizing, and that's okay too. That's great. But, like, if you don't live in New York City and you're not a part of this, like, you need to make this happen in your cities. And that means a lot of different things, right? That's not just, like, finding a candidate and, like, running as a Democrat. Like, that's not what that is. Like, it's like you need to build working class power in your own area. You need to go and organize, whether it be on the grounds of tenants or workers at workplaces, or it's defending immigrants against ICE. Like, whatever it is, this is not a spectator sport. We are actors in our own lives and in the politics of the world. You know, are we reproducing the system that we live in, or are we working to destroy it and to build something new in its place? Right? Like, this is an important distinction, and you need to understand your role in that, right? This is, like, genuinely the reason that I started streaming, and, like, my goal and my, like, in the entire reason that I do this is that, like, I like Twitch. I love the community, right? And I noticed that there's a lot of people on this platform who are very into politics, are leftists, but have nothing. Like, they don't know what to do with it. And I'm telling you from experience that attitude of being in a place where you're consuming all this news and you understand it well and you don't know what to do with it, and it's gonna, like, especially in this moment under fascism, Like, it's gonna just lead you to rot, and it's gonna make you have doomer attitudes, and it's gonna make you feel like the world is lost, and like that's a very dark path. It's a very dark path. You start to get resentful of everyone around you for allowing this to happen, and like it's just dark, right? But the cure to that is praxis. Like, as Forlorn was saying, like, the cure to that is going out and engaging in your community and getting your hope from other places besides Twitch, or even besides like Zoran. You know, like, if you feel like, I'm glad you feel hope right now. I'm not trying to rain on your hope at all. That's a good thing. You should feel hope. We have a new possibility. We're organizing in a new America now because of the work of organizers in New York City, right? But at the same time, like, your hope, I promise you, it's going to be more fulfilling to you as a person is if your hope is coming from regular people in your own community that have the same access to organizing and activism as you do, who are working class people just like you know, who are just building their power together. Like, be humbled by somebody who's not impressive. You know, like, I can't tell you how beneficial that is for you. You know? Regular people in my community are fucking Destiny fans, bro. What the fuck? Really, Raylan? I don't... Really? I honestly, in my entire time of organizing in Kansas City, I have never met a single person who had any opinion about Twitch. Like, literally, none of them know any of you, any of the streamers. Maybe they know about Hassan, but like, we are very small. Like, we are not reaching normies in the way that it's discussed on this platform, if we're being honest. Hassan is to an extent, nobody else is. Nobody else is even close. Like, it's not even a conversation. It's not even a conversation. You know? We watched that, Zeef. Thank you for being my way into the Twitch platform and drama. Chris, you don't know even the half. Okay? Don't act like you know the drama. You don't know the drama. You're LARPing like you know the drama. We can't grow complacent from just one election. There's a movement in the background of that campaign from before it began, but each city has its own circumstances that you can organize off of. Mutual aid, tenant and worker unionization, and other things that are ways you can get into your communities and build that power to do something like this. 100%. 100%. Okay, we have Seattle news. For Mayor Bruce Harrell, the incumbent is up 7% on Katie Wilson. Erica Davis won general election. I actually don't know shit about Seattle, chat. Who are we rooting for here? Is it Katie? Omar Fateh lost? Not yet, no. That's a ranked choice voting, and the bottom three are... they all did like a don't rank fake pact. So it's not as simple as somebody as like just because Fateh is lower now, that, you know what I mean? He's losing right now, but I think when ranked choice starts to go, he'll quickly gain, and we'll see. It could be close. It's a kind of a coin toss right now.
Today, right when polls were opening, that this election was...
All right, I'll be right back.
rigged.
I'm going to go pee. If you're enjoying the stream, please subscribe. Subscribing to the channel helps me so much. It allows me to organize in my free time and stream as often as I can. It's the backbone of the community are the subs. They're so amazing and awesome. And also, you don't have to watch ads. It helps so much.
12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around. So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections, period and full stop. This is not complicated, and it's self-evident to anyone paying attention. You start to stack up all of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand tall, to not be intimidated, to not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one thing, shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us. But we're seeing all across this country, 7 million people strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best of Roman Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people.
Rule of dawn.
The sobriety of this moment. What's at stake? Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party. But again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, we talked about the powerful play goes on. We all must contribute a verse. And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York, in Illinois, in Colorado. We need to see other states with the remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment.
He's just like gerrymander.
To recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it. The minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It's all
lol. Yeah, bro. Yeah, dude. I'm sure, man.
2026. And so I want to thank everybody that stood up, not just for our democracy, but stood up.
Jesus, bro. Prop 51, 4,400,000 to 2,400,000.
Equal branches of government and a system of
64 to 35.
And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day that this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those.
Wait, is Prop 50 good?
An anxiety and a stress.
It's Democratic Party shit
in their lives.
If the Democratic Party gaining more power is good for you, then yes. Yeah, it's very lesser evil shit. You know, it's definitely like a move towards the degradation of our democracy, but that move is already happening big time. Like the board has already been flipped. And so I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't have like a ton of opinions on it because I don't view myself as the like, I don't know. I don't view myself as benefiting from the Democratic Party winning or being in power. You know? Anyway, here's an article from Tara Raghuveer, the executive director of KC Tenants, in the New York Review about Zoran's win and how it benefits tenants. This is from the primary. This was published in July, but I think it'd be a good time to read this. Let's check this out. Kara is the best. Kara's a leader I learn from nearly every day as an organizer. So let's check this out. The night before the New York City municipal primary, the air was sticky with heat, and Firdousi Begum was too tense to sleep. For the past 6 months, Begum, a 69-year-old Bengali immigrant living in a rent-stabilized 20-unit apartment building in Astoria, had been canvassing in support of Zohran Mamdani's mayoral campaign with her 71-year-old husband, Parvez Hassan. They had been visiting small businesses, mosques, subway stations, and schools in their neighborhood. Whenever we found another Bengali, we would engage in conversation, Hassan told me. We would start with, Salam, what is your name? Are you a tenant? Begum and Hassan have lived in Astoria for 7 years. He works late nights selling food from halal carts, mostly in Midtown Manhattan. She runs the household they share with their 40-year-old son. They got involved in tenant organizing 4 years ago, after Begum came across a meeting of the Astoria Tenants Union in a nearby park. She soon joined the group that had convened in the meeting, the Committee Against Anti-Asian Violence, founded in 1986 to bring together working-class Asian immigrant communities in Manhattan and Western Queens to organize for racial and economic justice. Sometime later, she invited Hassan to join. At first, he was skeptical, concerned about the work's potential repercussions, but after several months, he saw it was worth the risk. Since then, the two have been active in the tenant union together, bringing in neighbors one by one. I tell everyone about organizing. I speak to my friends, family, neighbors about the importance of growing our power, Begum told me via an interpreter. Many people come because of me. The couple spent months focusing on helping Mamdani win. For us, it's about being able to live in this city, Begum explained. The reality is we stay in this city even though we struggle to live here. There's easy transportation, Bengali groceries. It's possible to find work, but it's not possible to make ends meet. Rent is the #1 killer. The whole community is suffering. Oh no! I got freaking paywalled. Dang it. Can I archive my way out of this? Okay, good. On election day, Begum got out of his bed at 5 a.m. By 7, she and Hassan had arrived at the office of CAAAV's V-Voice, the group's political sibling organization and a member of the New York State Tenant Bloc, a coalition working to channel tenants' political power. The members divvied up doors to knock, phone numbers to call, and polling stations to observe. Begum and Hassan got out on the doors themselves, knocked until it got too hot, went home to shower, and returned to the office to phone bank. At 6 p.m., they joined their neighbors for a last push. 3 hours of outreach in the park and on the streets, running people to the polls if they hadn't voted. Hassan got someone there with 2 minutes to spare. Just over an hour after the polls closed, and about a week before anyone expected real results, Andrew Cuomo, New York's embattled ex-governor, conceded. Mamdani, a 33-year-old Democratic Socialist Assembly member representing parts of Astoria Heights, and Ditmars Steinway in Queens, took the stage after midnight at his watch party in Long Island City and declared victory. Begum and Hassan had just left CAAAV Voice office. They were home, refreshing their phones when they saw the results. They both slept well that night. To understand how Zohran Mamdani won the mayoral primary by a full 12 points last month, shocking the political establishment in the city and across the country, it helps to understand how tenants like Begum and Hassan decided to go on the offensive against real estate. There are a number of places where the story could start. Over the last several decades, a historic amount of capital has flowed into investments in residential and commercial properties around the world. A complex system of institutions emerged to protect and increase that flow, from real estate trusts to private equity firms. New York is that system's global center. As Michael Greenberg has documented in these pages, between 2000 and 2016, survival became nearly impossible for the city's poorest tenants. During those years, he wrote, New York City developers contributed $83 million to state assembly and Senate campaigns, more than any other economic group. In Albany, legislators routinely blocked pro-tenant bills from reaching the floor. At City Hall, Michael Bloomberg's 12-year tenure initiated an era of glitzy projects and subsidies, which were billed as incentives for the creation of affordable housing, but were in practice sweeteners for developers. Bloomberg's successor, Bill de Blasio, criticized him for expanding an underclass, what he called the other New York. During his term, he oversaw 3 rent freezes for tenants in the city's 1 million stabilized units, but otherwise, he followed a playbook on housing that too often resembled Bloomberg's. Catastrophic tax exemptions and neighborhood-by-neighborhood rezoning led to a speculation boom and skyrocketing rents. One inflection point came in late 2018, when then-Governor Cuomo championed a deal that would have brought Amazon's second headquarters, a $1 billion development project, to Long Island City. HQ2, as it became known, was to include a waterfront esplanade and enough office space to fill 3 Empire State Buildings. It was also set to receive nearly $3 billion in subsidies. After the bid went public, a coalition of grassroots groups, many of which I know in my capacity as an organizer with the National Tenant Union Federation, rallied to oppose the project. The central question was rent. At the time, Queens was already the site of the steepest rent hikes in the country, and many tenants feared that the HQ2 project would supercharge gentrification across the borough. Our members saw the writing on the wall, Sasha Wigerante, and the executive director of CAAAV and CAAAV Voice told me. They knew that an influx of wealthy Amazon employees would raise the rents and the cost of everything else around them, and that the local bodegas, restaurants, and laundromats will be priced out. Responding to public pressure, politicians like Corey Johnson, then Speaker of the City Council, and Councilmember Jimmy Van Brammer came out against the deal. Why do you need our money? We have 63,000 people who are sleeping in homeless shelters, Johnson asked. Don't you think there's a better way for us to spend $3 billion? Community members booed Amazon representatives out of a City Hall meeting. The pressure proved too much. In February 2019, 3 months after announcing the development, Amazon backed out. Organizers declared victory, but they were sober about the likelihood of the movement's ongoing success. If it wasn't HQ2, it would be another mega development. During that time, Wigerante told me tenant organizations began to have more sustained conversations about how to escape these reactive fights. Tactics are what organizers do. Strategy is why we do them. The tenant leaders, Wigerante suggested, felt a need to sharpen their long-term strategy. One way was to clarify precisely what they were up against. Not just individual landlords or management companies, but the system of real estate and financial institutions that collaborate to set the terms of the market and influence policy in their favor. We began zeroing in on real estate capital as the enemy, Wigerante said. We needed to make that money toxic. In New York, landlords and real estate capitalists exercise power through a lobbying group called the Real Estate Board of New York. REBNY exerts vast influence over the New York institutions that shape public policy, the longtime tenant organizer C. Weaver told me. From the City Council to the Rent Guidelines Board to the state legislature, all in service of their bottom line. Weaver leads Housing Justice for All, a statewide coalition founded in 2017 that brings together over 80 tenant organizations, including CAAAV. In 2019, when she signed on as the coalition's first full-time staff member, she drove across the state to recruit organizations from Buffalo to the Mohawk Valley and organized busloads of tenants to go to the state capitol. They were campaigning for the passage of the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act, which would make rent protections a permanent feature in New York's housing law, expand rent control, and restrict landlords' ability to exploit loopholes and to escape regulation. That June, the law passed, a landmark victory. The win would not have been possible without a new crop of legislatures. In 2018, a coalition of 7 candidates, one of them put up by Resurgent Democratic Socialists of America and 6 by the Working Families Party, had primaried and defeated members of the Independent Democratic Caucus. a group of Democrats who started caucusing with their Republican colleagues, also often against the interests of the working class, including opposing rent stabilization. Among the successful challengers were two candidates in this year's mayoral election, Jessica Ramos and Zellner Myrie. The DSA candidate Julia Salazar pledged not to take campaign contributions from developers and landlords and ran on a platform that stressed her support for rent control. This influx of new lawmakers produced not just a functional Democratic majority in the state Senate, the writer and urban planner Samuel Stein wrote at the time, but a group of reformers in the office with strong allegiances to tenants and the tenant movement. Even so, the organizers felt outpaced by the real estate industry and underprepared to sustain their achievements. As long as I've been a tenant organizer, I've been told real estate in New York is like oil in Texas. Sumati Kumar, the campaign director at Housing Justice for All, told me. This is how power works in this state. They just throw their money around everywhere. It's not just that so many politicians are taking their money. It's also that they think they might start funding against them if they do anything pro-tenant. Electeds are terrified. In 2022, another proposed development drew the movement's attention. That spring, Silverstein Properties, Bedrock Real Estate Partners, and Kaufman Astoria Studios petitioned the City Council's Land Use Committee to approve a development project called Innovation QNS. It involved rezoning a 5-block manufacturing district to build 3,200 housing units in Astoria, a neighborhood in Mamdani's district where 87% of the residents were tenants. Nearly 70% of them were either rent-burdened or severely rent-burdened, which is to say, spending over half of their incomes on rent. The proposal barely met the legal minimum requirements that 25% of its units be affordable, a standard that rarely creates true affordable housing in any case, having more to do with what a developer can afford to build than with what a tenant can afford to pay. CAAAV, Deceased Rising Up and Moving, Drum, and Queensboro Houses residents collaborated with the DSA, Queens Neighborhood Union, and other organizations to defeat the proposal. Among their supporters was Mamdani, then 2 years into his term as a state assembly member in Albany, and a steady ally of the tenant movement. The previous year, he had gotten arrested during a protest at Camden Plaza, calling for a pandemic eviction moratorium. Fucking based. Why wasn't this shouted from the rooftops? I guess I can't criticize the campaign anymore because they fucking won. Now he spoke at protests and gave comments to the press, flanked by signs with slogans like, "Our neighborhood does not equal your piggy bank." "I'm in firm opposition to this proposal," he tweeted that June. "My opposition does not stem from its proposed density. It is entirely because of the absolute paucity, the presence of something only in small or insufficient qualities." Okay, we're learning vocabulary. "Of affordable housing within this proposal. To build 2,120 market rate units with a set aside of only the legal minimum of 25% affordability is not an answer to this housing crisis. It is a cause." True, based. Ultimately, the tenant-led coalition, with sustained support from Mamdani, forced the developer to deepen the project's affordability requirements. Of the total Innovation QNS units, 1,100 would now be income restricted. Of those, 500 would be rented at 30% of the area median income, which would make them available to individuals earning around $28,000 a year or families of 4 making $40,000 a year. It was a significant concession. If tenants were to go on the offensive in the coming years, it seemed. Mamdani was a promising early draft pick. Interesting. Okay, are you guys listening? This is actually a very insightful article. I also did not realize how long it is. Should we keep reading? If you read books and not Reddit, it's easy. I know, but I don't usually read articles this long on stream. Read at 2x speed. Okay, cool. Okay, we'll keep going. This is very fascinating to me. It's very much like an origin story of Mamdani that I've never heard before. It's given me a lot more insight. Last year, CAAAV Voice convened a team of tenants from across the city to develop a proposal for a campaign to win a citywide rent freeze for rent-stabilized units, which they saw as a step on the path to universal rent control. They weren't alone. Other organizations involved with Housing Justice for All, including Community Action for Safe Apartments, CASA, housing conservation coordinators, tenants and neighbors, the Metropolitan Council on Housing, and New York Communities for Change were considering similar options. It was a sign of a broader strategic shift. In Albany, a mighty backlash against the COVID-era eviction moratorium had helped Rebney regain ground after the tenants' 2019 victory. In April 2024, good cause eviction protections, which Housing Justice for All had spent years fighting to codify, finally passed. But the coalition was forced to accept major compromises, including exceptions that left millions of tenants unprotected. Finding themselves on the back foot at the state legislature, they knew they needed to try something new. Within the movement, leaders started talking more seriously about an electoral strategy that would put organized tenants face to face with organized capital. Yeah, I got the here's the article on New York Books. Oh my god. There's the article on New York Books. Here's the archive with no paywall. At the city level, meanwhile, the Rent Guidelines Board, a 9-member body appointed by the mayor and charged with setting rents for the city's rent-stabilized units, had become increasingly hostile to low-income tenants over the course of Eric Adams' tenure, raising rents twice in as many years. When the board voted through a third raise that June, a group of 100 tenants, organized by the Rent Justice Coalition, protested the decision at Cooper Union and got arrested. Mamdani was among them. 3 months later, he reached out to CAAV Voice and asked them to be among the groups that would endorse his candidacy on the day he announced his run for mayor. Soon thereafter, as CAAV Voice's organizing director Alina Shen recounted to me, she found herself in an elevator at the Cooney Labor Center with Fahd Ahmed, the executive director of Drum Beats, the political sibling to Drum. She asked, "Hey, are you going to endorse? We need to make a call." By the end of the day, they were in a group chat with organizers at NYCC. The next week, they decided to run a joint endorsement process. On October 21, over 200 people affiliated with a trio of groups gathered at the NYCC offices with interpreters in 4 languages to pose questions to Ramos, Mamdani, and over Zoom, Brad Lander. Mamdani might have seemed the clear choice. At the time, he was the only candidate willing to commit to a rent freeze. But endorsing him was neither obvious nor risk-free. He had virtually no name recognition, and the crowded field included some longer-running and more experienced progressive champions, like Lander, who had deep relationships with institutions like the WFP. Nor were tenants willing to line up behind Mamdani uncritically. When Mr. Chen, an elder with the Chinatown Tenant Union, questioned Mamdani, Shen recounted to me. The candidate greeted him with a friendly ni hao. Chen, uncharmed, held eye contact and told him, "We need reassurance you're not going to leave us behind as you ascend. You need to see how we live." After the meeting, Mr. Chen followed Mamdani out of the room and made sure they scheduled a day for him to visit the neighborhood. But in the end, Mamdani's commitment to a rent freeze won out. Each group agreed to endorse him on day 1. Every politician says New York is the greatest city on the globe, Mamdani said in his launch video on October 23rd. But what good is that if no one can afford to live here? This is New York. We can afford to dream. In January, the Housing Justice for All Coalition launched a statewide electoral arm called the Tenant Bloc, which counts CAAV Voice, Drum Beats, and NYCC as members. It was an experiment in activating what Cornell geographer Russell Weaver, no relation to Sia, has called sleeping giant in New York politics. Tenants as a political class. Oh! God damn it, dude. Tara is so fucking good. Oh my god, this is such a good article. Tenants are half the state, the group declared. They could be a dominant political force if they organize themselves from the buildings to the ballot box. The group's first major undertaking was a campaign to build support for a citywide rent freeze. The mayoral race was a natural occasion. Organizers started knocking doors across the city, asking tenants to sign a pledge that they would vote for a candidate who supported the policy. Rather than back Mamdani from the get-go, as several of their members had, They hoped to build a base that could root towards whichever candidate they ultimately endorsed, implying pressure to the whole field in the process. Among the campaign's co-chairs was Joanne Grell, a Puerto Rican mother of two who lives in a rent-stabilized apartment in Pelham Bay section of the Bronx, where she serves as president of the Tenant Association. She found the apartment on Craigslist 24 years ago, when her kids were 2 and 5 and she was freshly separated from her husband. It is a spacious 2-bedroom and a 32-unit pre-war building, with a big kitchen and one tiny bathroom. She raised her kids there and put them both through college. Now one is in medical school and the other just had a film premiere at Sundance. None of this would have been accomplished, she told me, without stabilized rent. In 2020, Grell went back to college, attending classes at night while working her job as an executive legal assistant at New York Presbyterian Hospital by day. One of her assignments, for a class on community organizing, was to observe an organization's meeting. She chose one hosted by CASA, based on the other side of the Bronx. When she went to the meeting, she felt that it was home for me, she said. I thought, you know what? My building does need repairs. We have common complaints. Let me start a tenant association. Before long, she had recruited all of her building's residents. I read a story that 1 in 24 New Yorkers was a millionaire, and I was like, wait, this is becoming the land of the rich, she told me. We have to hold on with both hands. This past January, Rebney held its annual fundraiser, a $2,500 per plate affair at the waterfront venue in Hell's Kitchen. Kathy Hochul gave remarks. Among the honorees was Scott Reckler, CEO of the firm RXR Realty, which owns thousands of residential units in New York. Outside the venue, the newly formed tenant block organized a picket they called the People's Gala. Grell wore pearls and borrowed a full-length fur coat from her neighbor to look the part. To the rhythm of a bucket drum, the crowd chanted, "Up, up with tenant power, down, down with real estate," greeting landlords on their way into a banquet funded by their tenants' rent checks. The tenant block strategy involved more than just this kind of confrontation. It built a field operation that included over 700 volunteers and 25 field leads who knocked doors in every part of the city, collecting 20,646 pledges from rent-stabilized tenants to support a mayor who backed a rent freeze. In May, the block formally endorsed Mamdani. A week later, they gathered more than 1,000 tenants for a rally at Riverside Church. Between the endorsement and the primary, they sent tens of thousands of texts and placed tens of thousands of calls to get out the vote. The component organizations of the tenant block ran their own operations. At the height of their activity, CAAAV Voice was in 5 neighborhoods: Sunnyside, Astoria, Jamaica, Sunset Park, and Chinatown, 9 times a week. Tenants like Parveg Hassan went to mosques every Friday to recruit voters. Elisa Martinez, a young tenant who grew up in Washington Heights, canvassed her neighborhood with a focus on the Dominican community, which accounts for 15% of the city's rent-stabilized tenants. Delcinia Glover, the president of the historic Lenox Terrace Tenant Association in Harlem, organized her building to sign on to the campaign. Grell told me about a tenant named Mercedes, a retired social worker who built a crew to take the petitions to college campuses. The block's call for a rent freeze and to rank Zoran first on the ballot broke into WhatsApp group chats and ethnic media, including El Diario, Bangla TV, and the World Journal, the largest Chinese newspaper in the United States. Predictably, real estate power players found their own ways to engage in the mayoral race. Last year, 2 long-standing landlord lobbying groups merged to form the New York Apartment Association. Its inaugural CEO, Kenny Burgos, is a 31-year-old former assembly member who makes landlord-friendly TikToks and attended high school with Mamdani. Okay, I'm sorry. We need to take a break. I need landlord-friendly TikTok in my life right now. Give me his TikToks. Take me straight to the TikTok.
The other half of the ballot when you flip it over, which are the ballot measures.
Is this guy?
A few weeks ago, I talked about the ballot measures that could shift zoning power from the city council to the mayor's office. Since then, they become a...
Yeah, that one's boring.
The number one thing New York needs? More affordable housing.
Affordable for who?
Yes, I know, but before I answer that question, I need you to understand that affordable housing is subsidized housing. Subsidized housing means the government helps make it affordable, whether that's through direct funding, tax breaks, or special financing. You know what I'm talking about. NYCHA, Section 8, Mitchell-Lamas, and even the housing lottery are all subsidized by the government.
Yeah, so you're describing why we need public housing. Why do we need you? If the government's already paying for it, why do we need you?
Subsidized housing is a good thing. It helps New Yorkers who need assistance and also supports buildings to cover their costs. What you might not know is most affordable housing in New York isn't subsidized at all. It's regulated. In regulated housing, rents are capped, but there's no government money helping with the costs that are exceeding these capped rents.
Fuck off. They're not, dude.
Think of it like the government saying a bacon, egg, and cheese can't cost more than $3, but doesn't help the bodega with the cost of bacon. You know where I'm going with this.
Freeze the rent.
When politicians promise a rent freeze, it sounds simple, but the impact isn't the same across all types of housing. Subsidized housing can usually weather the storm, government grants, tax breaks, but for over 500,000.
Dude, I love that he's just like, yeah, the government gives us big fat checks to keep you in slums. Like, this is what you should be hearing here. Is that if you live in a rent stabilized apartment and the fucking landlord's not fixing the leaky like faucet, if he's not fixing your heat in the middle of the winter, like that's the guy's taking government money and he's not doing his fucking job. It's wild. We allow this shit. All right, let's finish up this article real quick. In June, as Mamdani rose in the polls, the NYAA announced that it would spend $2.5 million to support Cuomo via a super PAC called Housing for All. At the time, the single largest donation in the mayoral election cycle. The election was supposed to be about crime. Eric Adams had won the office in 2021 on a law and order agenda. And when Andrew Cuomo entered the race, it was with a platform to make New York safer and more respectful of others. But over the course of the campaign, it became clear that Mamdani's focus on the cost of living was resonating, and that the single biggest threat to the city's affordability, the biggest line item in working-class New Yorkers' monthly budgets, was rent. When the day one endorsers got behind Mamdani, he was the only candidate supporting a rent freeze. By the last weeks of the primary, the tenant bloc, along with the pressure of Mamdani's skyrocketing success in the polls, had moved 6 more candidates. Brad Lander, Adrian Adams, Zellner Myrie, Jessica Ramos, Michael Blake, and Scott Stringer to join him. For his part, Mamdani did an elegant dance on housing. I've already told you about my commitment to freeze the rent for every single rent-stabilized tenant, he told the camera, standing on Atlantic Avenue in a February video, tall residential buildings looming behind him. But what about the other half? For them, he went on, we need more housing, a lot more. In his platform, he promised to triple the amount of housing built by the city with capital funds, including by significantly expanding the city's senior affordable rental apartments and extremely low and low-income affordability programs, which subsidize the construction of affordable housing for seniors and low-income households, respectively. At the same time, he also threw his support behind such measures as upzoning wealthy neighborhoods, eliminating parking lot requirements, and encouraging housing growth around subway stations and other public transit hubs, policies that many developers might favor more than they do his slate of tenant protections. We're smoking that Mamdani pack? No, we're not. We're celebrating. We're celebrating. It's fucking awesome. We're reading this very good article about how Mamdani's commitment to rent freeze won over the tenant unions in New York City and allowed the organization of the grassroots tenants who had already been doing this work to get behind his campaign and how they won him the primary. You know? How this like idea of affordability was not an accident. It was a policy that was decided by tenant unions and organized tenants, and they organized for that policy, and Mamdani supporting it got their endorsement of him, right? That the organization preceded Mamdani. It's a really good article. In a city fraught with smug and unproductive housing discourse, including plenty of bad faith online screaming by YIMBYs and NIMBYs alike, Mamdani suggested that we might not have to choose between support for tenant protections on the one hand and zoning reform on the other. In an Ask Me Anything session on Reddit this past April, one participant asked him whether he agreed or disagreed that market rate development is helpful and good, and we should encourage more of it. His response was def. Agree that we need a lot more housing of all kinds, and in my housing plan I call for increased zoning capacity around transit hubs, upzoning wealthy neighborhoods, and fully eliminating the parking mandate citywide. I lead with city capital funded affordable housing for 2 reasons. 1, I want to be held accountable to outcomes, but that's hard to do when it comes to piecemeal rezonings that are essentially just an invitation to private developers. 2, we're a long ways off from for-profit developers building deeply affordable housing at scale. That's where the greatest emergency is, and it requires a public sector approach. Mine will be a pro-housing administration, and it will be one that understands the importance of all kinds of housing growth so that we can meet the scale of this crisis. It's a great answer. The top line item, however, never changed. In May, the campaign released a 30-second spot that ran for 10 days as their main advertisement, both on digital platforms and television, including during Knicks games during the team's playoff bid. It begins with Mamdani jogging down a residential block. Looking straight into the camera, he declares, "I'm running for mayor to freeze the rents for every rent-stabilized tenant." Block letters appear on the face of a building. Freeze the rent. Cut to the building. It's Grell's. She walks out in a jean jacket. "Yes," she says, "this guy's going to freeze the rent." Mamdani's win wasn't marginal. It was a mandate. When the New York City Board of Elections released the primary's ranked choice voting results, they showed him defeating Andrew Cuomo by 56 to 44%. Mamdani swept parts of the city that would be affected by the rent freeze. As Charlie Dulick showed in a recent article for New York Focus, he won more first-round votes than Cuomo in 7 of the 10 assembly districts with the largest share of rent-stabilized units. Districts that include much of Astoria, Long Island City, Inwood, Washington Heights, Prospect, Lefferts, Gardens, Central Harlem, and Chelsea, as well as parts of Flatbush and Midtown. Compared to the last municipal election, turnout in tenant-majority areas rose by 7.5%. Real estate is not used to losing in New York. On Wednesday after the primary, in a sign of investor panic over the Mamdani effect, publicly traded landlords with portfolios concentrated in this city sustained hits to their stock prices. SL Green's dropped by 5.7%, Vornado Realty Trust by 6.7%, and Empire State Realty Trust by over 7.5%. The industry, which had invested millions into Cuomo's campaign directly and through various super PACs, had to reassess its approach. And what do they choose? More of the exact same thing. And you lost. Some important players are threatening to move their business dealings to Florida. Others have lined up behind Eric Adams, who once proclaimed, "I am real estate." I am real estate. 2 weeks after the election, Mark Holliday, the CEO of SL Green, hosted a fundraiser for Adams at 1 Madison Avenue, one of his office towers. Reckler, the RXR CEO, who also sits on Rebney's board, took a jab. New York is the capital of capitalism. It seems inappropriate to have a socialist mayor in a city like ours. On June 30th, meanwhile, the Rent Guidelines Board met for their annual hearing and voted through their 4th consecutive rent hike under Adams. Grell was among the tenants who gathered to protest. "This is nothing but political payback from real estate mayor Eric Adams," told the crowd. "He's mad we helped Zoran win just 1 week ago, and now his RGB is trying to use their power to punish us, working class tenants. Why? Because we're building something they cannot control. Tenant power." Mamdani's victory in the primary was so decisive that it can now seem preordained. But as recently as 6 months ago, he was an unknown, and the rent as a political matter was a third rail. Tenants and Mamdani took a bet on each other. Mamdani's gamble, rare in politics, was to stand for a controversial policy proposal, a rent freeze, and make an early, unwavering commitment to his chosen team, working class tenants. Tenants, for their part, were taking a chance on a new kind of power, funneling time and resources into electoral campaigning rather than the familiar terrain of legislative advocacy. Both those choices carried risks, and neither was assured of success in advance. For now, the tenants still have a city to win. Everyone I spoke to felt that the offensive had just begun, that the movement could afford neither to let up on the outside pressure nor abdicate its responsibility to govern. After the win, Hassan deflected questions about his reaction to the results. Instead, he focused on what comes next. There's a big fight ahead now through November, he told me, and the election is not the end. We must be disciplined. We must remember our enemy. We must build our power. We need to fight until we win a rent freeze, and then we need to fight more. Ah! So fucking good. Tara Raghavir is the director of the Tenant Union Federation, a national union of tenant unions. She is also the founder and director of KC Tenants, the citywide tenant union in Kansas City, Missouri. God damn! God damn, chat. Holy shit. This is a great article to share to people who are talking about Zoran's win. Want some more insight into how that happened and what kind of power was required to build that? Wow, what a great article. What a great article. It doesn't look like we have new updates on Seattle. Wow. So good. Okay, let's check out this. This is an older video from Black, Red, Green. It's from 2 months ago. But I think it'll further our conversation. Democrats won't save us. So now what? Did Fateh lose? No. Ranked choice voting, guys. The bottom three under Jacob Frey all made a coalition to not rank Frey. They're all in coalition. Don't rank Frey.
I truly had no intention of making a second video, but after reading the comments of the previous one, I feel like I need to. I refuse to allow liberals to put words in my mouth and misconstrue my points. I mean, they're going to do it anyway. Because, you know, obviously anyone in the left content sphere must deal with this, but I'm a newcomer, so this is my first time.
I never deal with this. It's so weird. People never, they never put words in my mouth. It's so, that's so, yeah, huh, interesting.
Dealing with it. Anyway, no more intro. Let's just get right into it. Chapter 1. America is a two-party duopoly.
It totally, yeah, it never ever happens with me, ever. Nobody ever does that. That's so, wow.
This is basic civics. So I don't understand why many of you assume I didn't understand this. In November 2024, I literally voted for Harris because I don't believe we have a viable third-party option for a multitude of reasons. So my suggestions on how to build a revolutionary party still stand because we don't have a viable one for elections or for anything outside of elections. Yes, I know America will likely never have a third-party president or congressperson at this rate. Nothing I said in the last video denies
Holy shit, my favorite streamer is watching my video?
this.
Are you Black, Green, Red?
So I'm once again confused about why people assumed I believed that. Real quick side note on that. Stop saying the third party caused.
I am? You're joking, right? You're lying, right? Wait, really? We've watched your videos before. We've watched your videos before. Right hand to God? Wait, that's A. Wait, that's super sick. And B, we've watched your videos. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan too. Yeah, we're big fans too. I had no idea you were in here. Are you being serious? I feel like I'm getting got. That's too wild of a coincidence. Check his Twitch links. Wait, everybody go follow. Go follow. Wait, 3 followers? Wait, let's get you streaming, dude. Let's get you streaming, dude. Wait. This doesn't go to your thing though. Whatever. I choose to believe it. I would rather live in the world in which is true.
This, and by this I mean the Trump administration we have right now. No, it did not. And you need to accept that the Democrats simply lost and have nobody to blame but the establishment. Go to every battleground state and give Harris every green vote, and she still loses.
Pat NATO is my personal? Hell yeah. Well, either way, honored. We're big fans. I love your analysis on electoral politics. That's why I'm choosing to watch it right now. I think it's going to add to our conversation a lot. And I watched the other one. This one, the Democratic Party Can't Be Reformed. We watched that one on stream and it was amazing. Hell yeah.
Give Harris all the Green Party votes in general, and she still loses the popular vote. On second thought, let's bring up the damn numbers.
Wait, you should come on the stream. You should come on, dude. What do you mean? Get on the stream. Let's talk. Not right now, but like let's plan a time. And let's get you on.
This is North Carolina by 158,000, Arizona by 169,000, Pennsylvania by 85,000, Michigan by 36,000, Georgia by 97,000, Wisconsin by 17,000, and Nevada all on her own because Jill Stein didn't even have ballot access there. But she was pretty close to winning the Midwest one. So give her those states, by her magically siphoning the 36,000 and 17,000 blue ballots, and she still loses in general. You can feel however you want about Jill Stein, and I'm sure I agree with you about some of your points. But
yeah, Jill Stein wasn't it. I'm not gonna lie, I voted for Cornel West, and of course I knew he wasn't gonna be fucking president. But God, wouldn't it be cool if he was? Also, I was living in California at the time. Of course, that's gonna go to Kamala. And I told you on this channel, leading up to the election, if you live in a swing state, I think your choice is a lot more complex, and you should really think about what who you want to vote for. Like, I'm not going to tell you to vote for Kamala because we got a lot of Palestinian people in the chat, and that's totally I totally understand why you could not hold your nose for that. But if you live in a swing state, yeah, I was saying you should really, really think about it and maybe vote for Kamala if you can.
Don't need to lie blaming the Green Party.
Not because she's a good candidate, but because fascism is real. And objectively, you're silly if you don't think we would be better off organizing under Kamala.
Winning to get your point across. There's plenty of truth-based criticism to go around, as you can clearly see. Yes, the Republican Party is worse. I never once said the parties were equally bad because that's not true. So you liberals reducing my criticisms down to both parties bad are being maliciously stupid. Why is it that every single piece of criticism anyone says about the Democrats is met with, well, the Republicans? Imagine venting to your friends about your emotionally distant parent, and they hit you with, well, at least they don't beat the shit out of you like your other parent. Criticism of Democrats is not promoting the Republicans.
Wait, can I also just point out, and I know we're libbing up one night only. I got it. I got you. I'm not compromising on the liberals. I'm not compromising. We're still libbed up. But do you guys notice how some leftists, when you criticize people like Grant Plattner and stuff like this, they adopt this exact same posture and these exact same rhetorical devices? Have you guys ever noticed that? It's exactly the same, where they're like, well, you must really want the AIPAC candidate to win then. You're basically a stooge for AIPAC. They do this stuff all the time.
You guys are so caught up in the duopoly that you can't fathom a mindset that opposes both of them for a completely different collection of reasons. Fuck that malignant, orange, infantile-minded fascist currently in the White House. I hated that motherfucker from the time I was in high school. I've always been anti-Trump. But no, I didn't mention how much I loathe him in my first 3 videos ever, so I must love the fucker because I criticize Democrats. You guys are truly ridiculous. Do you people understand?
Just saw it in another stream. Would tankies prefer Cuomo? I can't think of a more irrelevant question. I can't think of a more useless, irrelevant question right now. My city just refused a workers' bill of rights that said fair wages, fair schedules, and my state just voted to gamble our senior care funds on the stock market at the beginning of the Great Depression 2.0. Skoosk. If we lose, we organize. If we win, we organize. Okay? There's only one path forward, and election don't change that. You got to just continue building power. That's all you got to do.
And how low a fucking bar it is to be less evil.
I'm sorry tonight's rough, though.
Do you really not value yourself enough to raise that bar? Because until you stand up for yourself, you will keep allowing the bare minimum Democrats to have power over you. So yes, I stand in my opinion that the party is beyond saving. There's too much corrupt political money concentrated within the establishment. You will not be able to expel every corporation suckling Democrat.
Yeah,
Even
I agree.
when they die or step down, they have a whole plantation of spineless liberals to take their place. The goal should be to fix the world, fix the country, and return power into the hands of the people, not fixing this fucking party. I believe we must do two things. First, understand that voting is on the minimal end of political participation. Obviously, the majority of the country can't be expected to act beyond that, especially when, depending on your area, exercising your right to vote puts you in.
Wait, Pat, are you still here? Pat, type again. I want to give you VIP.
Danger. We don't need every American to fight for change beyond voting. We just need to convince them that a new future is possible. So if you're ready.
Okay, I'm going to give you VIP. If you're lying and I find out, you're permanently banned. But I trust you. I trust you. I think it's true.
Ready to make a change against capitalism and other systematic inequalities in our country, simply beyond, heading to the ballot box and signing petitions.
I think it's true. I think it's true.
You with open arms. The other thing we must do, which I literally said in the previous video, but you liberals carefully ignored it because it makes your points irrelevant if you do acknowledge it, is strategic voting. Democratic primaries are the most effective form of strategic voting.
Yeah. You can't work with a bourgeois party. DSA is a substantial difference, which makes tonight such a win. I agree. I still think that they need to differentiate. You know what I mean? DSA does have a history of allowing promising leaders to, at the end of the day, be tools for the Democratic establishment and American imperialism. But that doesn't mean that Zoran will be the same. And people can change, and organizations can change, strategy, tactics. These things can change, and I hope that they are. I hope that they do.
Anyone calling themselves a socialist, even if it's just a democratic socialist, and doesn't give an inch or take inches from the Zionist party, has my vote. If the DSA runs a presidential candidate for the 2028 as a Democrat, I will actively.
No, that's good, Pat. But seriously, I mean, I do want you to reach out on Discord, because I would love to have a combo on stream if you're down. We can plug your channel more.
Vote them and urge all of you to vote for them too. I do understand how this shit works. You just want to use your understanding as an excuse to swallow whatever bullshit the DNC wants to shovel down your throat. Let's unpack the strategic voting a bit more. Chapter 2. My first video is about Zoran Mamdani. Let me repeat that. My first video is about expressing how much I like the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City.
Yeah.
Running socialists as Democrats with the goal of helping the working class and the material conditions is not the same as running progressives to attempt to fix the party. I'm in fully support.
I agree. These things are not intrinsically linked. I agree. I'm Prince Shakur. I love your stream, man.
I'm fully in support of one of them, and I oppose the other. A socialist holding a Democratic seat must refrain from attempting to change the party from within. You need to be disrupting the party from within and providing whatever you can to your constituents. You should not only reject this idea that you'll ever obtain enough power to save this party, but you should also reject the idea that you have to. You can say fuck the Democratic Party and still run under them and still win. Shit, disillusioned people will probably love you for it. Take the party's resources.
Dude, yeah. This is why I love your videos, like for real, because I've said this exact same thing. It like, especially in this moment, it is a benefit to a candidate. Like, you will be reaching so many people if you're just honest about the Democratic Party. And what do you lose? What did the Democratic establishment give to Zoran over the course of this campaign? What did his his playing nice with them afford him? Do you know what I mean? Like that. Like, what is the benefit of doing this? Of playing it safe, of like trying to, make friends in the Democratic Party. Yeah, but Chuck Schumer doesn't fuck with him anyway. Hakeem Jeffries don't fuck with him anyway. They're trying to take credit for his work.
Their reach, their name recognition.
If anything, the lack of endorsements helped him. I agree, and I'm saying it would be beneficial if he had said, no, I don't want their endorsements. These are examples of a failed politics. And like, these are our enemies just as much as the Republicans. Or maybe marginally less, but they're still our enemies.
Money, the legitimacy, take it all and use it to win for you and for the working class. I've heard,
but also
many
I will also recognize that like Zoran's campaign allows space for those kind of campaigns to exist too. You know what I mean? Like, this is a step in the right direction. And even if he's not the perfect candidate that I want him to be, I can still recognize that he's an incredible candidate that has done a lot of great work and worked with a lot of really important, he formed meaningful coalitions with the New York City organizing atmosphere in general, right? Like that article we just read about his work with the tenant unions and the tenant organizations in New York and how critical they were. Right? This is also the benefit of running on this policy, is that there are already organizations that are organized and willing to wield their power towards a political goal. And if you just adopt their goals and you approach them on their grounds, it works. It actually works. Believing in the people. TM Thrim, thank you for the prime.
Description to Zoran Mamdani, whether positive or negative. What are two things no one is actually calling him? No one is describing him as a liberal. No one is describing him as a Democrat. He's a Democrat on paper, like literally on paper, without any of the negative stigma of being a Democratic Party politician. That is an extremely important distinction to understand moving forward. When I described building a revolutionary party and the importance of electoralism, let me clarify what I mean, since many of you didn't get it. No, this revolutionary party should not run as a third party right now in areas of the country completely under the two-party duopoly. The Revolutionary Party members should run as Democrats whenever they can, because that's the easiest path forward for victory and for meaningful change at this moment. Chapter 3, and this one's important. Accountability, is not purity testing. Before I explain this point, let me clarify another thing. Claiming that I'm purity testing and causing leftist infighting is hilarious for two reasons.
I feel like we get the same criticisms.
For starters, some of you...
No wonder I'm your favorite streamer. Honestly, that's the thing that convinced me, because I was like, yeah, we have the same analysis. So.
Think the Democrats are left. Some of you really still think the Democratic Party is left. Me...
Dude, I'm not going to lie, but I heard Hassan say today that the Democratic Party is the left flank. I was like, what?
Or anyone else on the real left criticizing Democrats is not infighting because the party is not left. It is a center-right party at best. It is only considered left to the average misinformed American because they have been conditioned to the duopoly.
No, it was like early.
Right is on the left of the far right.
It was early in the day.
Are on the right and therefore deserve to be rejected. As the chapter also says, accountability is not purity testing. Parading around sex pest at the party when the main attack on Donald is the fact that he is a sex pest is too fucking hypocritical, even if his allegations are far worse. The point that's being made is not purity testing, it's accountability. Expecting Dems to not condone
I heard him glaze you, then tuned out. W.
A genocide that began under their president is not purity testing. So attacking the Democratic Party.
Yeah, we did get a W in the Hassan chat today. Also, the mentions weren't as bad as I thought they were, or as I like was worried that they would be. When he pulled me up, I was like, I was like, buckle in, man. This is gonna be fucking shit. And then it was like, here, we can look at him. Wait, can I not pull this out? All right. It was like, I was like, oh shit, we're about to get roasted by all of the chatters. And yeah, there was a lot of people who were like, oh, Omega Lol, of course. Like, of course it's, yeah. Of course. I know, I'm playing my role. It is what it is. I can't shut the fuck up. Everybody knows me. Everybody knows that, you know what I mean? We got this, Yussified knows what's up. If anyone will get this, it's me. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wire Pike defending me. Not an anarchist. Context, please. Basically, we were watching an interview of Zoran, and he was like defending how he won't defund the police. And Hassan was like, he's gonna defund the police. He was like, he's gonna do it. You guys don't understand. You're so stupid. He said he's gonna defund the police. And I was like, literally what I typed, my message literally explicitly was just, he's like, his policy is that he's not going to reduce the budget and he's not going to reduce the head count. Like, that's very clear. That's literally verbatim what I said. That's verbatim the word the chat I said, and Hassan pulled me up and had me up for like 5 minutes. And so it was just like 5 minutes of bing, 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 bing. Everybody fucking like, and I was like, dude, no, like that literally is exactly like his policy. Like, you know, you can't say that's defunding. I'm sorry. That's not defunding. You can't be like, yeah, if NYPD quits, if an NYPD officer quits, they're going to hire another one. That's what keeping the head count is the same as. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's annoying to me that people are like, no, that actually is defunding. And who knows? Maybe they will defund. Let's see what happens. Honestly, this shit's all in the past now. We don't have the dynamics have changed. He is now the mayor. Let's just see what he does. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, we got the W Brett, salute Brett. I'm with Cinemarxism, Vinzi. Yeah, we had a bunch of supporters. I love Cinemarxism. What up, Cinemarxism? We had haters. Fuck Cinemarxism. I will always appreciate Brett. See? Brett is an idiot. Brett is an idiot. Cinemarxism is hysterical. Love Cinemarxism. Yeah, listen, you can just say he's not going to defund the police. It is what it is. Brett is not done. Yeah, you guys were showing me love. Honestly, I really appreciated it. I really appreciate it. It actually, like I said, whenever he pulled me up, I was a little bit like, oh fuck, I'm gonna see all the hate, and it's certainly here. Like, you know, I got haters for sure now, but y'all were way louder. I'm a shill. What am I shilling? What am I shilling? I've never had a sponsorship in my life. What am I shilling? Cinemarxism is not crusty. Oh yeah, there you are, kinda. Fuck Cinemarxism! All caps. Didn't Cinemarxism harass a VTuber? No. I've never done that. No. Life got my back. Yeah, I felt like I saw this and I was like, y'all got my back. Y'all got my back. You know what I mean?
Party for its complicity in
my actions speak for themselves. Fuck all the haters.
Gaza is completely justified. That's accountability. I genuinely think that because the victims are brown and Arab, you guys use purity testing as an excuse. If a Democrat supported or excused,
Yeah, I don't talk about other. I really don't. It's like annoying.
Ukraine, you would all crucify them. No one would be like, that's purity testing. Why is Gaza different? Something I love about the left, once again, the real left, is the accountability. Sure, we tend to have the opposite problem of liberals and go a little too hard on each other pretty often.
I also agree with this too. This makes us better. And like we should seek out like principled and critique that's grounded in liberation. Like genuinely. That's why I love Jason so much. Like honestly, shout out Jason. And I feel like for a long time, Jason was like really like I would message Jason all the time and be like, "Hey, I watched your stream today and I really appreciated that perspective. Like, thank you for doing that." And I think he was like, he was like, "I was talking about you, dude." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I like, yeah, he will like critique me. Jason will critique me, you know?" And like, I was like, I think that's good. Like, I appreciate Jason's critique because A, he's an organizer. He's actually accountable to a community of people. And like, he's not like, he doesn't look for his self-gratification from Twitch, which I can identify, and I see that in both of us. Like, we're both like, we have our own shit going on, and this Twitch shit is like a part of our lives, but it's not the part of our life, you know? And so I appreciate that because it allows him to say honest shit and like not give a fuck. And you know, he says he said stuff about me, and like I'm always like, yeah, like you were right, and I appreciate that perspective. You know, I like Joan. Yeah, I mean I love Joan, but I love Jason too. Like I really appreciate Jason's like presence in the space, like unironically. Like I really, really, really do. And this is like the good part of the left is that it, like we make us better. Like, you know, critique is good. Evaluation is good. Like everything worth doing is worth evaluating, and that requires constant critique, and it sharpens us and it makes us better. And like you should be comfortable getting critiqued, and like hopefully that is a thing, you know, when it's valid, you know.
But in the grand scheme of things, we do hold each other accountable. It's a very important value that should be treated as a virtue, not something to run from because it can.
Did we get a shout out for Jason? We did. Can we do one more, Chili?
The shoe fits, Cinderella. To those of you who are actively giving out personal attacks, lashing out, and refusing to hear me out, you should ask yourself why my simple words cut you so deeply. Because you are guilty of the things I expose, and it hurts your ego to hear someone disconstruct your beliefs this way. The shoe fits, Cinderella. No one is forcing you to wear it. You tell yourself your allegiance to the party is purely strategic, but you respond to critiques of the party like someone attacked you personally. The Blue MAGA movement is very real, and you're a part of it whether you realize it or not. You deem all
people act like red guards but won't have a struggle session. Bro, they don't even
criticism of your deities as purity testing, no matter how valid and fact-based the criticism is.
You won't bait me.
You are a slave to your pessimism, preventing you from seeing that a future in America where neither party has power is very possible. You reject change and those who advocate for it because you've grown too comfortable in your chains. You can't fathom the discomfort of losing them. So I don't take your personal attacks directed towards me to heart because I know you're just projecting and lashing out. And as someone who consumes a lot of left content, something that's always annoyed me is when creators pay too much attention to the negative comments. After the hate I've received, I am far more sympathetic towards what other creators go through.
As I just pulled up my mentions tab. Caught.
Alas, I will still avoid addressing the hate moving forward because I no longer see the purpose in addressing it because I'll always be hated by someone. This is something I predicted would happen as soon as my channel began to grow and I continue to speak my mind. You can't stop people from hating you, so the best thing to do is focus on being you and the people who appreciate you for doing it. So let me end part one with a very, very important message. Fuck all MAGA. Red, blue, or any other alignment. None of you go silence this Negro. He's here to stay, so you might as well just grab a seat. Part two. No one, and I mean no one, is a bigger critic of BGR than I am. So I look back on every single video and imagine what I could have done better. In this case, in my last video, I made two choices that I regret. First of all, I went a little too hard on the
of course,
organizations, particularly the.
Of course, yeah. I don't think people should agree with me on everything ever. That's like one of the things I love about Twitch and like the chat interaction thing is that like y'all can just tell me if I'm wrong about something or if I need insight on something that I don't understand. If I'm speaking out of pocket, I get corrected like this. And it's like, I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you shouldn't agree with me on everything. We have different life experiences. Nor do I think I have all the answers. Like, when I go into organizing spaces, I'm not coming in there being like, well, I'm a streamer, so I know everything. You know, like I humble myself and I'm not even talking in most of the meetings. Like, you know, like I'm just listening and taking in information and, you know, finding where I can be useful, you know?
And a couple of the small ones. See, while disbanding and joining an organization is still the best idea in my opinion, it's not the only idea, nor is it the best idea to implement it right at this very moment. A coalition between all of these groups is the best way. On a local level...
That's true. That's true. Kansas City Chiefs are the best. Well, I don't really care about the state of the NFL, but yeah, W Chiefs, of course. Y'all are haters because you're losers.
Brett, I bring good news. Our socialist office holder in a town of 1,000 people in Kansas won with the largest number of votes of any of the candidates in that race. We now have 40% of that city council.
Yo! Dude, this chat is about to turn Kansas blue single-handedly. This chat here, between literally these... Mikey, where are you? Are you here, Mikey? Mikey, where are you? Come here, Mikey. I need you in here. Here, fine. Mikey's gone, I guess. But these two and Mikey are like... These are actually three of the most capable fucking organizers in the whole freaking state of Kansas. Also, I forgot to do this, but when I was in the bathroom, I learned of something, chat. I learned of another W that I can share. Okay? 1 second. Let me share this. Update on the struggle in Leavenworth, Kansas. We've been talking about it. We've had the organizer of the Stop Core Civic on the stream. That's how JW got involved with this struggle. JW is now leading the phone banking operation for Stop Core Civic, which is a massive, it would be the largest ICE detention facility in the Midwest. 1,500 beds rotated out at 48-hour increments. It would incredibly impact ICE's capacity to detain people not only in Kansas City, but all over the entire Midwest. And update right now. Update on the struggle against Core Civic. After 9 months of careful, painstaking work, all three of our favorite candidates won in the Leavenworth City Commission election tonight. The lawsuit will not be dropped. The hope for migrant survival in the Midwest continues. If we'd lost tonight, the Midwest ICE Deportation Center would have been opened the day after the slate of new commissioners was sworn in. So big shout out to JW for working on that campaign. Dude, this shit, Matt, like this shit is fucking huge. This is the unreported, underserved, like these kind of struggles actually matter. Huge matter. Big matter.
My area, that's what the DSA does, but it needs to be on a national scale. I also wish I had gone a bit deeper into my gripes with the Democratic Party. That might just be
You want to learn how to phone bank? I'll teach you. That could be a fun thing we do on stream of just like teaching chat how to phone bank.
Nitpick though, as I managed to get my point across to many Democrat voters, but because you see, my beef was never really with the voters. Because, you know, every Trump voter isn't a fascist. Sorry. And every Harris voter, including myself, is in support of genocide. It's a political hostage situation. However, the voters who are blindly loyal to these institutions need to be addressed. You can't reform this party, any party. So where do we go from here? Chapter 5, Mass Labor Movement. I use the term working class as a substitute for proletariat because it's easier for non-initiated socialists to align with, but it's also a far clearer name for what we are.
That's right,
We
JW.
are the oppressed class of workers. Our labor, our spending power, our attention, our demands, the world runs on us. We hold a fuck ton of political power that lies dormant and is siphoned by both parties every 2 years on November. We need to start using our power to benefit ourselves. Let's begin to reap what we sow. The biggest piece of political power we hold is labor.
That's
Unlike
right.
the two political parties,
Our labor and our rent.
billionaires and greedy corporations siphon our labor power every single day, not just in November. Every day you clock in, every day when they pay you a fraction for doing.
I haven't read. This comes from Marx. I've never read Marx. I've never read Marx. This is from Marx. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I didn't know he said that. I've never ever read him. So, weird.
All the work, and then they turn around and pay you even less than the agreed upon fraction through wage theft.
Channel name misleading. Yeah, this is just the funniest thing I've been hearing this week. Is that people being like, he's never read Marx.
And unsafe work practices,
Okay.
workplace abuse. The list unfortunately goes on. So what do we do about this? Organized labor is the only way I see. Unions can greatly improve these conditions. However, this is where we reach the first critical problem. Union power is not where it needs to be yet if the goal is national labor reform. The percentage of wage and salary workers who were members of unions was 9.9% in 2024.
What did he say on ecology? I don't know.
Dream, 100%. Every single wage or salary job should be.
What did he say?
Honestly, I'm very much more in favor of worker co-ops being the norm, but that's definitely a topic for another day. Right now, full unionization of every job would be excellent. The Revolutionary Party should help push for massive growth in unionized work in 3 ways. In fact, I think these 3 things should be the core pillars of how the Revolutionary Party functions in general. The 3 pillars being politically, organizationally.
Yeah, exactly. Foucault.
Let's look at it.
Foucault gets it. I thought your name was Cinema RXism, like a prescription. Exactly. Nobody understands this. I give film suggestions every week. Yeah.
In the context of unions. Politically, we need labor law reform. We need to criminalize union busting, make the formation of a union faster and easier with less opportunities of employer intimidation, prevent companies from misclassifying workers as just contractors to avoid unionizing, and a long list of changes that require legislative change, unfortunately. In 2021, to their credit, the House Democrats passed the PRO Act, which covers most of the suggestions. However, due to the fuck-ass filibuster rule, that
also, like, this, if you ever want to, like, anyone who's ever supporting Joe Biden as, like, a pro-labor president, just bring up the PRO Act. It was never on his priority list. It would have dramatically improved working conditions and the ability to organize for every single worker in America. And it's passed the House. It's just sitting in the Senate. Just waiting. He had he had the Senate. He had 51 votes. He had everything.
In the Senate. We will cover things like that in the next chapter. Trust. Just wait. Anyway, organizationally, we need to fight for unions now. We can't just wait for legislative change to happen. This is why I reject any plan hinging on reforming the Liberal Party. We don't have time. We, as a coalition, need to act right now as union accelerators, speeding up the process and fighting the barriers ourselves. Pool our resources together to fund legal aid and strike funds of workers attempting to unionize. The fear of unionization is based on, the fear of unionizing from the worker perspective is based on the lack of support systems. So let's build them. Left organizations do a damn good.
It's a lot of fear. The main thing that keeps people from organizing is fear. They're afraid that there will be repercussions. They're afraid there'll be retribution. And the antidote to that fear is solidarity. Is saying we got your back. And this is not going to get better unless we all collectively do this together. And we fight together.
Job with this, so let's give them the resources they need to do it more. And then we got culturally. We need to make unions an inseparable piece of our national culture and values. To be pro-union is to be pro-working class American. We need to promote unions in this way to shape the national culture. We can't trust the news media to cover strikes and union efforts in a way that doesn't glorify the corporations. So we need more media that covers these fights in a pro-union way. Be their megaphone. Unionization provides powerful and very noticeable gains for the working class. These are wins that we need to prove to the people that we're on their side and have their best interest in our mind with our actions. We can reclaim a major part of our power that has been stolen from us by the greedy, selfish, evil corporations that only see us as machines for their wealth. Our enemy is not just corporations, but their enablers. The elected officials that we vote in to represent us, but always end up shilling for the companies. What do we do about them, particularly the liberal ones, if reforming the party is a non-starter? Chapter 6, seize electoral power. Let's recap some of the basics of American civics I addressed earlier. We live in a two-party duopoly, yes. The two parties in this duopoly are both shitty. Definitely not equally abhorrent and horrible, but both are certainly. We also have single-member districts, which is what leads to the disgusting displays of gerrymandering we're witnessing now. Listen, I have like 1,500 hours of Crusader Kings 3, so I'm accustomed to border gore, but what the fuck is this? We also have winner-take-all districts.
Chat, the second chatter has entered the YouTube chat. EDU, don't procrastinate, please. Yo.
Districts, which is horrible for a multitude of reasons. See, let's go with the Electoral College, for example. I personally hate the Electoral College.
That's me? God damn it. God damn it, Nori. Yeah, we are on YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube, too.
If two presidential candidates are running, let's say one wins Georgia by 0.2%. Why the fuck should they get all 16 points? They didn't win the entire state. How is that fair to the 49.8% of voters? Now, on a national scale, their vote doesn't even matter anymore because all 16 points went to one candidate. Despite me understanding all of this, people assume my critique of the Democratic Party and promotion of a true revolutionary party was me claiming that a third party is viable in an election. Third parties are viable on a local level election-wise. And that's it, I'm afraid.
I think my only, I agree, obviously, third parties aren't really viable. I would love to be proven wrong on this. I'm hopeful. I know PSL is running a lot of really promising candidates and has some interesting campaigns running that aren't running as Democrats. We'll see how that works out. But I do think I think the potential for third party is in its replacement of the Democratic Party. Like if we were to run on a national level, and we now have one DSA, we've won New York, we've won AOC and Bernie and all of these different campaigns, right? If there was a dirty split, I've been advocating for this for a long time. They need to identify the Democrats as our enemy and split from them and say, no, now we're lifting a new flag and we're going to organize under this new thing. I think that would be a huge groundbreaking moment in American politics. And in some places, I think they would win over Democrats, big time. On national level stuff, it would probably take a few years.
You truly care about getting...
But let's be honest, national level, we're under fascism, and the Republicans have all of the power now. If you think we're going to be able to vote that out, I'm sorry, guys. It's I'm kind of electorally, nationally, I just don't see a path forward. Locally, totally, I got you. You know what I mean? I got you. Let's vote for Zoran. Let's get a good mayor in every single city. Let's take over every city council. Let's defund our local police departments. But nationally, like, I don't know.
Third parties elected, which I think is important.
Infiltrate and split sounds like a good path. Yes, but it's not infiltrate. It's like run on their ballot line and split. I'm just like very, very grossed out by the idea of infiltration into the Democratic Party.
Important, but shouldn't be the base of all your actions. We need to change the electoral rules, like a lot of electoral rules. The electoral move for the revolutionary movement is simple. Seize electoral power in any and every way you can. Socialists need to run for everything they can, locally, statewide, federally. But it's imperative.
I like the PSL thought process. I agree, and I think their campaigns that they've been going so far, the rhetoric has been really great. It's been really great, but I don't know. I guess I may be a little bit more towards like running on the ballot line. Like, I think if I was in PSL, I would not change anything, but I would be like, maybe we should primary these fuckers. And then take the Democratic nomination and shit on them the entire way. And separate ourselves from them as we wear their fucking, like, colors, you know?
Do so in a way that ensures the most likely path to victory. Run in Democratic primaries, man. Get the Working Families Party and DSA endorsements. Every single establishment liberal should be primaried. Run on fusion tickets if you have to. Run independent if it's actually a viable path. As you can see, liberal messengers will always blame third parties for their losses, whether they're telling the truth or not. So it's better to avoid these conversations altogether and just run as a Democrat. They can't say you're splitting the vote now. We need to seize any.
Did Fateh lose? No. As far as I know, not yet. I can look up the results yet, but we have to remember, from what I understand, Minnesota is ranked choice voting. So you can see here, Frey is at 41% with 61,000 votes. We're about 15,000 down from Omar Fateh, but all three of these candidates. No. What do you mean? What have you seen that makes it not look good? From my understanding, all three of these candidates have joined in a coalition that's don't rank Frey. So hypothetically, a lot of their supporters are going to put these three as their, you know, and so all of their votes are going to go to, not all of them, of course, but we're talking about like the deciding factor is how many. What is the proportion that also ranked Frey, even though all of their candidates were telling them not to rank Frey? You know? Fry, yeah, whatever. Jacob Fry. I don't know. I think there's still a possibility. We'll see.
Electoral power we can get our hands on. This is the only way to make the needed electoral changes for a viable third party. And there are some drastic changes that need to be made to ensure this. So in my mind, the long list of changes I'd like to see falls into two categories. You know, the dream scenarios and the work we can actually get done. So how unrealistic are my dream scenarios? First dream scenario, I think we need to abolish the Senate. The concept of the Senate is not that different.
True.
Sit down and think about it. Small states should not have equal say to states with literally 10% of the country's population residing in them. And this is coming from someone whose state is in the smaller half of the 50, population-wise. And size-wise, actually. Of course, this would require a constitutional amendment, and the last time we had one of those was even before my parents even met each other. So, good luck. Anyway, I'll save my dreams for journaling. What can we actually get done? We need to push to pass two measures, which would be ranked choice voting and proportional representation. These two changes would...
Dude, this is illegal in like 14 states now, including Missouri.
Everything. It would end gerrymandering completely. It'll make Congress more representative of the people because winner takes all would be kicked to the curb. And make third parties viable since there's no more vote splitting or spoiler candidates possible under ranked choice voting. And with proportional representation, they could make it into Congress. There's no such thing as a perfect anything. Every system has flaws. But the flaws of ranked choice voting and proportional representation cannot genuinely and fairly be compared to the borderline anti-democratic systems we have going on right now. Of course, to implement these would require federal law changes, And the only way of achieving this is running socialists as Democrats and voting for them, as well as voting for honestly anybody who's willing to destroy the duopoly. I will once
Actually, I kind of disagree. I still think like, you know, like if there was something hypothetically like a tenant union federation where it was like a union of tenant unions from around the entire United States, and they all decided on a policy and they all struck and they decided to not pay rent, every single person and every single union across the United States, that like we could again, like even the most fascist, the most right-wing people could be brought to their knees. Like, we actually do have the power. And the only way to, like, it's not true that the only way to change it, to change these electoral, to change anything is through elections. It's not true. We can change them. And we could change them. We could make Trump change them. And if you don't believe me, think back to COVID. When Donald Trump ushered in eviction moratoriums, ushered in like expansions of the social safety nets that were unprecedented in any of our lifetimes, like generational. That was Donald Trump that did that, and it's not because he gives a fuck about poor people. You know?
again state, running as a Democrat is not the same thing as reforming the party. It also shouldn't be the goal.
Yeah, I agree.
And fuck that party. Run as whatever grants you the best chance of victory to alleviate the material conditions of the working class. You can be a Democrat on paper, a socialist in policy and action, and a revolutionary at heart. It's possible, and it should be the norm. Chapter 7, Prove Socialism. What's the biggest criticism about socialism that you hear? Well, the second biggest sense, I think, socialism is when no iPhone is probably the biggest one. But the other big criticism is it doesn't work. A hard truth that I've accepted is that no matter how many examples you give, whether they're historical examples or systems that exist today that are literally socialism, like bailouts being socialism for the rich, you know, they close their ears and refuse to listen. So the only way to change their minds is to show them it works directly. How do we do that? To make socialism mainstream nationally, we must achieve it locally. We need to craft successful systems of socialism that directly improve the conditions of the masses. This can be done both through local office and local organizing. It's probably easier to start with local.
And like right now is a great example of how this works, right? SNAP is failing. Like 42 million Americans are not going to be given access to food for this month. Right? And we talked about it at the beginning of the stream. Let me pull up the article again. Elise. Here, I'll drop it in the chat. Right? But like, here's how Casey Tenants is dealing with this. We're building power by prioritizing the people's needs. Like it's the Black Panther like formula. It's literally the Black Panther formula. While a weekly grocery program cannot replace SNAP, which provides 9 times as many meals as food banks, these survival programs do serve two crucial purposes. 1, remind the community that the state is not prioritizing the needs of working, marginalized people. And 2, embed the vanguard, in this case Casey Tenants, within the community, and as Huey Newton states, when the police or any other agency of repression tries to destroy the program, the people will move to a higher level of consciousness and action. Okay? Like, we have to provide for each other. And this exists for SNAP falling, but this also exists for every environmental disaster that we are inevitably going to face over the next, until capitalism ends, right? As we saw in St. Louis. St. Louis was devastated by a tornado, hit along the red line, and of course, only on the black side, right? And the city abandoned people. The federal government abandoned people. But who came out? It was PSL. It was other local organizations who came out and provided mutual aid and sustained these communities. And through that is revolutionary organizing. This idea of radical presence and radical care actually radicalizes people and brings them into our struggle. It is not just doing something nice. This is the nature of organizing, demonstrating solidarity, pointing out to people and being demonstrating the contradiction, right? The state is not here for you. They don't care about you. No one's coming to save you, but we got your back. And you can save yourself and a lot of other people by joining us.
Organizing than running for office. And once your community program starts seeing success, then run for office. Community organizations could, and I apologize for most of you that watched all my videos. I'm going to be repeating a lot of the points I said earlier, but some people clearly didn't watch those. Mutual aid, as in food drives, rent assistance, and community transportation. Think of this as like the neighborhood safety nets. If a community is being assisted by socialists, socialism will steadily become less stigmatized. How can you hate an ideology that you know was actively looking out for you and helping you out? Especially when your only experience with the ideology has been based by secondhand narrators, and now you're seeing it firsthand, they're helping you. You won't hate them anymore. Community health, free neighborhood health clinics, mental health programs like peer support and mediation.
Yep.
And other harm reduction methods like clean needles. Health.
Like, this is the practice of presence. That's literally all it is like, give them something to identify with. Be out there and be socialist and like help people. Like, you would be surprised how much power is in this, you know?
There is a right, and millions of Americans will continue to suffer if we simply just wait for our politicians to accept that. We cannot afford to sit and wait for the government to act. Tenant unions. Housing is also a human right, and tenant unions are a necessary force in upholding this. We need to support them in their conflicts against the greedy landlords, unjust evictions, and legal issues. And the same advocacy and assistance provided to tenant unions should also be granted to labor-based unions as well. They also need our support. Free public goods. Creating programs that utilize publicly owned things to promote public ownership as a good thing. Using your local library for free tutoring programs, after-school events, using your church to organize food drives, and start a community garden. There's a lot of options here. Americans are conditioned to be individualistic. I don't believe that the best option is to fully appeal to the selfishness, but to acknowledge it and prove that the communal options are better alternatives. Community media. Provide media platforms for the community to voice their thoughts. This is a double-edged sword, as some of these small town forums, and I'm speaking from experience, are a few dials away from looking like a Klan commune.
Yeah, well, it's not always the people that rush to the microphone that need to have their voices heard.
Podcast, or media that like serves the purpose of platforming the community could be.
Yeah.
All of these are socialist actions that we can.
This is KC Defender. This is KC Defender in my organizing space. Wait, do we not have a connection for them? Like, KC Defender is our radical.
Achieve without the government. However, as I stated earlier, each of these actions can be far more impactful and powerful with governmental power. Having socialists as mayors in the city council could implement these programs as legal policy with far more resources to use. Mutual aid becomes municipal governmental safety nets. Community health programs become public health infrastructure. Tenant unions and labor unions get actual legal protection.
Right.
The free public goods can expand to things like free Wi-Fi, affordable utilities, and community media becomes publicly funded media.
Yeah, like, I can't tell you how much this like matters, right? Like, let's talk about like Bowen Tower, right? Elijah, who we've all like hopefully gotten familiar with, and we're still following his struggle as he's on strike at Bowen Tower right now. Like, they have eviction notices. It's possible that if we built enough power in Raytown or in Kansas City, that we could pass a like tenant union bill of rights that protect tenants from being evicted for organizing like that. We've actually passed this in Kansas City, but like in Raytown, it's a different story.
Which could then be the unbiased media reporting that we're looking for, like community PBS, essentially. Achieving these things proves to their communities that socialism works, and this belief could spread to a national level. If Mamdani is able to win and implement even a quarter of what he intends to do, it will be a major step in the right direction for destigmatizing socialism and showing that it works. Of course, this depends on what kind of socialist he will be if he wins, but we should be working to do the same. Conclusion. I hope you can all forgive me for the shorter video, but once again, I had no intention of making this video. And I didn't want to make it drag on, by extending it even further. But I'm trying to make a new video every week, so you can expect a new BGR video every Friday.
Chat, the link is pinned. Okay? Please go subscribe to BGR. Really, really cool channel. A friend of the show, just learned. Yeah, great video. Super, super good channel. So please go check that out. Also, can we get a shout out? Yeah, here. Go follow on Twitch. Maybe one day Pat will stream over there too. Let's get Pat streaming. Let's bring in new blood. New blood into the streaming scene. I would love to hear this perspective on Twitch more. I'll support that from the beginning, dude. For sure. I'm on ground level. I'll be raiding you every night. Come take my audience. Anyway, I'm done for the night. Thank you so much for hanging out. Also, Proof. Yo! It is Proof! I haven't been on Twitch in a minute, so I logged in on my personal account and saw my favorite streamer was on, Cinemarxism. Imagine my surprise to see them not only reacting to my video, but also hearing they've watched my videos before. Didn't realize Black Green Red was this visible. Dude! Nah, that's sick. Yeah, we actually, I've been a fan. I really appreciated the perspective and like having a critical eye on electoralism and the role that like the left plays in that moment. It's a perspective that is genuinely pretty like rare, and way too many people I feel like on the left have like a critical eye on that. Definitely identified that immediately and really appreciate it. Like I said, dude, reach out on Discord or something and we can get you on the stream for sure. I would love to have a combo. I'm gonna raid you over to Peden. Peden is online, been online for a while, hanging out with Lex, two very W streamers. There's Lex. Go follow Lex before we get over there, and then go follow Peden when you get over there. All right? All right? Thanks for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you. I'll probably be back tomorrow. We'll do more normal coverage. And also we'll finish Dispatch. We'll finish Dispatch tomorrow as well. Does that sound good? Thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate you all. Go show Eden a lot of love. And take care of each other and take care of yourselves. All right? Bye-bye.